What if every time you fell asleep, you woke up stronger? Sumu is just an ordinary orphan, until he discovers that every dream he has increases his mental power by 1%. At first, it's fun. He hypnotizes school beauties, CEOs, and even gang leaders. But as years pass in his dream world, his powers grow terrifying, controlling 5 senses, creating matter from nothing, even manipulating fate itself. Yet with godlike power comes crushing boredom and a deadly side effect. His body grows weaker with each dream, his mind sharper, but his life hanging by a thread. To survive, Sumu turns to hypnosis and illusion, bending entire gangs and even cities to his will. But when whispers of another extraordinary being appear, his eyes light up. Finally, a prey worthy of the hunt. This isn't just a story about power. It's about obsession, illusion, and what happens when reality can't keep up with your dreams.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sumu stirred awake on a vast bed spanning 600 square meters. His eyes, empty and lifeless, drifted up to the massive chandelier above, a dazzling creation of over 1 million top-grade crystals, glittering like fallen stars in the sunlight. A faint fatigue lingered in his calm gaze. Then, pressure on his chest. He frowned, lifting his head to see a snow-white thigh draped across him, long and flawless. With a push, he brushed it aside. Its owner turned over, lips pouting, strands of black hair slipping down to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face, saliva glistening at the corner of her lips. But Sumu's heart didn't stir. He already had 11 others like her. All around him, 12 women, school beauties models, top stars, lay sprawled across the colossal bed, their sweet fragrance filling the air. His eyes settled on a pure-faced girl, the kind who looked like first love itself. He reached out, then shoved her aside. Bang! She tumbled twice across the sheets, startled awake, her wide eyes blinking in confusion. Ignoring her, Sumu retrieved the book hidden beneath her. The cover read, Practical Course of Clinical Hypnosis. He flipped to page 128. Bold letters caught his eye. How to use voice, props, and behavior for hypnotic suggestion. Immersed in study, he barely noticed the other women waking, laughing, teasing. Husband, put the book down. Aren't we more fun than that? One exotic beauty purred. Laughter rippled across the bed. But Sumu's face darkened. He snapped his fingers. Snap! The laughter died instantly. A strange silence swept through the room. Then, like chalk wiped from a board, swish, the 12 vanished, leaving only Sumu and the rustle of turning pages. 2 hours later, he tossed the book aside. A handful of tricks worth keeping, he muttered, frowning. The rest is garbage. He collapsed back onto the bed, exhaustion pressing down on him. Not the exhaustion of labor, but the languid weariness of a noble drowning in indulgence. This life, too boring, he whispered. Will I just die like this, smothered by boredom? No answer came. After a long silence, he stood, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected his delicate, aristocratic face, sharp lines, gem-dark eyes, beauty touched by an unhealthy pallor. A vampire noble lost in ennui. Below, the bustling city teemed with cars and people, ants rushing about their busy lives. Sumu picked up the remote, pressed the red button. Click! The world froze. Then light, not from the TV, but from the sky itself, blazing like the sun had fallen. Boom! Explosions ripped across the horizon. Mushroom clouds blossomed, skyscrapers crumbled, white fires swallowed the city whole. Sumu gazed calmly at the destruction, the reflection of apocalypse burning in his eyes. For a moment, the fatigue lifted. No matter how many times I watch it, he murmured, it's always beautiful. And then, darkness. Sumu woke again. This time, It was a narrow cot barely 1 meter wide, surrounded by yellowed walls, an old wardrobe, and a rickety desk stacked with books. No beauties, no luxury, just reality. The sharp contrast was like being reborn. But this was no rebirth. He had simply awakened from a dream. And in his dreams, he was God. With a single thought, he could conjure worlds, modern cities, immortal sex, realms of swords and sorcery. Beauties lined up at his call. Power, wealth, glory, all his. At first, it was bliss. An orphan scraping by in the real world, suddenly able to indulge in every desire for years at a time. For he could stretch a single night's sleep into a full year in the dream realm. But humanity is cursed. We suffer when desires are unmet and drown in boredom once they are fulfilled. For over a century of dream time, Su Mu reveled, then grew weary. NPC companions, predictable worlds, nothing unexpected. So he sought thrills, blood, danger, killing. Yet even that faded. Meanwhile, reality exacted its price. His once healthy body weakened, plagued by headaches and nosebleeds. His mind sharpened even as his life slipped away. Still, he clung to the dreams. Reality felt dull by comparison. Until one day, the pain struck like drills in his skull. Blood burst from all 7 orifices. He collapsed. Doctors found nothing. Anemia, hypoglycemia, lack of exercise, they said. He tried exercise, medicine, supplements, nothing helped. His body only worsened. And then came the realization his life was draining away beyond his control. The fear should have been crushing. Instead, Su Mu laughed. Blood dripped from Su Mu's nose, splattering across the white pages of his notebook in crimson patterns that looked almost artistic. His cheeks burned with a sickly flush. His body trembled from the pain splitting his skull. Yet he smiled, as though he had just discovered an amusing prey. He grabbed his pen and scribbled quickly on the blood-stained page. 7 days. I still have 7 days to live. The 368th time, waking from a dream, and my mental power has grown stronger again. As I suspected, every dream increases it, not by fixed amounts, but by percentage, roughly 1% each time. He paused, then added his 4th dream conjecture summary. Sleep guarantees a dream, and each dream raises total mental power. The only way to avoid it is to not sleep. Reading, studying, indulging desires, or even destroying the dream itself all consume mental energy. The body is a container. Mental power is water. Once the water exceeds the container's limits, it cracks. The results: headaches, tinnitus, nosebleeds, weakness, muscle decay. Snap! Su Mu closed the notebook. The truth was clear. His body could no longer endure the endlessly swelling tide of power. In 7 days, he would die. The solution sounded simple: strengthen the vessel. But in his frail condition, ordinary training was like asking a dying man to run a marathon. It would only kill him faster. His only option was to burn through vast amounts of mental energy daily. Relieving the pressure before sleep filled him again. That was why he sought out indulgence, chaos, and destruction, to empty the bladder before it burst. Now, with his head splitting apart once more, Su Mu collapsed onto the desk, chest heaving, sweat beating down his pale face. Outside, a sleek black car rolled to a stop in front of the crumbling apartment block. Pedestrians froze. A car like that didn't belong in District 13. When 2 burly men in black suits stepped out, necks marked with the dreaded black snake tattoo. Faces paled, eyes averted. The Viper Gang, the most ruthless syndicate in the district. When they came knocking, corpses followed. The 2 men pulled a wheelchair from the trunk and entered the building. Relief swept the bystanders once they vanished inside. "Who's unlucky enough to owe them money this time?" someone whispered. They brought a wheelchair, probably here to break someone's legs. Fools! No one borrows from the Vipers unless they want to die. The crowd scattered, afraid to be caught in the splash of blood. A moment later, the gangsters pushed open Su Mu's door. Their sharp eyes swept the shabby room and landed on him instantly. "Boss!" they barked in unison. Su Mu's frown deepened. How many times have I told you? Don't call me that. Address me by position. The two stiffened, then hastily corrected themselves. Yes, leader. Satisfied, Sumu adjusted the brown glasses on his face. Behind the tinted lenses, his dark eyes gleamed with a dangerous, vampiric allure. He moved to rise, but dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed back onto the stool. The men froze, uncertain. Help me up, Sumu ordered coldly. They rushed forward, carefully lifting him into the wheelchair. Moments later, the frail but terrifying leader of the Viper Gang was escorted into the waiting car. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. In a dim hall, Sumu sat in a wheelchair. Behind him was a huge wall that looked very abrupt, with dazzling dark gold patterns engraved on it. If you look closely, you will find that the so-called dark gold patterns are clearly dense Ouroboros, which intertwine with each other to form one mysterious symbol after another. In front of him stood a crowd of people, no less than 100 people, all of whom were strong men in black suits, ties, and black venomous snakes tattooed on their necks. There were candles placed around the hall, like some kind of incense, filling the air with a faint jasmine scent. Leader! Hundreds of men in black suits shouted in unison. Their fierce and sturdy faces were full of fanaticism, and they looked at Sumu with eyes like gods. Sumu nodded calmly and began today's brainwashing hypnosis. This is also one of his daily routines, relying on hypnosis to consume his overflowing mental power every day. He taught himself hypnosis. He read all the hypnosis books available on the market. There are not many effective methods recorded in the books, and the operation is very cumbersome. People who are a little defensive will not be hypnotized, but this is only for ordinary people. He is different because he has a strong mental power far beyond ordinary people. With the blessing of mental power, hypnosis has a magical effect in his hands. The Viper Gang is the largest gang in District 13 of Xingqing. There are hundreds of core members and thousands of peripheral brothers who can be mobilized. They are known for their viciousness and unscrupulous means. Everyone in them is a scum. They are notorious in the entire District 13. But such a brutal gangster is as docile as a little lamb in front of Sumu. A few months ago, Sumu used hypnosis to eat away at the Viper Gang bit by bit. He first found a lone Viper Gang member and hypnotized him with his mental power. Then he asked the hypnotized member to call his good brothers and the good brothers of their good brothers. This continued day after day. Before long, all the core members of the Viper Gang were hypnotized. No matter how ruthless the Viper Gang was, they were just ordinary people and could not resist such extraordinary means. For Sumu, who was the emperor of the immortal realm, the supreme of the demon realm, and the lord of the god realm, controlling a gang did not give him any sense of accomplishment. The Viper Gang was just a tool for him to consume his mental power. Hypnosis is not permanent, just like brainwashing. If you don't do it for a while, it may rebound. Under the gaze of the Viper Gang members, Sumu took out a dark gold hollow pattern pocket watch from his arms. The pattern on it was exactly the same as the wall behind him, both of which were intertwined Ouroboros. This is the hypnotic symbol he designed. According to the book Psychological Hypnosis Teaching Records, hypnosis needs to design a unique symbol to serve as an anchor point for hypnosis. This symbol cannot be commonplace. It is best to keep it mysterious and special enough to attract the attention of others at a glance. For this reason, he chose the Ouroboros, a snake that opened its huge mouth and bit its tail. The Ouroboros is a symbol that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. It is usually in a ring shape, and sometimes it is twisted into the number 8. It symbolizes death and life, eternity and unity, and also has the meaning of infinity, cycle, and immortality. The palm of the hand gently loosened, and the pocket watch slipped from the hand and hung in the air, connected by a thin gold chain, swinging left and right in the air like a pendulum. Everyone, look at the pocket watch. A low and magnetic voice came out of Sumu's mouth, like a trickle of stream water invading the ears of the Viper Gang. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the mysterious pocket watch, and they kept swinging with the swing of the pocket watch. The candles and incense around him continued to emit the fragrance of jasmine, and the patterned wall behind Su Mu was shining with him. Suddenly, he pulled down the brown glasses on his face, revealing the deep eyes behind the glasses. With the blessing of spiritual power, those eyes were like stars in the night, shining brightly. Buzz! An invisible spiritual wave spread out from Su Mu's eyes, as if hundreds of invisible little snakes were scattered and slowly drilled into the spiritual world of the crowd. For a moment, the fanaticism on the faces of the Viper gang seemed to be ignited. They spontaneously knelt on the ground and worshipped their gods like pilgrims. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! The sound of cheering resounded and did not dissipate for a long time. This is Su Mu's hypnosis. In fact, the principle of hypnosis is very simple, which is to guide the other party's attention and then take advantage of the opportunity to make them stare at the pocket watch. That is, to focus everyone's attention on the pocket watch. When people focus on external objects, they ignore the defense of their inner world. This is why the pattern on the pocket watch is designed as an Ouroboros. Others may ignore it after just one glance, but with the mysterious pattern, it can attract more attention. As for why a pocket watch is used, the same reason applies. In an era when everyone uses watches, if you suddenly take out a pocket watch, isn't it very eye-catching? In addition to the pocket watch, the scented candles around are also specially made, with a slight calming effect. After inhalation, it will not cause any damage to the body, but it will relax the mind. The Ouroboros wall behind is to enhance psychological suggestion, and the brown glasses are used to cover the eyes and isolate the sight. Humans have a very strange psychology. That is, the less you can see, the more you want to see. For example, a beautiful woman in a bikini, obviously showing a lot, but people's eyes will unconsciously focus on the covered part. Similarly, brown glasses blur the eyes, and people will subconsciously focus their eyes on the glasses, wanting to see the eyes behind the glasses clearly. So when Su Mu took off his glasses, he would naturally attract attention and let others look into his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao took a deep breath, and a trace of palpitation flashed in his eyes, as if he recalled some bad scenes. The head was blown up by a blunt object, and there were multiple fractures all over the body. During the time they disappeared, Yang Dongqing happened to be away from home. Judging from the traces at the scene, it can be basically determined that it was Yang Dongqing who did it. But what? Su Mu's mouth curled up a little, as if he had found some interesting prey. I don't understand the professional terms of forensic identification. Anyway, they died in a very strange way, as if they were hit to death by some kind of blunt steel weapon, but there are fist marks left on their bones. Chief, could it be that Yang Dongqing beat them to death with iron gloves? Hearing this, Su Mu smiled silently, and the brown glasses seemed unable to block the dim light in his eyes. I finally found it. Zhao Chaoyao's face changed. You mean this Yang Dongqing is the legendary extraordinary person? But I sent someone to check his life. He is just a poor student, an orphan, and... At the end, his voice became smaller and smaller. His expression was a little panic, and he didn't dare to look at Su Mu, because he suddenly found that what he described was very similar to the chief. The chief is also an orphan, a poor student, and an extraordinary person. So why can't Yang Dongqing be one? Wait, could it be? Zhao Chaoyao seemed to have discovered some blind spots. It turned out that the condition for becoming a superhuman was... Su Mu ignored his panic, but turned around and picked up the crystal wine bottle on the table beside him. The red wine swayed with the shaking of the bottle. Ding! The collision between the bottle mouth and the goblet was crisp and pleasant, and the mellow red wine flowed into the cup. Su Mu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. A slight blush appeared on his pale face, and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he was savoring it. After a moment, he opened his eyes and frowned slightly. It's as unpalatable as ever. He couldn't get used to the taste of red wine. Compared with red wine, he still preferred the crispness of beer and the mellowness of white wine. But unfortunately, with his current physical condition, he could only drink red wine to numb his nerves and relieve headaches with the help of alcohol. Go on. He shook the red wine glass. Chow Yao quickly changed the subject. By the way, Chief, do we still need to send people to continue to monitor Yang Dongqing? No, the monitoring is only to confirm whether he is a superhuman. Now it has been basically confirmed. An ordinary student, but he blew up the heads of 2 members of the Viper Gang with his bare hands, and even left fist marks on the bones. This is no longer explained by supernatural power. Then what should we do next? Sumu gently raised the red wine glass, and the crystal glass reflected the mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he drank the red wine, opened his lips slightly, and uttered leisurely words accompanied by the smell of alcohol. Hunting, superhuman. Chow Yao was shocked, and his expression was both excited and nervous. Hunting the legendary superhuman? That was something he had never dared to think about. A black car was driving on the dilapidated street, with low houses on both sides. Behind the rows of houses, there were several large chimneys that were emitting black smoke, and tiny black particles were constantly discharged into the air. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Sumu quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. The pedestrians passing by were generally wearing dark gray or dark blue work clothes, walking hurriedly and looking numb. Occasionally, some girls standing outside the houses with small pink lights on were seen. They were dressed very brightly and coolly, mostly in yellow and red short skirts, like flowers blooming in the gray and white world. Sumu didn't know if he was a so-called extraordinary person. Even before he controlled the Viper Gang, he didn't know that there were extraordinary people in the world. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen living in the 13th district of Xingqing, one of the 72 cities under the Qian Empire. In Xingqing, districts 1 to 10 are the upper city districts, where social elites, dignitaries, celebrities, rich people, and imperial nobles live. Districts 11 to 20 are the lower city, where a large number of workers and farmers live, and gangs are rampant, and stepdaughters and thieves can be seen everywhere. There are many factories in the lower city, as well as a large amount of arable land, livestock, and garbage dumps, which are used to provide food, goods, and garbage disposal for the upper city. The upper city enjoys a lot of resources, and then leaves pollution, backwardness, and poverty to the lower city. The distinction between the upper and lower is like a natural chasm, forcibly dividing people into different levels and separating them with city walls, like 2 worlds. Perhaps in the upper city, the extraordinary is not secret, but in the lower city, the extraordinary is synonymous with mystery and is driven by heavy work every day. Ordinary people who are crushed by the work can't touch it all. Sumu learned from the news network of the Viper Gang that there is such a kind of people in this world who control the power that ordinary people can't imagine. This power is called extraordinary. He doesn't know how to become an extraordinary person, nor does he know where the power of extraordinary people comes from, and he doesn't even know if he is an extraordinary person, but this doesn't prevent him from hunting extraordinary people. Hunting the extraordinary person named Yang Dongqing. At present, his physical condition is getting worse at a speed visible to the naked eye, and ordinary medical means can't solve it at all, but the appearance of Yang Dongqing gives him hope. With just a pair of fists, he can blow up the head and even leave fist marks on the bones. Such a strong physical fitness needs no further explanation. As long as he can get this power, he can temporarily control the infinitely growing mental power, and then survive. Half an hour later, the black car stopped near school. There was a copper plaque hanging on the gate, which was full of traces of wind and sun, and the 4 characters of elite middle school were blurred. However, the school is, as its name suggests, it trains only elites who can get a job in a factory after graduation without having to spend money to find connections. They can be said to be born with the talent for screw-tying skills. Sumu, dressed in black casual clothes, slowly got out of the car and immediately attracted the attention of many students. After all, there were not many students like him who came to school in luxury cars in District 13. This, the latest model of Thunder X600. Whose car is this? So luxurious? Who else could it be? Young Master Su from Class 2, Grade 3. Someone sneered, with a strong sense of sourness in his words. Young Master Su? Is he the sickly guy with narcolepsy? I heard that he asks for leave every few days, and someone has seen him suddenly faint during class. Why did he come to school today? Sure. Keep your voice down. You are risking your life. Some classmates have seen him get close to the Viper Gang with their own eyes, and it is said that he is the prince of the Viper Gang. As soon as the 3 words Viper Gang came out, the whispering students instantly fell into a dead silence. No one dared to speak again, and even dare not look at Sumu twice. Sumu walked slowly into the school gate with a snake-patterned wooden cane. The handle on the top of the cane was made of gold and diamonds, and there was a small clock hidden in the center. The dial was unsurprisingly depicted with a mysterious Ouroboros. He walked very slowly with the cane, like an emperor inspecting his territory. His handsome appearance, thin and tall figure, pale skin, and eyes hidden behind brown glasses made him full of a magnificent mystery. Some girls in the school who admired him even spread rumors behind his back that his ancestors were nobles, but for some reason they drifted to the lower city and were also nicknamed Lost Nobles. However, only he himself knew the actual situation. He didn't walk with a cane to show off, but with his current physical condition, he couldn't live without crutches for the rest of his life. When they were almost at the teaching building, a petite girl with short hair and dark blue school skirt came running over. She stopped in front of Sumu rashly. A blush had already appeared on her fair face, and she was holding a pink letter paper tightly in her hand. Sumu. The girl's big eyes dodged like stars, and she didn't dare to look up at Sumu. The girl seemed to be quite famous among the students. When she appeared, the eyes of the surrounding students were obviously focused on her. Isn't this Jiangyu, the class flower of Class 2, Grade 3? Is she holding a love letter? Is she going to confess to Sumu? Why is there another girl confessing to Sumu? This world is so unfair. A boy wailed. If you have a luxury car to pick you up every day and you are handsome, naturally there will be girls confessing to you. The whispers around made Jiangyu's face more rosy. If the weather was a little hotter, I'm afraid you could see smoke. Sumu, are you feeling better? Jiangyu said with courage. Sumu smiled, and a gentle and magnetic voice sounded. Much better. Thank you for your concern. For a moment, the girl's face became even redder, and she didn't dare to look up at all, staring at her toes. That's good, She kept pinching the pink letter paper with both hands, hesitating but unable to say the following words. Fortunately, Sumu helped her out and pointed at the letter paper. Is this for me? Jiangyu's petite body trembled slightly, and she raised her head like a spring. She mustered up the courage to look at Sumu and saw the gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. The courage she had just mustered up instantly faded like a tide, and her head lowered like lightning. However, the last courage allowed her to successfully raise her hands and hand the letter to Sumu. Sumu classmate I like you, Jiangyu, who had never dared to look up, finally spoke her mind. But unlike before, this time when she lowered her head, she not only saw her toes, but also a slightly tilted, snake-patterned wooden cane. The golden dial on the top of the cane exuded a different luster in the sun, and the Ouroboros seemed to come alive and penetrate into the girl's spiritual world. In an instant, the shyness on Jiangyu's face faded away, and there was only a blank expression. Then a cold voice like a robot whispered, Leader, Yang Dongqing came to school 10 minutes ago. After that, Jiangyu was slightly distracted and returned to her previous nervous and shy appearance. Sumu's smile became more gentle, and a faint light appeared under his brown glasses. I know. Jiangyu raised her head nervously. Then classmate Sumu you like. Thank you for telling me, classmate Jiangyu. But as a student, I think it's better to focus on academic studies. What do you think? Jiangyu trembled slightly. Her eyes surged with sourness, and crystal tears began to swirl. She bit her lips tightly and raised her head tremblingly. But she saw the brown glasses on Sumu's face slightly falling, revealing a pair of dark and indistinguishable eyes. Under the gaze of these eyes, Jiangyu's tears magically stopped, A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes, and she nodded subconsciously. I think you are right. Then what are you waiting for? Go study. Okay. Then, Jiangyu walked away as if nothing had happened. The sisters hiding on the side quickly surrounded her and asked in a flurry, How is it? Did it succeed? Did it succeed? I knew Su Mu would definitely fall at your feet. Everyone knows that our Xiao Yiye is the class flower. Jiangyu smiled happily at the sisters. No, I failed. The sisters' voices stopped abruptly, and they looked at Jiangyu in surprise or astonishment. Don't tease us. You can be so happy after failure. You have been secretly in love with Su Mu for a long time, but Su Mu always asks for leave, and you can't find a chance. Today you finally found a chance. If you still fail, I don't believe you can still laugh. You have cried a lot. Jiangyu laughed dumbly. Am I so fragile in your eyes? I didn't lie to you. I was indeed rejected by Su Mu. The sisters were more and more stunned. Really? Jiangyu, you are not stimulated by something, right? A female student quickly reached out to touch Jiangyu's forehead, but Jiangyu smiled and dodged. Oh, stop it. I'm fine. Although I was rejected, Su Mu said something to me. I think he was right. What did he say? Jiangyu reached out and put her short hair behind her ears. A smile appeared on her unpainted face. You should focus on your studies. Su Mu stepped into the teaching building. It was not yet class time, and there were still many students playing in the corridor. Some were talking about where to go after school, some were showing off their newly bought photo albums, and some were secretly pulling girls' hair and being chased by girls all over the corridor. The girl whose hair was pulled was so angry that her face flushed. She threatened and chased the boy, but judging from the smile in her eyes, she was probably not really angry. The boy ran all the way and looked back to provoke from time to time. His face was only proud of the success of the prank. Soon, the boy rushed to Su Mu. Seeing someone blocking his way, he was so scared that he quickly turned sideways and slowed down, passing by Su Mu. Leader, Yang Dongqing is in the toilet. A short and low voice sounded at the moment of passing by, and the speed of speech was so fast that it seemed like an auditory hallucination. The girl followed closely behind, her face full of youthful breath. However, this youthful breath condensed instantly when passing by Su Mu. Her expression suddenly became expressionless, as if she was a puppet being controlled. Leader, Cui Hao and others are blackmailing Yang Dongqing in the toilet. After saying that, the girl returned to her original state as if nothing had happened. Don't run. If you have the guts, don't go back to the classroom for class. I'll stab you, or you'll be done. Su Mu's expression did not change. He still leaned on his cane and walked forward like an elegant aristocrat. But he did not go back to the classroom, but went to the toilet. There were a few wisps of smoke floating out of the toilet door, mixed with a few muffled groans and screams. He used his cane to lift the door curtain covered with yellow stains and entered. Coincidentally, a boy was walking out. The boy had a common face that would be hard to find in a crowd, but there was a bit of arrogance and hostility between his eyebrows, and there were a few dark red bloodstains on his fists. The boy saw Su Mu and didn't say anything, but just frowned slightly with a little warning in his eyes, and then walked out of the toilet with his head held high. Su Mu also ignored the boy, even though this was his target, Yang Dongqing. He walked straight to the toilet cubicle and pushed open the door with his cane and saw 3 boys with dyed yellow hair lying in a mess beside the toilet, wailing constantly. What the hell are you looking at? The dirty words were just halfway through, bang. The cane tapped the ground lightly, making a dull sound. Strange mental fluctuations spread out, and the 3 yellow-haired men's originally fierce eyes suddenly became blank and then became serious. Leader, well, what's going on? Under Su Mu's gaze, Cui Hao, the leader of the 3 yellow-haired men, began to answer. We extorted money from Yang Dongqing as usual, but this time he didn't give it and beat us up. Su Mu nodded. What are you going to do next? I told him not to leave after school, and he agreed. I found a good brother outside the school, with dozens of people under his command. I plan to contact the brother and block him after school. Hearing this, Su Mu smiled silently, turned around, and left the toilet without saying a word. And not long after he left, The wailing in the toilet sounded again. In the classroom, Su Mu sat in the last row by the window, staring at the scenery outside the window in a trance. The middle-aged, fat, bald teacher with glasses read the textbook as if reading Schwanka. Some students were sleeping, some were whispering, and only a few people in the front row were listening carefully. The teacher didn't care about class discipline. Unless the noise was too loud, he would let a few bad apples go out to stand as punishment. The rest of the time, he taught as if completing a task. Ordinary classroom, ordinary teacher, everything looks so ordinary, but who would have thought that in this small classroom, there's a legendary, extraordinary person, and a person who wants to hunt extraordinary people. Yang Dongqing is Su Mu's classmate. Unlike Su Mu, who is the center of attention and no one dares to mess with him, Yang Dongqing is the most inconspicuous student in the class. He is often bullied and even blackmailed. But now it's different. The once timid Yang Dongqing has a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. It is a kind of arrogance that stands out from the crowd, as if everyone looks like a little scoundrel. At this time, Yang Dongqing was holding a pen in a daze, and from time to time he would lower his head and write a few words on the notebook. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed by minute, and nearly half of the class had passed. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed slightly, and he subconsciously covered his chest, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. "Teacher Wong, I want to go to the toilet." He suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Wong, who was giving a lecture, glanced at him lightly and waved his hand. "Go." After Yang Dongqing used a pen to smear the handwriting on the notebook, he immediately stood up and left the classroom. The management of elite middle school is so loose. Even so, this school is still the leading school in District 13. Of course, there are not many middle schools in the entire District 13. Da-da-da. As the footsteps outside the classroom gradually moved away until they disappeared completely, a strange scene appeared. Teacher Wong's lecture stopped abruptly, and the students who had been whispering stopped talking at the same time, as if they had agreed. The whole classroom seemed to have been paused and fell into silence in an instant. All the students sat straight, stiff as puppets swish. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, looking straight at Su Mu in the last row. "Leader." A uniform and low voice sounded. Su Mu retracted his gaze from the window and fell on everyone. What did he write? Yang Dongqing's desk mate and the desk behind him answered at the same time. "Dream. Nightmare." Su Mu's eyes moved slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Dream? Nightmare? Why did Yang Dongqing write these two words? It's not surprising that adolescent boys and girls write anything. They always have some strange fantasies, but Yang Dongqing, as a superhuman, is definitely different. He who has been bullied all the time suddenly rose up, which happened in the past half-month. It is obvious that he suddenly became a superhuman in the past half-month. Once you become a superhuman, your thinking will definitely not be the same as that of an ordinary person. That it seems that people with a monthly salary of 3,000 and people with a monthly salary of 3 million must think differently. So Yang Dongqing's writing of these two words must not be some kind of youth pain literature, but should be related to his sudden change of color just now and to the extraordinary people. Could it be that? Su Mu had a vague guess in his heart. Could it be that Yang Dongqing, like himself, obtained his abilities through dreams? His mental power is infinitely growing, while his physical body is infinitely enhanced. In other words, he is also an extraordinary person? No, there's one thing wrong. That is, Yang Dongqing did not sleep in class. He clearly remembered that when he could control dreams, no matter when and where, what he wanted to do most was to sleep. Compared with being omnipotent in dreams, reality seemed extremely boring. If Yang Dongqing was the same, he did not believe that with his mentality he could bear not to sleep. Interesting. Su Mu's mouth drew a smile. He liked this unknown, and the unknown meant surprises. He had long been tired of the omniscience and omnipotence in dreams. Boom! The cane tapped the ground, and the classroom was noisy again. Students, turn to page 138. The drowsy lecture sounded again. Su Mu's thoughts also drifted. In fact, he had hypnotized everyone in the school, including the guard dog raised by the security guard. In order to consume the increasing mental power, how could he let go of the students around him? This is why he was able to find out that Yang Dongqing was a superhuman. One day, half a month ago, he found that Yang Dongqing had actually gotten rid of hypnosis. In other words, everyone in the school was like his puppets, and then the string on Yang Dongqing broke. It was also at that time that Su Mu realized that Yang Dongqing had become a superhuman. Half a month ago, Yang Dongqing didn't come to class for about a week. When he returned to school, Su Mu wanted to strengthen the hypnosis, so he inadvertently shook the Ouroboros pattern on the cane in front of Yang Dongqing, but he didn't react. Later, for testing, Su Mu conducted a series of hypnotic suggestions and came to two conclusions. 1. Yang Dongqing had some changes and ordinary hypnosis was ineffective on him. 2. This change was mainly physical rather than mental. Otherwise, hypnosis would have been discovered long ago. It was based on this premise that the subsequent development was made. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang amid the students' anticipation. Finally, school is over. Let's go play games. There's a new game hall on Shishan Road. I'm so hungry. Let's go home for dinner. Amid the noise, Yang Dongqing left the classroom without saying a word. He seemed to have something on his mind. His face had not looked good since he raised his hand to go to the bathroom in the first class. When Yang Dongqing walked to the school gate, Chui Hao, who was beaten black and blue, had already gathered dozens of people waiting for a long time. Then he was pulled away by Chui Hao and others. Su Mu was indifferent to this and got into the luxury car and left. Soon, the luxury car stopped in front of a residential building. Led by Zhao Zhaoyao, the second in command of the Viper Gang, he went to the room on the top floor. The room was empty, with only a chair and a telescope placed by the window. In addition, there were two strong men in black clothes and a girl wearing a cheap dress, with a pure face and a timid look. Two strong gangsters and a pitiful girl. This combination always reminds people of some bad scenes. Su Mu ignored everyone and sat on the chair directly. Zhao Chaoyao quickly raised the telescope and carefully placed it next to his eyes. Lower. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao quickly adjusted the position of the telescope, and Su Mu's sight fell on a small and narrow alley through the telescope. At this time, the alley was crowded with people, including Chui Hao and Yang Dongqing. Chui Hao pointed at Yang Dongqing's nose with an arrogant face and cursed, and dozens of people behind him also shouted, some of them holding baseball bats in their hands. Yang Dongqing, weren't you very arrogant before? Now my big brother is here. You want to be more arrogant? Yang Dongqing, who was surrounded by dozens of people, did not show any fear on his face. He just frowned, and his eyes revealed a trace of anxiety, as if he was worried about something. Hey, Howsy, don't scare your classmates. A man wearing ripped jeans, a denim jacket, and holding a cigarette patted Chui Hao on the shoulder. Brother, it was this kid who beat me. Chui Hao looked a little excited. The man called the big brother smiled slightly, nodded in style, and told him to rest assured. Then, the big brother walked to Yang Dongqing with a slouch and did not look at him directly, but took a puff of cigarette casually and patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder, pretending to be deep. You're called Yang Dongqing, right? Take your hands away, Yang Dongqing said coldly. The elder brother paused for a moment while holding the cigarette, and the smile on his lips turned a little cold. He praised, young people nowadays are full of energy, a bit like me back then. However, Yang Dongqing, you have to know one thing. It is not a good thing for young people to be too full of energy, especially. It hurts. Let go of me. Yang Dongqing grabbed the elder brother's hand and twisted it behind his back. Then, with a click, it was directly broken. The shrill screams echoed through the alley, and the elder brother's face turned pale with pain, and he knelt down on the ground. Fuck, what the hell are you still standing there for? Kill him for me. The gangsters were stunned at first, and then they reacted and rushed towards Yang Dongqing while cursing. Facing the siege, Yang Dongqing smiled coldly. You are unlucky because I am in a bad mood today. He rushed into the crowd, like a human tank, and punched the man with a casual punch, causing him to bleed and fall to the ground. and the sticks that fell on him not only did not hurt him, but also made a sound of metal clashing. Su Mu retracted his gaze, with a vague guess in his heart. He no longer looked at Yang Dongqing, but cast his eyes on the girl in the house. The girl's body trembled, and a flattering and charming smile appeared on her pure face. "Is this the person you found?" Su Mu looked at the girl. "Leader, her name is Jasmine, but she is the top card of Fengyue Club." "Jasmine, why don't you call someone quickly?" Zhao Xiaoyao urged. Jasmine's smile became more charming, and she said in a coquettish voice, "Hello, boss." Su Mu frowned. "Put away your worldly air. I want a pure and innocent girl, not tainted by worldly affairs, like by Yu Egwang's pureness, understand? It's not as simple as changing clothes." "Hey, what did you tell me?" Zhao Chaoyao's body trembled, and he quickly explained, "Chief, I told you everything." "Oh." Su Mu glanced at him indifferently and said meaningfully, "Then you mean my problem?" Zhao Chaoyao's cold sweat came down, and he quickly knelt on the ground. "I dare not. Jasmine, what did I tell you before? You just acted like a student come." Feeling the solemn atmosphere, Jasmine also panicked. "I'm only good at acting as a student, but I really haven't been to school much. It's the club that advertises me as a student." "You." Zhao Chaoyao suddenly became anxious, as if he was deceived. "Oh, forget it." Su Mu sighed. "I should have thought that your head full of muscles must not fully understand my instructions. Jasmine, right? Do you know your mission?" Jasmine nodded like a chicken eating rice. "I know. My mission this time is mainly to deceive Yang Dongqing's trust, and it's best to make him fall in love with me. Boss, you have to believe me. I have done my homework before I came. Even the character setting, story background, and script have been written." Su Mu was slightly interested. "Tell me about it." "I'm a good girl who dropped out of school to work. I have dreamed of singing since I was a child, but my father is addicted to gambling and lost all his money. My mother is also sick, and I have a younger brother who is in school. In order to pay off debts, treat illnesses, and support my brother's schooling, I had to drop out of school to work, sing in bars, and accompany drinks. Later, a customer forced me to drink and took me away by force. On the way, I met Yang Dongqing. I asked him for help, and he saved me, and then—" "Stop." Su Mu held his forehead with his hand and interrupted helplessly. "It's a vulgar plot. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a broken girl. There is nothing new about it." Faced with such an evaluation, Zhao Chaoyao began to look at Jasmine with unfriendly eyes, and Jasmine's face began to turn pale. She knew very well what kind of behemoth she was facing. It was the local snake of the entire 13th district, the Viper Gang, especially the young man in front of him, who could make the second-in-command of the Viper Gang so respectful. His identity was self-evident. If the other party was not satisfied, it would be as easy for the Viper Gang to kill him as to crush an ant. But Su Mu suddenly changed the subject, making Jasmine's heart rise to her throat. As the saying goes, classics will be passed on forever. Since you all share a set of templates, it means that this template is still very useful. It is enough to deceive a simple student. Huh. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she passed the test. Although the script passed the test, your temperament needs to change, and you need to get into the role. A girl who has experienced so many ups and downs, but refuses to give up her dreams and dares to face the hardships in life, must have a kind of stubbornness, resistance, and a sense of brokenness. Understand? Understand, I'm fine. Jasmine took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she seemed to be a completely different person. The dusty breath faded away. She bit her lips stubbornly, and although there were tears flashing in her black and white eyes, she no longer dodged and dared to look directly at Su Mu, like a small grass facing the storm, although small, but always fighting with tenacious vitality. There was light in her eyes, which was a struggle against fate and a desire for a better tomorrow, like the brightest star in the dark night sky. Not bad, Su Mu praised. Jasmine was immediately delighted, and a flattering and charming smile appeared on her face. Su Mu frowned. Keep the state just now. That person, take her down to arrange it. Yes, leader. Zhao Chao Yao was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly took Jasmine to rehearse. Night. Yang Dongqing went out wearing black clothes, a baseball cap, and a mask. He dressed like this because he never waited overnight for revenge. During the day, Cui Hao came to cause trouble twice, which had already touched his reverse scale. He couldn't allow the other party to breathe the same air as him. If there were not many people during the day, he would definitely kill him on the spot. He was so vindictive. Since the last incident, his mentality has changed completely. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, and the collision of his 5 fingers and palms made a steel-like sound. A flash of heat flashed in his eyes. Power. This is the feeling of having power, but it's not enough. I need more power so that I can survive in hell and dominate my life. His eyes were hot, and there was a crazy ambition in his eyes. He put on his hood, hid his face in the shadow, and then stepped out. He was very fast, like a ghost in the night, galloping in the shadow. When Yang Dongqing walked to a remote alley, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Help! Help! Please let me go. No. You bitch, didn't you act so cool in the bar just now? Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. The young woman's call and a man's lewd laughter reached Yang Dongqing's ears from the depths of the alley. Yang Dongqing looked indifferent. In the outer city, public security has always been a big problem. He shook his head coldly. You will suffer for your own sins. In his opinion, knowing that the public security in the outer city is poor, she didn't go home in the middle of the night, but stayed in the bar. She must not be a good girl. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice again. Brother, this little girl is really beautiful. She is not a student, right? Hee. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful woman. I am lucky today. Yang Dongqing paused and turned to rush to the depths of the alley. In the dark alley, there were no street lights around, only the bright moonlight cast on the earth, illuminating the sinful scene in front of them. A woman in a cheap dress was being pressed against the wall by 2 men dressed in shabby clothes. The woman resisted fiercely, but how could she compare to the men in strength? Despair spread in those smart eyes, as if someone had sprinkled a layer of dust on the night pearl, making her eyes dim. But just when she was desperate, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene. The girl's eyes suddenly burst into a light of hope. Save me. The man was Yang Dongqing. Stop. Let go of that girl. He rushed over like a locomotive, without waiting for the 2 men to react. Bang, bang. 2 punches were thrown, and the 2 flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the walls on both sides hard. When they got up again, they felt that all the bones in their bodies were about to break. Oh, it hurts so much. Who dares to ruin my good deeds? They were answered by 2 kicks, and the 2 were kicked out again, spitting blood. Get lost. Yang Dongqing snorted coldly. The 2 knew that they had met a tough guy, so they didn't even dare to say harsh words, and they ran away. The girl who was finally rescued seemed to be too frightened, and she collapsed on the ground, not saying a word, but buried her head between her legs and sobbed softly. Are you okay? Yang Dongqing walked up and asked. The woman's figure trembled slightly, and trembled for a long time before she raised her head. The moment she raised her head, the cold moonlight hit her face, and Yang Dongqing was stunned. As a student, even though he had extraordinary power, his mentality and vision did not change completely after all. Just like when he was a student, everyone liked the same face, and there was a reason for this because everyone's circle was basically concentrated in the school. An excellent boy or girl will always be admired by many people at the same time. When you get into society, you'll find that 698 is more cost-effective. Under the moonlight, Yang Dongqing saw a face with tears in her eyes, a delicate body, red eyes, messy hair, and a look of stubbornness and despair. The whole picture was full of Su Mu's broken feeling. When had Yang Dongqing seen such a scene? A strong desire to protect her arose uncontrollably. Feeling Yang Dongqing's gaze, the girl curled up in fear and hurriedly reached out to pick up the fallen shoulder strap. Thank you for saving me. The girl struggled to get up, but she seemed to be injured and it was difficult to get up. Yang Dongqing subconsciously reached out to help, but the girl dodged like a frightened deer. Don't get me wrong. He began to stutter for no reason. I'm different from them. I won't hurt you. Maybe it was this sentence that the girl's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, was slightly relieved. She raised her head and looked at Yang Dongqing with a stubborn and serious look. The bright moon in the sky was reflected in her eyes. Thank you, what's your name? I will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Dongqing. Without any hesitation, the name came out. Holly. The girl blinked her eyes, and her nervous and fearful mood had eased a lot. If I remember correctly, holly is a flower and also a medicinal material. The flower language is life, which means perseverance, integrity, and vitality. Yang Dongqing was stunned. It was the first time that he realized that the name given to him by his deceased parents had such a deep meaning. The girl smiled. It's a nice name, and it suits you very well. I'm going back. I'll take you there. Almost blurted out, Yang Dongqing even forgot to seek revenge on Shui Hao. The girl's eyes revealed a little warning. No, I can go back by myself. Yang Dongqing suddenly felt a little disappointed. Seeing that the girl was about to leave, he didn't know how to keep her. Maybe God heard his voice and an accident happened. The girl just took 2 steps and suddenly cried out in pain, and then fell to the cold ground. As a superhuman, Yang Dongqing still had this reaction. He immediately stepped forward and hugged the girl's soft body. At that moment, he finally realized what it meant to be warm and soft in his arms. He couldn't help but feel excited. What small girl? Are all girls so small and weak? Just when he was stunned, a soft voice like a mosquito came from his arms. Can you let me go? Yang Dongqing came back to his senses, his face flushed, and he quickly let go of the girl. Thank you. The girl thanked him again, and then limped away. Only then did he notice that the girl's slender ankle had already been swollen. Your foot is injured. Walking back like this may make your condition worse. Let me take you back, the girl said without turning her head. No, I have troubled you enough. I can do it myself. The girl's body center of gravity shifted uncontrollably again and fell to the ground. But what greeted her was not the cold ground, but a chest as hard as steel. Then, she felt herself being picked up. Don't be stubborn. I'll take you. Yang Dongqing's resolute voice came to the girl's ears. The girl seemed a little afraid to look at him, curled up her body, and hummed softly. The boy held the girl and walked in the moonlight. The atmosphere was quiet and charming. Nanmo. The girl suddenly spoke and broke the silence. What? Yang Dongqing didn't understand what it meant at first. My name. Yang Dongqing was slightly distracted. Nanmo. He savored it carefully and felt that the girl's name was very beautiful and seemed very poetic, but he was illiterate and couldn't explain the meaning like Nanmo. It's a very nice name. What's the story behind it? Is it nice? The girl was a little surprised. It's the first time someone said my name is nice, and my friends all think my name is weird, so they usually call me Jasmine. No, I think it's very nice. Nanmo smiled. This time, there was less vigilance in her smile and more happiness. The banana garden hangs 2 fruits, and the jasmine in the southern states suppresses thousands of flowers. What? Yang Dongqing was stunned again. Oh, the story behind my name, didn't you ask? Nanmo said with a little anger. Really? Ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing laughed awkwardly and glanced at the girl's profile in his arms. Really more beautiful than flowers. What did you just say? Nothing, you heard it wrong. But I clearly heard you say something about flowers. In a residential building in the distance, Su Mu slowly put down the night vision binoculars, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a Nanmo, what a Jasmine. It turns out that reality is more interesting than dreams. Even small people have their own shining points. To be precise, it's not reality that is interesting, but people in reality. He hid behind the scenes and witnessed a good play starring Jasmine with his own eyes, and even heard the lines clearly. He can read lips, so there's no obstacle. Because studying in dreams can consume mental energy, he basically kept studying in the later period, and then mastered a lot of interesting life tips, such as making bombs, killing with bare hands, preparing poisons, etc. Su Mu casually threw the night vision telescope to Zhao Zhaoyao, and then lightly ordered, Go check Nanmo. This woman is not as simple as she looks on the surface. Zhao Xiaoyao's heart trembled. Yes, leader. The next day, the headquarters of the Viper Gang. In front of the tall and heavy Ouroboros wall, Su Mu, who had just finished hypnosis, sat in a wheelchair with an empty face. The condition is getting worse. He was pale, and almost no blood could be seen, but his eyes were brighter than ever. Leader, Jasmine is here. The ferocious Zhao Xiaoyao brought the petite Nanemo in. Nanemo was very nervous, and her eyes glanced at the Viper gang members standing around like statues from time to time. How is it going? Su Mu's slightly hoarse voice came from the high platform, echoing in the empty hall. Nanemo looked at Su Mu nervously under the dark gold pattern wall. For some reason, she felt like she was seeing the Emperor. Resisting the urge to kneel, she hurriedly said, "It went smoothly." Yang Dongqing didn't suspect anything. "Yeah." Su Mu nodded, looked at Nanemo carefully, and slowly asked, "Did you sleep?" Nanemo shook her head stiffly. No. He cared about me a lot. He knew I was frightened and injured, so he didn't touch me. As if she was afraid that Su Mu would think she wasn't working hard enough, she added, "But I said I was scared, so I asked him not to leave." He slept on the floor. In the second half of the night, I was afraid he would catch a cold, so I let him sleep on the bed. Su Mu's eyes moved down and fell on the other's slender ankle. The fair skin was still a little red and swollen. Obviously, the injury was not fake, but real. You did a good job. Men won't cherish things that are too easy to get. Nanmo's face was slightly happy. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Actually, I didn't do anything. It was mainly because Yang Dongqing was too simple. Su Mu shook his head. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at her with interest. Don't be modest. Your acting is very real, so real that it doesn't seem like acting. Nanmo's face froze. People like us who have to deal with all kinds of customers every day know a little bit about acting. There is no need to lie. Your good acting skills have nothing to do with your profession, but with your experience. After all, only if you have really experienced it can you perform the stubbornness in the face of despair. Boss, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. Nanmo's smile became more and more stiff. It doesn't mean anything. I just sent someone to investigate your life, but found that your life is very similar to the script you prepared. Gambling father, sick mother, school's younger brother, and you were indeed a student who liked poetry and music. The only difference is that reality is often more cruel than the script, and you are stronger than script. Nanemo was silent. Her face was a little pale, and the dusty atmosphere she had pretended to be had long since faded, and her appearance was somewhat sad and beautiful. Luckily, the people in the script still have parents, but my father had long been beaten to death by debt collectors. My mother also died of illness, and my only brother also cut off relations with me because of my work. At first, I did want to sing in a bar, but I had no fame, so I had to agree to the unspoken rules of the bar owner before I could sing. And then... Stop! Su Mu interrupted. I know your life better than you do. Nanemo was stunned, and the smile on her lips became more and more miserable. She realized that the man in front of her was the leader of the Viper Gang. There was no sympathy for such a person, and she had been used to it over the years. No one would sympathize with her, and those who did were just doing things under the guise of sympathy. Is your brother currently working at the Qingxi machinery factory? After a light word fell, Nanemo was instantly like a frightened deer. Her mind was in chaos. No, don't touch my brother. I will listen to you in everything I... Stop! Su Mu frowned slightly. Have you watched too many TV dramas? Or is your stereotype of me too serious? Why should I touch your brother? Is there anything worth me to handle personally? Nanemo was stunned, and the rising emotions were directly dispersed, a little confused, as if this was the case. I pay money, you do things for me. It's that simple, understand? Understand, then you. I mentioned the Qingxi machinery factory just to change the payment method. Qingxi machinery factory is a small workshop. Because of poor management, it owes the Viper Gang some money. The factory director plans to mortgage the factory to the Viper Gang. It happens that your brother is in Qingxi machinery factory, so I plan to exchange the promised reward to you for Qingxi Machinery Factory and let your brother be the factory director at that time. The Viper gang does not have to pay money, nor does it have to send people to manage such a small workshop. If your brother becomes the factory director, isn't it a win-win situation? What do you think? Nanamo was in doubt. She knew that the other party was definitely not so kind. Taking the initiative to mention Qingxi Machinery Factory, was it still a warning to herself? If the task is done well, her brother will become the director of Qingxi Machinery Factory. If it is not done well, the machinery factory may only be a grave. However, she still chose to agree. After all, she had no room for refusal. I do. Very good. I will give you the second task next. But before that, can you tell me if there is anything special about Yang Dongqing? Nanamo thought for a moment and finally uttered a word. Hard. Hard. Yes, it's very hard. How dare you? Zhao Zhaoyao on the side couldn't help but cursed. Didn't you say you didn't sleep? How do you know it's hard if you haven't slept? Besides, our leader asked what's special about it. Who the hell asked if you're hard or not? Nanamo was startled, but continued. I'm not talking about that kind of hardness, but his whole body is very hard. His skin is like steel. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Steel like skin? Is this the ability of a superhuman? Or is it Yang Dongqing's own ability? He didn't think too much, because he would soon have the answer. Then, he told Nanamo about the follow-up plan. After hearing this, Nanamo looked worried. Do you want to kill him? Sumu smiled. No, I just want to ask him a few questions. But if you just ask questions, is it necessary to do this? Nanmo's worries did not diminish. You've said too much. Nanmo's heart trembled instantly, and when she looked up, she saw the pair of eyes hidden behind the brown glasses, looming, as if they did not contain the emotions that humans have. The owner of those eyes was still smiling, but the smile made people feel cold. She didn't dare to say anything else, so she had to leave respectfully. At night, in a dilapidated bungalow, Yang Dongqing was lost in thought as he watched the busy figures in the kitchen. It was a little cook in an apron, dancing like a butterfly in a small space. After facing the pressure of life and death for a long time, he relaxed for the first time in a long time. It's time to eat. The little cook, Nanamo, smiled and brought 2 dishes. Her white arms passed in front of Yang Dongqing's eyes, and the aroma of the dishes mixed with her body fragrance penetrated into his nose. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and try my cooking skills. In order to repay you, I have used all my skills. Nanamo stretched out her white little hand and shook it in front of Yang Dongqing's eyes. Yang Dongqing came back to his senses, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. It was the first time to eat with a girl at close range, and she was a beautiful girl. This made him a little nervous, and he didn't even know what to say to ease the embarrassment. Fortunately, Nanamo was as active as a little lark and kept chirping. Yang Dongqing ate a lot and was very satisfied. Are you full? Yes, I am. Nanmo smiled happily, her big eyes curved into a crescent shape. It's okay if you are full. Then I will go to work. When these words came out, Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. He knew that Nanmo was going to sing in a bar, but for a girl, this was too dangerous. Can you not go? Nanmo was still smiling. If I don't work, will you support me? Yang Dongqing felt a surge of blood rushing to his chest, and those words almost blurted out, Oh, okay. I'm kidding. How can you support me? People like us can barely support ourselves. I'm leaving, Yang Dongqing. Bang. The shabby door was closed. The petite figure had disappeared, and the laughter in the room seemed like an illusion, leaving only silence. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and said firmly, Jasmine, I will support you. He couldn't say such words before, because he really had a hard time supporting himself. But now, after becoming a superhuman, money? It's just something that can be easily obtained. Then he also went out and prepared to go out to make money. As for how to make money, it's very simple. Rob the rich to help the poor, rob others' wealth, and help your own poverty. In District 13, there are too many rich scumbags. After a long time, Yang Dongqing, who returned with a full load, happily went to the Moonlight Bar where Jasmine worked. I made about 50,000 this time. which is enough to live a good life for a while. Yang Dongxing remembered the cheap dress Nan Mo was wearing. After the dress was torn by the two beasts, Nan Mo did not throw it away, but sewed it and continued to wear it. I could buy a new dress for Jasmine. When he walked to the Moonlight Bar, he was shocked because he found that the door of the Moonlight Bar had been smashed without knowing when. Whoosh! He rushed into the Moonlight Bar, only to see a mess inside, broken glass everywhere, and spilled drinks all over the floor. The waiters were all injured, and a boss-like man was constantly sighing. He looked around, but couldn't find Mo. He panicked. Where's Jasmine? Where's she? Yang Dongxing couldn't stop roaring, with veins popping out on his face. Everyone was shocked, and no one answered. Yang Dongxing directly grabbed a waiter by the collar and lifted him into the air. Where's Jasmine? She was taken away. The waiter trembled. Yang Dongxing was instantly furious. Who took her away? It was two guests wrapped in bandages who rushed in with a group of people, smashing everything they saw and saying that someone saved you last time. Let's see who can save you this time. Yang Dongxing reacted immediately. It was the two beasts who were going to attack Nan Mo last time. He regretted it very much now. He regretted not killing the two people directly at that time. Where did they go? I don't know. The waiter was so scared that he almost cried. At this time, the boss suddenly said, The Viper Gang. I saw that group of people had black snake tattoos on their bodies. They are members of the Viper Gang. Bang! Yang Dongxing let go of his hand, and the waiter collapsed to the ground, and he rushed out without looking back. The notoriety of the Viper Gang is known to everyone in the entire 13th District. Its headquarters is located at the edge of the northwest corner of the 13th District, which is close to the abandoned city area, and is very chaotic. He was anxious and couldn't imagine what kind of treatment a weak and beautiful girl like Nan Mo would suffer if she fell into the hands of these vipers. After Yang Dongxing left, the bar, which was originally filled with wailing, fell into a dead silence in an instant. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at his leaving back. The boss, who had been sighing before, became expressionless. He took out his cell phone, put it to his ear, and said respectfully, Chief, the prey has taken the bait. Yeah, I got it. A low, magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it delicious? In a monitoring room, Su Mu, who was wearing a black suit, asked with a red wine glass in his hand. He was sitting at a large mahogany table, and across from the table was Nan Mo. Nan Mo carefully tasted the precious red wine in her hand, and inevitably left delicate lip prints on the edge of the transparent wine glass. It's delicious. I have never drunk such precious wine. Sumu smiled slightly. I don't like lies. Nan Mo's body stiffened. Actually, it's not that delicious. It's a bit astringent. That's right. I think it's hard to drink too. Try the steak, the best M9 steak. Nan Mo nodded when she heard it, and then cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. The moment she took the steak in her mouth, she knew what tenderness and juiciness meant. This bite was better than any food she had eaten before, except for snacks. But after taking a bite, she didn't dare to eat anymore because Su Mu didn't start. It's okay, eat it. It's still a while before Yang Dongxing comes to save the beauty. When it comes to Yang Dongxing, Nan Mo seems a little silent. She eats the best steak in silence, but for some reason, she feels a little uncomfortable. You really won't kill him? The eyes behind a pair of brown glasses narrowed slightly. You have feelings so casually? Nan Mo shook her head. No, he's a good man. I don't deserve him. I just feel guilty if he really died because of me. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Nan Mo. She looked at the two burly men standing behind Su Mu, with pistols bulging on their waists, and then looked at the surveillance screen. There were a lot of black-clothed strong men with weapons lurking in every corner. This made it impossible for her to associate Su Mu with the word good person. When the steak was about halfway eaten, a scream suddenly came from the surveillance screen. Nan Mo quickly put down the knife and fork in her hand and turned her head to see Yang Dongxing with red eyes forcing his way into the Viper Gang headquarters, which was a narrow corridor. At one end of the corridor was Yang Dongxing, who was like a beast, and At the other end, there was a constant influx of black-clothed men, all holding steel knives, murderous. When the first black-clothed man swung the machete at Yang Dongqing's head, Nan exclaimed, not daring to look at it at all, and subconsciously covered her eyes. However, only a sound of steel clashing was heard from the surveillance. Ding! Nan subconsciously opened her eyes. Her shocked mouth became an O shape and saw that the shiny steel knife stopped on Yang Dongqing's head as if it had hit steel. The other party was not hurt at all except for losing a few hairs. How is this possible? Su Mu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and the smile on his mouth expanded unconsciously. This is exactly the power I need. As long as I can get this power, I don't have to worry about the growing mental power. In the surveillance video, Yang Dongqing's face was as cold as ice, and his right hand chopped down fiercely, snap. The steel knife was directly smashed into 2 sections. However, such a shocking scene did not scare the people of the Viper Gang at all, because Su Mu had already hypnotized and brainwashed them, and now these people are machines without fear. The next moment, countless steel knives chopped at Yang Dongqing, and the sound of metal clashing sounded continuously. At the same time, Su Mu's voice sounded in the headphones of those black-clothed strong men. Try different angles to see if there are any flaws. The black-clothed strong men who received the order chopped at various parts of Yang Dongqing's body. Even if they disrupted the rules of the attack, and even left the gap to Yang Dongqing, they were not afraid at all. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Dongqing was like an armored tank. Rushing through the corridor, people and horses fell and blood flowed everywhere he passed. He was very strong, and with his iron fist, he could really crush skulls with his bare hands. Although the battle was a one-sided crushing, Yang Dongqing was not happy at all, but felt a deep chill in his heart. A man in black, whose chest had just been broken by him, got up from the ground again, holding a machete, and rushed up. Not only was there no fear on his face, but he was very fanatical, shouting loudly, "For the leader!" Yang Dongqing's pupils shrank slightly. He couldn't imagine why he could still stand up when he was clearly in a fatal injury. One person is like this, and everyone is like this. It's not that he hasn't killed gang members before. Those people are all bullies. As long as he shows absolute strength, those people will be scared and kneel down to beg for mercy. But now, all the faces of the Viper Gang are only fanatical. Looking at the fearless Viper Gang members, Yang Dongqing's face became even colder. He made continuous attacks, and in just a moment, he cleared the entire passage. He grabbed a bloody man in black and said fiercely, "Where is Jasmine?" The man in black smiled coldly, his mouth full of blood foam. "For the leader." He punched Yang Dongqing hard with his only remaining left hand. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the other's left hand and twisted it hard. With a click, the man's left hand was instantly twisted like a twist, and even white bone spurs pierced through the skin. "Ah!" the man in black screamed. "I'll ask one last time, where's Jasmine?" But the answer was, "Long live the leader." The man in black used up his last bit of strength and pounced on Yang Dongqing. At this time, the only thing he could use was his teeth, and he bit hard with his bloody teeth. Bang! In front of the iron fist, the man in black's head exploded, and his broken body completely lost its support and collapsed to the ground. Without the black man's cover, Yang Dongqing's expressionless face was revealed in the surveillance video. However, his slightly trembling fist showed his inner restlessness. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo was vomiting violently. Her face was very pale, and her body couldn't stop shaking. Obviously, these pictures had a great impact on her. Su Mu shook his head slightly. "It's a pity for my M9 steak." He raised his glass and drank the red wine in the glass. "Why?" Nan Mo, who was holding the trash can, suddenly asked in a deep voice. Su Mu did not answer. "Why do you do this?" "Just to ask a few questions. You play with Yang Dongqing like this and let so many people die. Why?" Nan Mo suddenly raised her head, trembling but staring at Su Mu stubbornly. "You lost so many of your men, but you are still regretting a piece of steak. What does human life mean to you?" Silence, a dead silence. Ha, 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 ha. Su Mu's unstoppable laughter broke the silence. What are you laughing at? Nan Mo looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, he was as happy as a child. Interesting, it's really interesting. You are in the mud, but you can't bear to see others covered in mud. It is because of people like you that the world is colorful. What does human life mean? What do you say it means? Human life is human life, and it is just human life. The pair of eyes hidden behind the brown glasses were watching Nan Mo with interest, shining brightly in the dim monitoring room. Nan Mo was shocked. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. The fear and discomfort in her heart surged like a tide. You must have heard of the name of the Viper Gang. You should also know what kind of people are gathered here. To be precise, they can't be called people but just scum. Suddenly, Su Mu poured himself another glass of red wine. He shook the glass lightly, and the scarlet wine swirled in the glass, and his pupils also reflected the same scarlet. He took a sip, feeling the paralysis of alcohol, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. For such people, it is a waste of air to live. It is their honor that they can die for me. Are you honored? Su Mu suddenly asked a man in black behind him. The man in black was immediately full of enthusiasm and knelt on one knee. Honor! It is such an honor to die for the leader. Scum like us, social scum, it is you, the leader, who gives us the meaning of life and allows us to be reborn. We will implement the leader's will with our lives. The fanatical words made Nan Mo more and more afraid. She felt a deep arrogance from Su Mu, an arrogance that ignored life, ignored everything, and was above the world, as if he was the only real person in the world, and the others were just tools for his entertainment, NPCs. At this time, Yang Dongqing had come to the second floor of the Viper Gang headquarters. There were 5 floors in total, and ambushes and traps were set up on each floor. Arriving at the second floor, the dark golden Ouroboros engraved on the wall caught my eye. The patterns were lifelike, like a living thing. There were rows of white candles in the corners, exuding the scent of jasmine. Yang Dongqing didn't care about these. His attention was focused on the black muzzle of the gun, not far away. There were only 2 members of the Viper Gang this time, but both of them were holding double guns like 2 door gods, blocking the way forward. Where is Jasmine? Yang Dongqing was answered by a gunshot. Bang! A flash of fire came out of the dark muzzle, and a brass bullet whizzed out. Yang Dongqing didn't dodge, and his speed was not faster than the bullet. Clang! The bullet splashed a spark on his body, and a hole was punched in his clothes, revealing the skin with a cold metallic glow inside. Yang Dongqing stared at the two with an expressionless face. This kind of toy? Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire interrupted his pretentious words directly. Ding, ding, ding. The series of bullets were like hitting a copper wall, an iron wall. Except for the holes in Yang Dongqing's clothes, no other scars were caused. In the monitoring room, Su Mu looked at the power displayed by the other party and became more and more satisfied. At the same time, he also noticed Yang Dongqing's weakness, which was his eyes. When the bullet attacked, Yang Dongqing blocked his eyes with his hands. In this case, let's use grenades, Su Mu said lightly through the intercom. As the order was issued, the 2 men in black holding guns took out grenades from their arms. Seeing the scene, Yang Dongqing was obviously no longer calm. His face changed slightly, and he rushed towards the 2 men in black. The speed was so fast that the 2 men had no time to throw the grenades. However, if you can't throw it, then don't throw it. For the leader, 2 men in black raised grenades and rushed towards Yang Dongqing without hesitation. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the surrounding walls were blown to pieces. When the smoke cleared, only 2 broken bodies were left, and Yang Dongqing was unharmed. Su Mu's eyes became more and more fiery. Is the extraordinary so strong? Yang Dongqing has been an extraordinary person for less than a month, and he can already ignore bullets and withstand grenades? The next moment, a violent cough interrupted his thoughts. On the screen, Yang Dongqing couldn't stop coughing, and blood gushed out of his mouth, but he didn't stop, just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued to move forward. Is the weakness in the internal organs? It seems that his internal organs are not made of steel. The third floor, the same Ouroboros pattern, the same white candle. The difference is that the enemies are two people wearing heavy fire suits, holding huge flamethrowers. As soon as they saw Yang Dongqing, they started to attack without saying a word. The raging flames were like a tide, instantly filling the entire corridor and engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. But the next moment, a charred figure suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire and rushed towards the two men in protective suits like a swift cheetah. The two seemed to have anticipated their fate. They threw away the flamethrowers directly, then took out the grenades prepared in advance and greeted Yang Dongqing. For the leader! Boom! The two were blown to pieces, and Yang Dongqing was obviously not doing well. His internal organs were damaged again, making him spit out blood, and his hair and eyebrows were all burned. The clothes on his body turned into black charcoal and stuck tightly to his body. Obviously, they were all made of plastic. But judging from his speed of action, there was no big problem. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo opened her mouth in shock. It was not until now that she understood what kind of existence the man who slept with her in his arms all night was. Invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire. He is simply a Superman. Is this the legendary superhuman? She learned the word superhuman from Su Mu. No wonder Su Mu went to great lengths to catch Yang Dongqing. If it was Yang Dongqing, maybe he could. Nan Mo looked at Su Mu from the corner of her eyes, but she did not see any fear from him. There was only amusement, like the amusement of a hunter who found an interesting prey. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was far more terrifying than Yang Dongqing, who was a superhuman. Aren't you worried at all? Nan Mo suddenly asked. Worried? What are you worried about? You are targeting a superhuman like this. When he knows that you're the mastermind behind the scenes, what do you think he will do? It is obvious that your men can't stop him. Su Mu tilted his head slightly, and his eyes that could see through people's hearts stared at her intently. Are you testing me? Nan Mo's face froze. Just curious. Su Mu smiled gently. Rather than worry, it's more like expectation. Expectation? Just imagine, when Yang Dongqing really came to me, he saw that his beloved woman was unharmed and even ate a piece of M9 steak. What would be his reaction? Nan Mo's face turned pale. She understood what Su Mu meant. When Yang Dongqing knew that she was actually in the same group with the Viper Gang, what would happen? She didn't want to think about it, and she didn't dare to think about it. It must be very interesting. A gentle voice sounded in the monitoring room, but it made Nan Mo shudder when she heard it. Relax, it's not that easy for him to find me. The fourth layer is poison gas. The previous test has confirmed that only his body surface is invulnerable, but his internal organs are relatively fragile, which means that he is not immune to poison gas. This is a special poison gas that I spent a lot of money on the black market. I think it is difficult for even a superhuman to resist it. What if he holds on and finally succeeds in coming to you? Hearing this question, Su Mu laughed even more happily. That would be even more interesting. I think I would probably be torn into pieces, haha. He seemed to have anticipated this scene and was looking forward to it. Nan Mo didn't know what her mood was now. Some irrelevant thoughts even popped up in her mind. She remembered when she was a child, before her father started gambling, her family was still very happy. At that time, she scored 100 points in the exam, and her father rewarded her by saying that they would go to the amusement park on the weekend. She was happy for a whole week. The expectation of happiness would make her laugh just thinking about it. She found that Su Mu was in this state now. Do you want to play a game? Su Mu suddenly looked at Nan Mo and said. Nan Mo instinctively panicked. She knew that Su Mu could not say anything good. What game? Nan Mo took a deep breath and tried to appear calm. In a game of choosing one from two, who do you think will win? Do I capture Yang Dongqing? Or does Yang Dongqing tear me apart? Nan Mo fell silent. She did not understand why the man in front of her could casually treat his life as a game. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. No, you want to. Su Mu tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and his knuckles made a dull and regular sound of collision with the mahogany table. I allow you to leave now. You could go tell Yang Dongqing that there is poisonous gas on the fourth floor. Nan Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. She really thought about it just now, pretending to go to the bathroom to see if she could find a chance to tell Yang Dongqing. Because Su Mu gave her a too dangerous feeling, she did not believe what Su Mu would do after catching Yang Dongqing. Would a person who doesn't even care about his own life care about the lives of others? She didn't want Yang Dongqing to die because of her. Test. He's testing me. Nan Mo reacted and pretended to be calm. It's useless for me to tell him. He will definitely notice that I am unharmed and can freely enter and exit the Viper Gang, and then kill me in a rage. Su Mu smiled slightly. That's not necessarily the case. You can make up a lie, such as your brother was coerced by the Viper Gang. You repented, escaped at the risk of your life, and reminded him that there is a poison gas trap ahead, and never go in. Finally, drop some small pearls, apologize sincerely, and kiss affectionately. After this set of operations, what do you think Yang Dongqing's reaction will be? Nan Mo didn't speak. She just felt a piercing chill. This man, he is playing with me. He treats me and Yang Dongqing as dolls and fiddles with them at will. At this time, Su Mu continued, of course Yang Dongqing chooses to forgive you. Okay, you'll go to the fourth floor soon. Make a choice quickly. Stay with me or go find Yang Dongqing. Having said this, Nan Mo was no longer silent. Although there was fear in her eyes, she could not get rid of that stubbornness. She looked straight into Su Mu's eyes, even though her vision was blocked by brown glasses. What do you want to do? Su Mu was a little surprised. Is it difficult to understand? I am giving you a chance to live. If I lose, then when he comes to my house and sees us having a good chat, steak, red wine, and candlelight dinner, it will be too late for you to apologize at that time, and you will definitely die. Of course, if I win, then you can go home safely, and your brother can become the director of Qingxi Machinery Factory. If you go to find Yang Dongqing, and I lose, you and Yang Dongqing will live together, and if I win, everyone will be happy. After all, I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask Yang Dongqing a few questions. You can also go home safely, and your brother will be the factory director. Now the choice is in front of you. What will you choose? Su Mu crossed his hands, supported his chin, and looked at Nan Mo with interest. With these conditions, even a fool would know how to choose. But Nan Mo was not at ease and felt very uneasy. What conspiracy do you have? Su Mu shrugged helplessly. Ms. Jasmine, you really misunderstood me deeply. From the cooperation to now, have I hurt you or your family? Didn't the remuneration I offered satisfy you? Indeed, no, but okay, time is running out. In the picture, Yang Dongqing has already started to go to the fourth floor. Nan Mo panicked for a moment. She stood up, looked at Su Mu with a complicated look, and was about to go out. Just as she opened the door, wait a minute. Su Mu called Nan Mo, and Nan Mo turned around, with anger burning in her eyes. She knew that the man in front of her would never let her go. The members of the Viper Gang couldn't do anything to Yang Dongqing, so they could only rely on poison gas. How could they let her remind him? You are kidding. Meeting is fate. This glass of wine is for you to see off. Su Mu smiled and picked up the glass, and handed Nan Mo's glass to him very gentlemanly. Nan Mo took the glass, looked at Su Mu deeply, and then drank it all. The delicate lip prints were inevitably left on the transparent cup. I wish you success. Bang! The door closed tightly, and Nan Mo's figure had already left. Su Mu's smile deepened, and he raised his glass and drank the red wine in his hand. Chief, are you really going to let her go to report the news? Isn't it too risky? What if? In the corner, Zhao Yao, who had been standing like a statue, suddenly stepped forward with a worried look on his face. Su Mu frowned slightly, as if someone had suddenly interrupted his interest. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhao Yao's face changed instantly, and he knelt on one knee. I dare not. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. Foolish man, let me ask you, do you really think that the poison gas in the fourth level can stop a superhuman? It should be. Okay, Zhao Yao pondered. After all, superhumans are also human beings, and they also need to breathe. Once that kind of special poison gas is inhaled, Even an elephant can be knocked down. Hey, you also know that you need to breathe? How long can you hold your breath? Zhao Chaoyao scratched his head. 1 minute. Then how long do you think Yang Dongqing can hold his breath? It should be longer than mine. After all, he is a superhuman, at least 2 minutes. Do you understand? Zhao Chaoyao became more and more confused. What do you understand? Su Mu was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have left a high-level member of the Viper Gang. At least there were smart people inside, unlike Zhao Chaoyao, who was full of muscles. How big is the entire 4th floor? As a superhuman, Yang Dongqing can rush through the 4th floor in just 20 seconds if he runs at full speed. Even if I set up an iron gate to block it, with his iron body, he can break it within 1 minute and 40 seconds. Do you understand now? Zhao Chaoyao finally understood. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly stood up and reached out to help Su Mu. What are you doing? Leader, since the 4th level can't stop him, let's go quickly. It's a small matter for my subordinates to die, but you must not lose. Bang! Su Mu couldn't help but hit Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his snakewood cane. Get away! Why do you think I let Nan Mo go? Zhao Chaoyao was stunned. Why? Of course it's 4. Forget it. Su Mu sighed. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. All you need to know is that Nan Mo is the real 4th level. Yang Dongqing, who was charred and had no hair or eyebrows, came to the 4th floor without stopping. This extraordinary person who had not changed his expression when facing dozens of people besieging, being chopped by knives, shot, and burned by fire, finally changed his expression at this moment. Just because he saw a beautiful figure at the end of the 4th floor. Jasmine! Yang Dongqing shouted in surprise. At this time, he was at the entrance of the 4th floor. After entering, there was a wide and empty hall, and Nan Mo was standing at the exit of the 4th floor across the hall from him. Jasmine, great. You are not injured? Yang Dongqing was about to rush towards Nan Mo excitedly, but Nan Mo's face changed drastically. Don't come over. Yang Dongqing was stunned. What's wrong, Jasmine? Don't worry, I'm here. Don't come over. Go back quickly. There is poison gas here. Nan Mo's pretty face flushed with anxiety, and she shouted hoarsely across the hall. Poison gas? Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly, and he stopped. The joy of seeing Jasmine just now slowly faded away. After the excitement, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Why is Jasmine here alone? Wasn't she captured? Her body was intact. Jasmine, what's going on? Yang Dongqing, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Don't come here. This is a trap. At this point, Nan Mo's voice was a little choked, and her pretty face was full of apology. Lie to me? Yang Dongqing's face suddenly became ugly. He was not a fool and vaguely realized something. I'm sorry, I was also forced by Su Mu. Su Mu? Yang Dongqing was stunned. Are you talking about my classmates? It was him. He is the leader of the Viper Gang. He threatened me with my brother, asked me to play a play, tricked you here. His purpose is your extraordinary power. I had no choice but to agree to them, but after getting in touch with you, I found that you are a good person. I don't want you to die. I'm sorry, woo-woo. The crystal tears scattered like a broken bead curtain. Yang Dongqing was silent. He lowered his head. The shadow covered his face, and his expression could not be seen. The next moment, bang, his footsteps sounded, and he fell heavily into the 4th floor. Nan Mo panicked instantly. No, don't come over. Please don't come over. Yang Dongqing seemed to have heard nothing, and walked into the hall of the 4th floor step by step. His steps were more firm than ever before. Bang! When he entered, the iron door behind him closed automatically and locked completely, along with the iron door at the exit where Nan Mo was. The cold and ruthless iron door separated the passionate man and woman. Nan Mo was anxious, and she knocked on the iron door desperately. Yang Dongqing, Yang Dongqing, Zizizi. The closed hall began to flow into the lavender poisonous gas, gradually submerging Yang Dongqing's figure. Yang Dongqing, who was surrounded by the poisonous gas, did not panic at all, but instead showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He even looked up and sneered at the camera in the corner of the hall. You know nothing about the extraordinary, he said silently, then held his breath. and the whole person suddenly accelerated, turning into a residual image and rushing towards the iron door at the exit of the fourth floor. "Molly, stay away." Bang, bang, bang. He kept hitting the iron door with his body, and his iron-like body and the iron door made a violent roar. The seemingly indestructible iron door, under his impact, deformed and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until, bang, the entire iron door was knocked down directly. A fierce figure jumped out of the purple mist, and Jasmine, who was hiding not far away, looked at the scene in amazement. "Yang Dongqing, you—" Before she finished her words, she crashed into a hard chest, and then her feet left the ground, and her figure moved with Yang Dongqing. Behind them, there was a purple mist that was constantly raging and spreading. Yang Dongqing ran all the way with Nan Mo in his arms, and ran directly to the fifth floor. Seeing that the poison gas could not reach the top, he stopped. He still did not put Nan Mo down, but looked carefully at the tearful person in his arms. Two pairs of equally fiery eyes met at this moment. "You scared me. Why did you do this? Do you know it's dangerous?" Nan Mo said in a crying voice. Yang Dongqing's stern expression revealed a hint of tenderness, as if an iceberg had melted. He whispered to the tearful man in his arms, "Silly, because you are here." Nan Mo's eyes slightly widened, and the softest part of her heart seemed to be hit by something, and her body trembled a little. Tears burst out again, but, I lied to you, it's all my fault. A touch of pity flashed across Yang Dongqing's eyes, and he gently interrupted, "I don't blame you. I'm even very grateful to Sumu. Because of this, I can meet you." Nan Mo stared blankly at the man in front of her. At this moment, she could no longer control her surging emotions. She followed her most instinctive impulse, wrapped her fair arms around Yang Dongqing's neck, leaned forward, and kissed him hard. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Even in the depths of a dangerous place, it still couldn't stop the most sincere and passionate emotions. Of course, the venomous snake gang members, who were villains, were also very tactful and didn't appear to make trouble at this time. "This is love." In the monitoring room, Sumu exclaimed with a smile on his face. Through the monitoring screen, he saw the whole process, and it felt like watching a TV series. "Chief, you are really amazing. The plot is exactly the same as what you said, repenting, escaping at the risk of death, reminding of the trap, sincerely apologizing, kissing affectionately, and the finishing touch of the little pearl." Zhao Chaoyao on the side flattered him, but the next second he worriedly said, "But leader, calculate the time. Should we run? He has passed the 4th level." Sumu smiled mysteriously. "You are wrong. He did not pass, but failed." Zhao Chaoyao was a little stunned. He looked at the man and woman who were still kissing in the surveillance. Why did he feel that it was a happy ending with the male and female protagonists together? Where did he fail? Get ready and go meet the male protagonist of our play. The two kissed for a minute before separating. "It's a bit salty." Yang Dongqing recalled his first kiss. "You are annoying." "Those are tears." Nan Mo shyly hit his chest a few times. "I haven't said anything about you yet, a burnt smell." Speaking of this, she seemed to remember something, and hurriedly grabbed Yang Dongqing to look carefully. "You are not injured, right?" "Skin injury." "Then let's run away quickly." Yang Dongqing smiled with some disdain. "It is Sumu who should run away." Nan Mo's face changed slightly. "Do you still want to move forward?" "Of course, Sumu dared to use you. I will let them know the price of offending a transcendent. But, Molly, don't worry, I will protect you," Yang Dongqing said in a loud voice. But Nan Mo was still very worried. The face of that man kept appearing in her mind. The kind of calm madness and the look of always winning made her very uneasy. "By the way, Jasmine, how did you escape?" Nan Mo's eyes were a little evasive. The people from the Viper gang want to deal with you, and there was only one person watching me. I pretended to go to the toilet, and then came to you to report the news. Thank you for your hard work." Yang Dongqing took Nan Mo's hand and walked step by step towards the depths of the 5th floor. Soon, a huge dark gold pattern wall came into view. On both sides of the wall, there were 2 rows of black-clothed men in suits and armed with guns. Each of them had a black venomous snake tattooed on his neck and a black gas mask on his face. Yang Dongqing protected Nan Mo behind him and stared at the group of people with murderous intent. Suddenly, the 2 rows of black-clothed men changed their movements, took a step back, made way for the center road, lowered their heads slightly, and stared at the wall with fanatical expressions, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a big shot. Yang Dongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, and he knew that it should be the mastermind behind the scenes. Under his gaze, a bald, strong man in a black suit slowly walked out from behind the wall, pushing a wheelchair. The man in the wheelchair, wearing a neat suit and holding a snake-grained wooden cane, had a handsome face that could not be covered by brown glasses, but the face was morbidly pale. "Leader!" A dozen men in black shouted enthusiastically and bowed in unison to welcome the other party's arrival. "Sumo." Yang Dongqing's face became more and more stern. "It's you." Sumo on the wheelchair smiled. "It's nice to see you here, Yang Dongqing, classmate." "Humph. You will not be happy soon." Yang Dongqing snorted heavily, and his eyes looking at Sumo showed murderous intent. "Oh, but didn't you just say that you were very grateful for arranging for you and Jasmine to meet?" Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold. "Stop talking nonsense. You threatened Jasmine first, and then you dare to send someone to attack me. Tell me, how are you going to die?" Sumu was not afraid of the threat from the extraordinary, and even had the mood to play with the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Yang Dongqing's eyes moved subconsciously and glanced at the dark gold pattern on the top of the snake-patterned wooden cane. "Before you do it, why don't you listen to my conditions? Your power is indeed very strong. But have you considered Jasmine behind you? Bullets have no eyes. If you accidentally make a hole in this beautiful body, it will not be beautiful." As soon as these words came out, Yang Dongqing's face suddenly became ugly. "You threaten me?" Nanmo's face turned pale. At this moment, she finally realized why Sumu let her go. Sumu must have known from the beginning that the poison gas on the 4th floor was useless, so she let herself go and became Yang Dongqing's weak spot, so that Yang Dongqing could not let go. But on second thought, she felt that it was wrong. If she wanted to tie Yang Dongqing's hands and feet, she could just use herself as a hostage, right? Sumu shook her head. "Don't say it so harshly. It's just a kind reminder. After all, you don't want Miss Jasmine to get into trouble, right?" Nan Mo trembled when she heard this, and subconsciously shrank behind Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing felt the fear of the beauty, and for a moment he was a little hesitant. At this time, Sumu continued, "It seems that I can now state the conditions. In fact, there is no hatred between you and me. I invited you here this time just to ask a few questions." "What questions?" Sumu smiled slightly and said lightly, "For example, how to obtain extraordinary power?" Yang Dongqing sneered immediately. "Do you think you are worthy of coveting extraordinary power?" Sumu was not annoyed, and a faint smile flowed on his face. "Don't say it so absolutely. Even you can do it. Why can't I?" Yang Dongqing's face flashed with anger. "Humph. Give up this idea. Listen to the conditions first. 1 million, to buy clues to extraordinary power. In District 13, this number is already an astronomical figure. After all, most of the wealth is concentrated in the upper city." "Not enough." Sumu seemed to have expected this and raised the price directly. 10 million. Yang Dongqing smiled coldly. "Sumu, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be so confused. If I kill you, the money will also be mine." Sumu shrugged indifferently. "Since we can't reach an agreement, there's no need to talk." Click, click. The sound of more than a dozen pistols being loaded rang out, and the Viper gang members standing on both sides of Sumu raised their guns. Yang Dongqing's face was solemn, and murderous intent continued to spread from his body. For a while, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. "Emoli, don't worry. As long as you stand behind me, I will block all the bullets for you. Their bullets are not unlimited. After the magazine is emptied, it will be the end of Sumu." He whispered to Nan Mo to comfort her. Said. Sumu looked at the two with interest, then waved his hand. Instantly, gunfire rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire accompanied the sound of bullets coming out of the gun, interweaving a network of firepower in the dim hall. At the same time, Yang Dongqing burst out with clusters of tiny sparks, which were produced by the bullets exploding on his body after hitting him. His strong body kept moving back slightly. His body could withstand the bullets, but it was inevitably affected by the impact of the bullets. The shooting lasted for half a minute. With the sound of empty chambers, Yang Dongqing, who had been lowering his head to defend, finally raised his head. He panted, looked at the people without bullets, and smiled coldly. Next, it's my turn. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Su Mu put his hand into his arms calmly. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly tightened, and he stopped in a hurry. He almost forgot that Su Mu had not fired a gun. As a result, Yang Dongqing was stunned the next second, because what Su Mu took out from his arms was not a pistol, but a dark gold hollow pattern pocket watch with a retro style. Ding! The pocket watch was flicked open, making a crisp sound. Yang Dongqing also saw the complex patterns on it. Those dark gold hollow patterns were densely packed, and finally intertwined into a Ouroboros. It's almost time, Su Mu said lightly. Then, he stood up from the wheelchair, leaning on the snakewood cane with one hand, and walked towards Yang Dongqing step by step. Such a weird scene made Yang Dongqing feel daunted. What do you want to do? Are you going to die? Su Mu smiled slightly. Student Yang Dongqing, haven't you noticed it yet? Notice what? Do you feel a little dizzy? Dizzy? Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. He had felt a little dizzy since he came to the 5th floor, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was caused by the previous injury. Could it be? Do you feel tired in your limbs? Are your eyes blurry? After Su Mu said this, he did feel a little tired and dizzy. He shook his head violently, trying to get rid of this feeling. Yang Dongqing, Nan Mo looked anxious. Are you okay? What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing was a little panicked. At this time, Su Mu was like an elegant villain in the movie, walking while starting his victory declaration. You're poisoned. Poison. Yang Dongqing stared at Su Mu. This is impossible. I didn't inhale the poison gas of the 4th layer at all. How could I be poisoned? Su Mu smiled casually. Who said, you were poisoned by the 4th layer? Yang Dongqing was confused, because he couldn't think of when he was poisoned, but Nan Mo behind him trembled suddenly, and her pupils contracted violently, obviously realizing something. Yang Dongqing noticed Nan Mo's strangeness and reacted. Is it the meal made by Jasmine? At this moment, his expression was extremely rich, and disbelief, anger, heartbreak, and other emotions were all integrated on his face. Jasmine, you. No. Nan Mo explained palely. It's not me, I didn't poison, and I ate it too. Miss Jasmine, you seem to have forgotten that you vomited once before. Su Mu kindly reminded on the side. Then I didn't poison him. Yang Dongqing, you have to believe me. I really didn't do it. It must be Su Mu who secretly poisoned him while I was cooking. Yang Dongqing's mind was in a mess at this time. His weakness gradually worsened, his breathing became more and more rapid, and he felt dizzy. Plop! He stumbled and fell to the ground. Yang Dongqing. Nan Mo was frightened and hurried to help him. But as a weak woman, how could she help a man with a body of steel? Okay. Actually, the meal was not poisoned. Su Mu's words made Nan Mo's mood recover a little, but she was hit to the bottom again in an instant. But it was indeed Miss Jasmine who poisoned. You are talking nonsense. I didn't. Nan Mo yelled in a somewhat out-of-control manner. No, you did. The poison is on your lips. Oh, I almost forgot. It should have been eaten by Yang Dongqing now. It may taste a bit salty. Nan Mo was stunned for a moment. After 2 seconds, she came back to her senses and looked at Su Mu in horror. It was that glass of red wine. No, you drank it too. It was a red wine glass. You put the poison on the rim of the red wine glass, and then it got on my lips. I understand. No wonder you insisted on letting me drink a glass of red wine to say goodbye before leaving. It was because I vomited before and wiped off the poison on my lips, so you asked me to drink it again. It was you. Dongqing. Did you hear that? It wasn't me who poisoned, it was Mu. He did it. Yang Dongqing seemed to have not heard it. He was a little lost at this time. He looked at Nan Mo with dim eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Didn't you say before that you ran away secretly? Why did you drink red wine with him again? Just now you were able to find my location accurately, which means you were also watching the surveillance, right? So, you were sitting in front of the surveillance screen with him, enjoying my embarrassed look while chatting and drinking red wine? Jasmine, which of your words is true and which is false?" Nan Mo was startled, and her hands that supported Yang Dongqing fell down weakly. Her beautiful face had long lost the slightest color, and she was dull, like a puppet who had lost her soul. By the way, she didn't just drink red wine. Miss Jasmine had a good appetite and ate a piece of excellent M9 steak. Mu kindly reminded him on the side. Double kill. Double kill. One sentence broke the psychological defenses of two people at the same time. Looking at the two people who seemed to have lost their souls, Mu felt a little emotional. Love is so wonderful. The two people who were kissing passionately the last moment became strangers the next moment. So, can I ask questions now? Yang Dongqing, classmate. Mu stood 3 meters away from Yang Dongqing, with a gentle smile on his face. But that smile looked like a devil smile in the eyes of Yang Dongqing and Nan Mo. You ask. Yang Dongqing lowered his head and said in a humming voice, "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The first question. Go to hell." A sudden change happened. Yang Dongqing, who was originally powerless, suddenly jumped up. He squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body and pounced on Mu like a hungry tiger. At this time, the 3-meter distance between the two was the distance between life and death. With Yang Dongqing's iron body, even if his strength was weak, as long as he touched Mu, he could basically be declared dead. However, Mu seemed to be prepared. He jumped back lightly and easily avoided Yang Dongqing's desperate counterattack. Bang! Yang Dongqing fell flat on his face. The hard ground was dented by him. He used up his last bit of strength and was no longer able to climb up. Unwilling, angry, hatred, all kinds of negative emotions filled his eyes. He stared at Mu, almost wanting to tear him into pieces. I expected you wouldn't cooperate honestly. After all, isn't that how it's played in TV dramas? Mu gently patted the dust off his body, which was shaken up when Yang Dongqing fell to the ground just now. Now, I ask you to answer. You're dreaming. I will never tell you, this despicable villain, even if I die. Yang Dongqing roared unwillingly. Mu didn't care. He just shrugged helplessly. It seems that I have to use some special means. No! Nan Mo, who had been in a state of despair, rushed over. She grabbed the corner of Mu's clothes, and her delicate face was full of tears. Please, please don't hurt him. Jasmine, Yang Dongqing's tiger eyes were red, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. You don't ask him. Dongqing, I'm sorry for you. I can't let him hurt you again. A man and a woman looked at each other affectionately, their eyes red. Hey! Mu was sandwiched between the two and sighed deeply. You guys are making me look like a bad guy. I just want to ask a few questions. Why are you forcing me? In that case, I have no choice but to... Swish! A silver light flashed. Then Mu felt a chill on his neck, and the sharp edge pierced his skin. It was a dagger with a cold light, and the owner of this dagger was Nan Mo. Leader! Protect the leader! Zhao Chaoyao and others changed their faces and rushed over. If you dare to come over, I will kill him. Nan Mo roared like a kitten with its fur blown up. Zhao Chaoyao and others were immediately afraid to take a step. Sumo, release Yang Dongqing immediately or I will kill you. Although Nan Mo's hands were shaking, her eyes were firm, because she knew that she was protecting the one she loved. Moly, don't worry about me. Go first. Yang Dongqing was very anxious. He cared more about Nan Mo than his own safety. TSK, TSK, TSK. You two are really good at changing your faces. You're reconciled now? 1 minute. Sumo, who was held hostage, was a little emotional. Sumo, quickly give the order to release Yang Dongqing. Unlike Sumu's ease, Nan-mo was very anxious and nervous. However, Su-mu pretended not to hear and continued to talk to himself. Although the process is full of the sour smell of love, it is still exciting, especially at the end. I like this unexpected reversal. I have been guarding against Yang Dongqing's dying counterattack, but I ignored you, Miss Jasmine. You are very brave, but not everyone has the courage to hide a dagger in the Viper Gang and take the opportunity to hold me hostage. It's just, Su-mu suddenly changed the subject, and his voice became low. Miss Jasmine, are you really sure that you are holding me hostage? As soon as these words came out, Nan-mo felt a chill in her heart, but she still pretended to be calm and said, What are you talking about? How could it not be? For the leader, Su-mu suddenly whispered passionately. Immediately, he took Nan-mo's hand and slashed the dagger across her neck. Sizzle. That was the sound of the blade entering the flesh, followed by blood gushing out. Nan-mo was sprayed with hot blood in her face. She stared blankly at Su-mu, who fell to the ground, with a lingering fanaticism on his face. I killed someone. Why? She looked at her hands covered in blood, and the dagger in her hand slipped down powerlessly, colliding with the ground, making a crisp sound. At this moment, pa pa pa, sudden applause sounded in the empty hall. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Thank you for presenting such a wonderful performance for me. Among the dozen or so black-clad men of the Viper Gang, there was a thin man who even looked a little frail and was applauding. He slowly walked out of the crowd, then took off the gas mask on his face, revealing a pale and handsome face. Su-mu? How is this possible? Nan-mo's voice was a little distorted, and she looked at Su-mu in front of her in disbelief. If you're Su-mu, then who is he? Nan-mo trembled and turned over the body of Su-mu, lying in a pool of blood, and when she saw the face clearly, she was stunned for a moment, and a chilling fear ran through her body from the top of her head, because that face was not Su-mu, but a strange man who looked 3 points similar to Su-mu, and seemed to be wearing makeup, making his skin look even paler. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Dongqing shouted at the side. Although he was weak, his eyes were not blind. It was Su-mu who was kidnapped. How could it be another person now? Even if this person looked a little similar to Su-mu, he was not similar enough to make a mistake. He was not face-blind. Wait. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized that something was wrong before. In his impression, Su-mu had always been a sickly person. He suddenly had a nosebleed during class and needed crutches and a wheelchair. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow him down. With such a physique, how could he avoid his dying counterattack just now? That light and agile backward jump step did not seem like something a sickly person could do. You are also a transcendent. Yang Dongqing raised his head in disbelief and stared at the newly appeared Su-mu. Su-mu smiled but said nothing. He turned around and ordered, Come here, take these 2 frightened men and women to rest. Yes, Chief. The 2 younger brothers hurried forward and dragged away Yang Dongqing, who was like a dead dog, and Nan-mo, who was like a puppet. He would not be like a villain, chattering and explaining, and then giving the other party a chance to turn the tables. The previous stand-in was so arrogant, mainly to test whether Yang Dongqing had any trump cards. He didn't want the other party to suddenly kill people during the interrogation. But what he didn't expect was that instead of testing Yang Dongqing, Nan-mo came out. Chief, you scare me to death. I thought you. Zhao Zhaoyao looked at the body of the stand-in on the ground in shock and walked quickly to Su-mu's side. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I still understand this principle. Su-mu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Zhao Zhaoyao. Zhao Chaoyao was instantly horrified. The leader was clearly in front of him. So why did the voice come from behind him? He turned his head suddenly and saw that among the group of black-clothed men, a sturdy man took off the gas mask on his face, revealing a pale and handsome face. It was Su-mu. At this moment, Zhao Chaoyao's scalp numbed. What on earth is this? He hurriedly looked at Su-mu in front of him, but found that the face was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and it was completely another person. And Su-mu behind him was slowly unbuttoning his black suit, revealing the bulging, bulletproof armor under the suit and dismantling it piece by piece. This is also the reason why he is so sturdy. Zhao Chaoyao was stunned in place, looking like he had seen a ghost. Sumu said calmly, "What's the big deal? Didn't I say that a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall?" Zhao Chaoyao, who was in shock, subconsciously replied, "But you are cheating, sneak attacking, poisoning, and taking advantage of people's feelings. This doesn't seem to be a gentleman." Sumu glanced at Zhao Chaoyao calmly, and frightened him so much that he quickly changed the subject. "Chief, these two stand-ins are well chosen. They actually look a little like you, which is rare in the world." Speaking of this, he suddenly paused and looked at Sumu carefully. "By the way, Chief, this person of yours now, isn't it another stand-in?" Sumu ignored him, but took out the brown glasses from his pocket and put them on again, and his deep and unusual eyes slowly disappeared. "It doesn't matter whether it looks like you or not. What matters is hypnosis. There are calming candles on every floor of the Viper Gang headquarters. He fought all the way here and inhaled all the way. Add to that the countless hints of the Ouroboros symbol and the fact that Nan Mo revealed my information in advance, which gave him a preconceived notion. All of these things were paving the way for this hypnosis. The reason why I specially found a stand-in who looked a bit like me was mainly because I had never hypnotized a supernatural being before, so I just wanted to be on the safe side." "Great. You're really great, Chief." Zhao Chaoyao's expression became more and more fanatical, but then a trace of doubt appeared on his face. "By the way, Chief, what about the poisoning? When I heard your stand-in say it just now, I was just shocked, but now that I think about it carefully, it seems to be a bit problematic. Nan Mo's lips are poisonous, but what if she licked her lips in the middle? Also, what if she didn't kiss Yang Dongqing? Wouldn't that be? My plan will not fail." Sumu smiled mysteriously, "Because there is no poison at all." "What?" Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, and his CPU was a little hot for a while. "Have you heard of the water dripping sound killing experiment? Someone once did such an experiment. They blindfolded a tied-up death row prisoner and told him to drain all his blood. Then they gave him a little pain on his wrist and let the faucet drip water, making a continuous dripping sound. After a while, the death row prisoner really died. But the fact is that he did not bleed, but was dripping from beginning to end. This is the effect of psychological suggestion." Speaking of this, Sumu's face showed a touch of intoxication. He seemed to like this power to play with people's hearts. The power of psychological suggestion is very strong, even so strong that when you think you are dead, you are really dead. Similarly, when Yang Dongqing thought he was poisoned, he would show symptoms of poisoning under the influence of mental hypnosis. Zhao Chaoyao opened his mouth wide. He didn't understand, but was shocked. Sumu frowned slightly. "Is it difficult to understand?" "But, Chief, the premise of Yang Dongqing's poisoning is that he believes he is poisoned, but why is he dizzy and weak at the beginning? Isn't this a psychological suggestion?" Sumu was more speechless. If you are anxious, rushing all the way, and experience a bloody battle, and are hit by several grenades and fire, and when the fire is burning, the soothing candles are all melted, releasing a large amount of soothing fragrance, which is inhaled into your body. Finally, you hold your breath for 1 minute in the gas chamber and kiss for 1 minute. After this set of operations, do you think you will be dizzy? Zhao Zhaoyao was silent for a moment, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. He thought about it seriously and finally came up with the answer. "I will die." "Fuck you." Bang. Sumu hit Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with a snakewood cane. "I really don't need to explain to you." Zhao Chaoyao covered his head, grimacing in pain, but still flattering on his face. "Chief, it's because I'm too stupid, but I'm really trying hard to understand your profound words. You pretend. You're in control. It's just like a god descending from heaven. Please tell me more." He racked his brains to come up with 2 idioms and slapped them all out in one breath. Looking at Zhao Chaoyao's flattering appearance, Sumu suddenly felt a headache again. He had drunk some red wine before, and the headache had been relieved, but now the disease recurred. Alas, it would be great if hypnosis could make people smarter. But he knew it was impossible. A poor student, even after being hypnotized, couldn't do the math problems he couldn't do before. Mathematics is fair like this. If you can't do it, you can't do it. If you don't understand the extraordinary version, I'll tell you a normal version. I actually poisoned it. Xiao Chaoyao was a little confused. Why did I poison it and not poison it? Chief, is it poisonous? Su Mu said to himself, the meal that Jasmine made for Yang Dongqing is actually poisonous, but the poison of that ingredient will not take effect without a chemical reaction. I also poisoned the red wine glass that Jasmine drank. This poison itself is harmless, but it can be used as a catalyst for the previous poison. So when the two kissed, the poison in Yang Dongqing's body met the poison on Jasmine's lips, and a wonderful reaction occurred, and then he was really poisoned. Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, but he soon found a blind spot. No, Chief, Jasmine also ate the meal, and oh yes, she vomited once. So, could it be that her vomiting after watching the surveillance before was also caused by your hypnosis? At this moment, he just felt his scalp tingling. At this time, Su Mu smiled and said, do you want to listen to the third version? What? There's a third version? Well, the third version is a mixture of the extraordinary version and the ordinary version. I poisoned him and used psychological suggestion. The reason why Yang Dongqing was poisoned was a double effect. Otherwise, how could a superhuman be poisoned so easily? Hearing this, Zhao Chaoyao was completely confused. He felt itchy on his head, as if he was going to grow a brain. Chief, which version is true? Su Mu smiled without saying anything and walked away with a cane, leaving Zhao Chaoyao scratching his head. He couldn't let himself be the only one with a headache. Chief, wait for me. Which version is true? Just tell me. Chief, then can I change the question? Why don't you hypnotize Jasmine directly and let her execute your orders? Instead, let her choose. In the end, a substitute will die. Su Mu slowly stopped. In the dim corridor, he did not look back. A calm voice sounded, and the echo reached Zhao Zhaoyao's ears. Because I like surprises. Zhao Zhaoyao was stunned, staring blankly at the back shrouded in darkness, without understanding the meaning of this sentence. Don't you think the struggle of human nature is interesting? Life controlled by everything is too boring. Su Mu's faint voice gradually faded away. In the dungeon of the Viper Gang, Yang Dongqing was wrapped with iron chains as thick as a baby's arm and was fixed to a steel chair. The chair was welded to the ground and could not be shaken. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in a white coat. Su Mu entered the dungeon afterwards. The man in the white coat saluted enthusiastically. Chief, what's the situation? He asked, ignoring Yang Dongqing's eyes that were about to spit fire. The man in the white coat quickly replied, I have followed your instructions and let him inhale the paralysis gas every hour. I assure you that he doesn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Yeah. Su Mu nodded, and then turned his eyes to the imprisoned Yang Dongqing. Su Mu, you despicable villain. Even if I die, I will never answer any of your questions. Oh, Su Mu pushed his brown glasses with his hand, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are not afraid of death. What about Miss Jasmine? Yang Dongqing froze all over, and then he was furious like thunder. His eyes were red, and his muscles were bulging all over his body. The next moment, the iron chain wrapped around his body was pulled by the huge force and made a crackling sound. If you dare to touch Jasmine, I will tear you into pieces. Su Mu looked at the man in the white coat expressionlessly. The man in the white coat broke out in a cold sweat. This is impossible. He just inhaled the paralysis gas. Even an elephant can't move in such a short time. Chief, I will increase the dose. Please wear a gas mask. After a while, the two put on gas masks, and as the man in the white coat pressed the button, sizzle, a large amount of white smoke was released from the pipes in the room. A few minutes later, Yang Dongqing, who was struggling violently, was completely exhausted. Su Mu looked at Yang Dongqing carefully through the gas mask, thinking, his strength seems to be related to emotions or willpower. After just mentioning Nan Mo, his emotions became angry, and his originally paralyzed body actually surged with some strength again. In order to further experiment, Su Mu slowly walked to the side of Yang Dongqing. Looking at Yang Dongqing, whose pupils were slightly blurred, he leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Jasmine is very moist." Tongue. Yang Dongqing, who had originally had a sluggish look in his eyes, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying force emerged from his body. I'll fucking kill you." Crack, crack. He struggled violently. The chains all over his body trembled wildly, and even the entire dungeon that was dragged was trembling. "Leader, go. He's gonna get out of trouble." The man in the white coat was terrified. In his eyes, Yang Dongqing at this time was like a man-eating beast about to be released from a cage. However, Su Mu did not move at all and calmly examined Yang Dongqing. In an instant, a huge mental force surged out, trying to hypnotize him, but when that mental force flowed into Yang Dongqing's mind, it encountered great resistance. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, Yang Dongqing's power seemed to be related to emotions, willpower, and other illusory things. As Yang Dongqing became more angry, his power became stronger, and even his mental resistance increased a lot. "Go and bring Miss Jasmine here," Su Mu ordered. The man in the white coat hurriedly did as he was told. Not long after, Nan Mo, who was fully dressed, appeared in the dungeon. When Nan Mo appeared, the furious Yang Dongqing finally calmed down a little. Jasmine, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Yang Dongqing said hurriedly. "No, they didn't hurt me. They just locked me up." "Dongqing, are you okay?" Nan Mo saw her lover being locked up by heavy chains, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Seeing that Nan Mo was fine, the power in Yang Dongqing's body seemed to subside. "Jasmine, don't worry. I will definitely rescue you." He looked at Su Mu fiercely. "Don't you want to ask me a question?" "Okay, I'll tell you. As long as you let Jasmine go, I'll tell you everything." Unexpectedly, Su Mu shook his head. "I don't like things that are too easy to get, so don't tell me yet." Yang Dongqing was stunned, and he looked at Su Mu as if he was looking at a madman. "Too easy to get? You have been planning for so long, and so many of your brothers have died, and now you say it's too easy? You are crazy." Su Mu ignored him, but ordered his men, "Send Miss Jasmine back to the room. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Oh, by the way, send her a bottle of red wine and a piece of good M9 steak." Nan Mo. Finally, Nan Mo was taken away, and Su Mu also left the dungeon. He was not the crazy person that Yang Dongqing said. He just simply didn't believe Yang Dongqing. Can you trust the words of a person who hates you to the core? What if the other party falsifies the question of extraordinary power, or even does not need to falsify? As long as he conceals a few key words, the consequences will be disastrous. So, he prefers to ask questions in his own way. When everyone left, only Yang Dongqing was left in the dungeon, and there was a dead silence all around. But soon, laughter and laughter rang out in the dungeon, accompanied by gusts of fragrant wind. "Sumo, what the hell do you want to do?" Yang Dongqing roared with bloodshot eyes. Beside him, there was a row of plump, charming, and coolly dressed young ladies. "Little handsome boy, your expression is so scary. Come and smile for me." "Don't smile? Then I'll smile for you." "Baby, I don't know why. My heart beats faster when I see you. Listen if you don't believe me." "Wow, sisters, this little handsome boy has a great figure. His body is full of hard muscles." Is it really hard? I don't believe it. Let me touch it." Under the siege of a group of young ladies, Yang Dongqing could no longer maintain his angry expression and even blushed a little. In the monitoring room, Su Mu was silently observing all this. Zhao Zhaoyao, beside him, was staring at it. "Chief, is this the torture you mentioned?" "What? You want to try it too?" Su Mu said lightly. Zhao Chaoyao swallowed his saliva. "It's not impossible." No, I'm joking. I can't stand this kind of temptation. I can only look, but not touch. That would be very uncomfortable. It's just that this torture is not what I imagined. Yang Dongqing has a body of steel. Ordinary punishments can't hurt him at all, and his strength seems to be related to anger. So we have to punish him, but we can't make him angry. Zhao Chaoyao looked at the surveillance camera with envy. But Chief, what's the use of this? It can't hurt him at all. Will he surrender? I don't want surrender, but it makes him confused and reduces his willpower. A few hours later, young Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting, and his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. In order to prevent him from aesthetic fatigue, Sumu specially changed several groups of people in the middle. Let them all withdraw. Young Dongqing has basically adapted, and execute the next punishment. Sumu ordered through the intercom. Soon, all the young ladies withdrew, leaving only young Dongqing, who was disheveled and covered with lipstick marks. Sumu, you bastard. Don't think you can make me surrender with this method. Come again if you have the guts. Young Dongqing panted and cursed. Crack! The door of the dungeon opened again, and this time a man with a stern face, wearing a black suit and holding a box of powder came in. Young Dongqing's face turned green instantly. How come it turned into a man? Before he could react, the man poured the powder directly on Young Dongqing's body. Suddenly, Young Dongqing felt extremely itchy. Is this itching powder? Ha ha! Sumu, you are fucking ha ha. For a moment, the cold dungeon was filled with Young Dongqing's laughter. After several hours, Young Dongqing was exhausted and his voice was hoarse. As we all know, laughing excitedly is also very exhausting. This time, Young Dongqing couldn't curse anymore. He admitted that he was still young. He didn't expect that the real punishment was completely different from the punishment in the TV series. It was not something that could be resisted by willpower. However, what he didn't expect was that more cruel punishment was still to come. Click! The door of the dungeon was opened again. Young Dongqing showed a look of fear on his face and stared at the door. Sumu slowly walked in from the outside, holding a stack of thick books in his hand. Seeing the real owner coming, Young Dongqing's face was angry again. Sumu, you, student Young Dongqing, do you know what the biggest responsibility of a student is? Sumu interrupted calmly. What tricks are you trying to play? The biggest responsibility of student is to study. And you, student Young Dongqing, as the last student in the class, have seriously dragged the class down. As the class monitor, I have the obligation to provide you with after-school tutoring. Sumu pushed his glasses, holding a thick book in his hand, and the words excellent in both character and learning were almost written on his face. Sumu, you're a psychopath. I learned nothing. Sumu shook his head in hatred. Your learning attitude is very improper. It seems that I must motivate you. As he said, he took out a math exercise book and placed it in front of Young Dongqing. Come on, solve this trigonometric function. The formulas you need are all in the book. I'll solve you. Young Dongqing was about to curse, but Sumu's next sentence made his face change suddenly. If you can't do it within 15 minutes, I will cut off one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. Sumu smiled. Young Dongqing raised his head suddenly, his face full of anger. You dare? If you dare to touch Jasmine. Hush. Be patient. I always keep my word. If I say I will cut off one of her fingers, I will never cut off two. Now you have the chance to save her. If you really love her and don't want her to get hurt, then solve this trigonometric function. It's just a trigonometric function. You have learned it in class, and the textbook is in front of you. If you still can't do it, don't blame me. Now, start the timer. Sumu smiled and took out a pocket watch from his arms. The dark gold pattern on it shone abnormally under the light. He put the pocket watch on the table not far away and then left. Young Dongqing kept cursing, but after a while, he still turned his attention to trigonometric functions because he knew that Sumu, a madman, could do anything. It's just a trigonometric function. Very simple. He took a deep breath and examined the question carefully. Given that in delta alpha beta c, angle A equals 60 degrees, equals 3, B equals square root of 3, find the size of angle B. Time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Fuck. How big is this B? There's a saying that people can do anything when they're pushed to the limit, but it is obviously wrong because math problems cannot be solved. If you can't do it, you can't do it. 15 minutes later, Su Mu walked into the dungeon elegantly with a cane, holding a crystal goblet in his hand, which was filled with red wine. Student Yang Dongqing, do you have the answer? Yang Dongqing, who was obsessed with mathematics, suddenly raised his head. At this time, his mental state was very bad. Bloodshot eyes were like spider webs, and he kept muttering, sin b equals b times sina divided by a, which is equal to square root 3 multiplied by sin 60 degree. 15 minutes will be up soon. Don't make noise. I'm about to figure it out. Sin b equals half. Because AB, so angle B, and because sin b equals half, so... Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly shook, and answer the case blurted out. Angle B equals 30 degree, ha ha ha. I figured it out. Pa pa pa. Su Mu clapped his hands with a face full of satisfaction. Congratulations, classmate Yang Dongqing. You saved one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. However, before Yang Dongqing could be happy for too long, Su Mu took out another math problem. It's still 15 minutes. If you can't solve it, I will cut off one of Miss Jasmine's toes. Su Mu, you bastard. What on earth do you want to do? Su Mu smiled slightly. He found that Yang Dongqing's mental state was still too good, and he needed to do a few more math problems. The time limit is 15 minutes. After saying that, he walked away with a cane. Yang Dongqing, who was about to collapse, had to move his eyes to the new math problem after venting. After taking a glance, he felt his eyes go black. 1, 3, 8, 20, 48, 112, 256. 1. Please find the general formula of the sequence. 2. Find the 20th term of the sequence. 3. From which term does the sequence begin to be greater than 10,000? Sumo. I. The next day, Yang Dongqing stayed awake all night. Because he had been doing math problems all night, his math skills had greatly improved. He had mastered trigonometric function formulas, arithmetic progressions, geometric progressions, linear equations of two variables, and other advanced math secrets. At this time, his mental state was almost collapsed, his eye sockets were sunken, his face was numb, and his eyes were dull. The group of young ladies from yesterday came again, but no matter how they danced, they could not make Yang Dongqing's eyes move at all. In the monitoring room, Su Mu saw that the time was finally right and he could hypnotize him. Everything he had done before was to destroy Yang Dongqing's spirit, especially the last math problem. Only a poor student could understand the pain of racking his brains but still not being able to come up with an answer. It just so happened that Yang Dongqing was a poor student. The mental resistance of the extraordinary is very high, and the spirit must be weakened to the extreme to ensure the success rate of hypnosis. This time he was going to do deep hypnosis, not the previous psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion is only a shallow level of hypnosis. The hypnotized object still maintains his own thoughts, but will make corresponding choices or reactions under psychological suggestion. Deep hypnosis is like hypnotizing the Viper gang, completely distorting the mind of the hypnotized object. But this deep hypnosis is not long-lasting, and it needs to be deepened every once in a while. Perhaps when his mental power becomes stronger, he can achieve permanent hypnosis like a mental stamp. Boom! The door of the dungeon was opened again. Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were already blurred, heard the sound of the door opening, and his whole body trembled as if it was a conditioned reflex. An extreme fear appeared on his face. No, I don't want to do math problems anymore. As he said this, Yang Dongqing actually retched. Su Mu was very satisfied with this. Student Yang Dongqing, it seems that you have fully absorbed and digested those mathematical knowledge, and now you are a little full. It seems that we can proceed to the final stage. Yang Dongqing seemed to have not heard it, and he couldn't help but mutter in his mouth, sine cosine tan cot. Ding! An exquisite dark gold hollow pattern pocket watch popped out from Su Mu's fingertips and fell in front of Yang Dongqing's eyes. The pocket watch was connected by a slender chain, and the end was held in Su Mu's hand. As he exerted a little force, the dark gold pocket watch began to swing. It swung slowly, but very regularly, and each swing was very precise, like the second hand on the dial. Look at it carefully. Su Mu's low voice sounded, and at the same time, he took off his brown glasses, revealing a pair of eyes as deep and magnificent as obsidian. I don't know if it's an illusion, but those eyes are like night pearls in a dim dungeon, faintly emitting a faint light. A huge mental force began to spread in the dungeon. Yang Dongqing subconsciously looked at the dark gold pocket watch in front of him. His eyes unconsciously followed the pocket watches swinging left and right, and his mind was gradually attracted, slowly. The pocket watch was the only thing left in his eyes. The silent darkness spread, gradually engulfing everything, and even Su Mu, who was right in front of him, seemed to disappear in the darkness. Gradually, the dark gold Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It wriggled in the darkness, intertwined, and was mysterious. Now, Su Mu's eyes flashed, and a huge mental power poured into Yang Dongqing's mind like a tide, leaving an Ouroboros symbol in his mind silently. The dark gold Ouroboros seemed to be reflected in Yang Dongqing's pupils, and finally slowly disappeared. Su Mu let out a long breath and felt his feet floating as if his body was hollowed out. As expected of a superhuman, even after such inhuman torture, he still has strong mental resistance. Fortunately, he succeeded. He turned his eyes to Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were dull and dazed, like a puppet without a soul. Yang Dongqing. Su Mu spoke slowly. His words seemed to activate the puppet's instructions. At the moment of input, Yang Dongqing's lifeless eyes gradually showed color, which was a touch of fanaticism. Leader, Su Mu smiled silently, but he did not indulge in the joy too much, because he needed to obtain superhuman power as soon as possible. After all, he didn't have many days to live. How did you become a superhuman? I became a superhuman in the nightmare world. Nightmare world? Su Mu frowned slightly. Is it related to dreams? He remembered his dreams. Every time he fell asleep, he would enter the dream, and every time he dreamed, his mental power would increase. What is the nightmare world? He asked the second question. The nightmare world is the world after falling asleep. It is a world composed of countless nightmares, and it is filled with all kinds of weird, terrifying, and incredible nightmare monsters. When he said this, the arrogant, extraordinary person had a trace of fear on his face. This surprised Su Mu a little. He could still feel fear under hypnosis, which showed that the fear brought to Yang Dongqing by the nightmare world had penetrated into his bones. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and said again, I don't know when the boundary between reality and dreams was broken, which led to the fact that things in dreams can invade reality, and people in reality will also mistakenly enter dreams. You mean, there are also nightmare monsters hidden in the real world? Su Mu remembered the various rumors he had heard before. Those absurd and incredible horror events were often talked about by students, but at that time he was addicted to dreams and didn't care about reality at all. That's right. If people can enter the nightmare world, then the monsters in the nightmare world can naturally invade reality. Can you imagine that kind of fear? The nightmare deep in your heart, the thing you fear most, suddenly crawls out of the dream one day, or you fall into a real nightmare and face the nightmare in your heart. That feeling is simply, the fear on Yang Dongqing's face became stronger and stronger. It's simply wonderful. Su Mu suppressed his excitement and dispelled Yang Dongqing's fear. He suddenly looked forward to the nightmare world. He had long forgotten what fear was. In the dream for more than 100 years, he experienced everything in the world. In the later period, in order to consume his mental power, he constantly created terrifying monsters or pictures to stimulate himself. The consequence of this is that his various emotional thresholds become infinitely high, and no matter how strong the fear is, it is difficult to impact him. To be honest, this feeling is very boring. When all the external things in the world cannot cause fluctuations in your heart, it is just like a eunuch who has left home. This is not a transcendent state of mind that is not happy with things or sad with oneself, but boredom and fatigue after playing with everything. How do I enter the nightmare world? Su Mu asked expectantly. Sleep. Only in sleep can I enter the nightmare world. It is like a permanent nightmare that I will never wake up from. A month ago, I woke up from a deep sleep and found myself in the nightmare world. There were other people like me there who also entered in their dreams. We met a group of terrifying monsters inside. They ate people, all died. Yang Dongqing's expression became more and more terrified, and there was a tendency to get rid of hypnosis. Sumu narrowed his eyes and quickly changed the subject. How to become a transcendent in the nightmare world. Bronze Law. Yang Dongqing uttered a term that Sumu was unfamiliar with. What is the Bronze Law? I don't know. Yang Dongqing's eyes flashed with confusion. It's like a big net hidden in the endless dimension in the nightmare world. It is all-encompassing and omnipresent. As long as you connect to the Bronze Law, you could become a transcendent. Sumu's brows were getting deeper and deeper. He could understand every word Yang Dongqing said, but he couldn't understand them when they were connected together. Bronze Law, a big net? How to connect to the Bronze Law? There's no fixed method. It all depends on personal talent. People with high talent will sense the Bronze Law and connect to it after entering the nightmare world for the first time. What about those with low talent? Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world many times before they can connect to the Bronze Law. There's also a type of people who have no talent and will never be able to connect. How many times have you been to the nightmare world? Once. Sumu. So Ning is a genius? Are all extraordinary people like you, with a body of steel? Yang Dongqing shook his head. My extraordinary power is called iron ambition, which is a relatively common extraordinary power. After obtaining iron ambition, my physical fitness has been strengthened in all aspects, and my body is comparable to steel. This kind of physical strength can also be temporarily enhanced with willpower, emotional fluctuations, etc. Sumu was thoughtful. It seemed that the reason why Yang Dongqing could burst out with strength after being paralyzed and hearing that Jasmine was very moist was related to this. Ambition of steel? Steel refers to the body of steel, and ambition refers to the enhancement of the body of steel by willpower and emotions. In simple terms, the more excited the emotions, the stronger the body of steel, or the more determined the will, the stronger the body of steel. The Bronze Law is all-encompassing, and the corresponding supernatural powers are also of various kinds, but I don't know what they are specifically. Even this information is thanks to the Nightmare Apostle who entered with me last time. There was a person from the upper city. He told me, Nightmare Apostle? Is it a nickname for people like you? Yang Dongqing nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether supernatural or ordinary, is collectively called a Nightmare Apostle. This is an ominous title, because all Nightmare Apostles will eventually die in nightmares. Why? The person from the upper city said that every day there are some unlucky people in this world who dream of becoming Nightmare Apostles and entering the nightmare world in their dreams. This is irregular and anyone can do it. And once you enter once, it is like being infected with a curse. You will enter every once in a while and experience nightmares one after another in it until death. If I want to enter the nightmare world, is there any way? Yang Dongqing shook his head again. There is no way. No one knows how to enter the nightmare world, just like no one knows how to get rid of the nightmare world. Being selected to become a Nightmare Apostle seems to be completely random, and there is no pattern. Hearing this, Sumu's face was a little gloomy. Can you become a superhuman without entering the nightmare world? Yes. I heard from the person in the upper city that there are some superhumans hidden in this world, and they are not Nightmare Apostles. Then how did they become superhumans? I only know part of it. The man was killed by the nightmare monster before he finished speaking. His original words at that time were that these superhumans in the real world are a group of cowards who get something for nothing. They all grew up by sucking the blood of Nightmare Apostles. Yang Dongqing thought for a while. His tone at that time was very angry, and he seemed to be very resistant to the identity of a Nightmare Apostle. That kind of resistance is not only to face the nightmare monster, but also seems that people in the real world will be unfavorable to the Nightmare Apostle. Sumu's eyes flickered, sucking the blood of the Nightmare Apostle. Is it literal or? Give me some of your blood. Yes, Chief. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate at all. He stretched out a finger and scratched his wrist with a nail as sharp as a blade. In a room full of medical equipment and experimental devices, a man in a white coat was holding a test tube full of blood and doing various experiments with a dropper. "How is it?" Sumu, who was leaning against the wall, asked. "Chief, this blood is no different from ordinary people's blood. At most, it is healthier. Drink it." "Yes, Chief." The man in the white coat drank the blood in his hand. Sumu waited for him for an hour, but there was no change. It seems that the previous sentence, the blood sucking in it, is not literal. Now there are two ways in front of him. One is to go to the upper city, investigate the information about the extraordinary people, learn their methods to obtain extraordinary power, and the other is to find a way to enter the nightmare world and become an extraordinary person. He chose the second way without much thought. There is a natural barrier between the upper city and the lower city. You can't enter just because you have money. You have to have money, connections, and ways to get a residence permit in the upper city. Of course, this is not a difficult task for him. It only takes a little time, but after entering, it takes a certain amount of time to investigate the intelligence of the extraordinary people, and what he lacks most now is time. In order to capture Yang Dongqing, he has spent 3 days, and now he only has 4 days left to live. The above reasons are not the fundamental reasons for Sumu. The real reason for him to choose the second way is, who can refuse a nightmare world that can die at any time, mysterious, terrifying, and thrilling? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, his long silent heart finally felt a beating. But how can he enter the nightmare world? Or, in fact, I have already entered it. For a moment, Sumu thought of the dream he had every day. It was so real that it didn't seem like a dream, but it was completely different from the nightmare world described by Yang Dongqing. In his dream, there was nothing dangerous, and everything else was there. He could get whatever he wanted. According to Yang Dongqing, if you want to enter the nightmare world, you can only rely on your own luck. If your luck is bad enough, you can dream about the nightmare world and then enter it. But the problem is that as soon as you fall asleep, you will enter that omnipotent dream, which is equivalent to directly blocking the nightmare world. He thought for a moment, and an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Sumu came to the dungeon again. When he saw Yang Dongqing, he was surprised to find that Yang Dongqing had gotten rid of hypnosis. You know, it was only an hour later. "Asshole, what did you just do to me?" Yang Dongqing roared in shock and anger. Obviously, the hypnosis just now made him feel scared. The feeling of being completely changed is even more terrible than losing his life. Sumu stared at him. Such a high mental resistance. Are all extraordinary people like this? Or does Yang Dongqing's heart of iron have a certain resistance? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He never intended to keep Yang Dongqing as a puppet. For him, there are few interesting people in the world, but it is precisely this group of people who make the world colorful. He is tired of the feeling of controlling everything. This was the case when he did not completely control an NMO before, and now he will naturally not completely control Yang Dongqing's thoughts. However, although he is unwilling to control, it does not mean that he will let Yang Dongqing go. The two have already become enemies, and letting go of the enemy is a very stupid behavior. So, Sumu began to take another approach, psychological suggestion. Compared with the compulsion of hypnosis, psychological suggestion is undoubtedly secretive and difficult to detect, and this method can ignore mental resistance. Simply put, hypnosis is to forcibly control other people's minds, which will cause mental resistance. And psychological suggestion is a subtle brainwashing that distorts your mind and naturally accepts it. It's like in the workplace. Your boss assigns you a work task outside of your job, and you resist it. At this time, the boss has two ways to deal with you. One is to use his own power to suppress you, and if you don't do it, you will get out and wear shoes for you. The other is to PUA you. There is no harm in learning more. I am training you. Only after training can you play a greater role in a higher position. It is obvious which of the two methods causes rebellious psychology. So, Sumu is now planning to PUA? No, psychologically hint to Yang Dongqing. He sat on a chair beside him, leaning on a snake-grained wooden cane with his hands folded, staring at Yang Dongqing calmly, and said slowly, "Yang Dongqing, you don't want Miss Jasmine to get into trouble, right?" Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed. "What do you want to do now?" Bang, bang, bang. The iron chain wrapped around him trembled wildly. Nothing, just a tiny bit of compensation. Yang Dongqing's chest rose and fell violently. He resisted the urge to curse and gritted his teeth and said, "What compensation? You arrested me and asked me for compensation." Su Mu's face showed surprise. "I invited Miss Jasmine to my house and invited her to drink red wine and eat steak, but you came to my house without knowing the truth, broke into the house, and killed people. Tell me, should you compensate? You invited me? You were clearly robbing. I just made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine. Then you also threatened. Okay, don't care about such boring details. Just tell me whether you will compensate or not." Hey, Yang Dongqing's face was ashen. Although he was a poor student, he also understood the principle of being the fish at the mercy of others. Su Mu nodded with satisfaction. "Since you're a poor guy, the only thing you can sell is your body. So, you work for me for 3 years, which is considered compensation." For Su Mu, 3 years is enough. Now, he can control Yang Dongqing, not to mention how much his mental power will increase in 3 years, provided that he can survive. "Work for you." Yang Dongqing's expression eased a little, which meant that he would not die for the time being, and Jasmine would be fine. He just wanted to pretend to agree and wait for a chance to take revenge in the future. Su Mu seemed to see through his thoughts and said lightly, "You should also know my ability. It is easy to deal with ordinary people like Jasmine. To be honest, I have planted an idea in her mind, an idea of suicide. As long as you have evil thoughts, Jasmine will commit suicide for me." Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed. "Asshole, don't hurt Jasmine. Come to me if you have the guts." "What a touching love," Su Mu praised. "In this case, you should consider Jasmine even more. She loves you so much that she even dares to betray me for you. Such a good girl. Life and death depends on your thoughts. As long as you agree to work for me for 3 years, I will give you freedom after 3 years." Yang Dongqing's face was gloomy and uncertain. He was silent for a long time, and finally said, "I promise you, but if you don't keep your promise or hurt Jasmine, I swear that even if I am torn to pieces, I will make you pay the price." Su Mu smiled slightly, happy cooperation. At the same time, the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses flashed a hint of luster. The invisible spiritual power began to emit fluctuations. He was giving Yang Dongqing psychological hints to strengthen his thoughts. For Yang Dongqing at this time, there were 2 choices. One was to believe that he would be free in 3 years and then cooperate sincerely. The other was to not believe it, then pretend to cooperate and wait for an opportunity to betray. The role of psychological hints is to strengthen the idea of sincere cooperation, making Yang Dongqing more inclined to the first choice. "Who do you want me to kill? Your competitor? Don't be so violent. Who stipulates that gang leaders must kill people? I still love peace, and your job is not to kill people." These words really don't sound like they came from your mouth. "Your first job is to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world." Yang Dongqing was shocked and speechless for a long time. "Let's not talk about whether I can do it or not. Do you know what it means to enter the nightmare world? No need to waste time talking nonsense. I have my own plan. If I'm not mistaken, you suddenly felt palpitations during the class before. Did you sense that you were about to enter the nightmare world again?" Yang Dongqing nodded silently. After a long time, he said, "When the nightmare apostles are about to enter the nightmare world, they will feel it. Generally, they will enter 2 to 3 days after the feeling occurs. Before, you said that entering the nightmare world is through sleeping and dreaming. What if you don't sleep? Not sleeping can delay the time of entering, but who can stay awake all the time? People who stay awake all the time will die." Su Mu did not comment on this. There are even extraordinary people in this world. It is not uncommon for someone to stay awake all the time. It's just that Yang Dongqing has just come into contact with the extraordinary, so the information he knows is naturally one-sided. When entering the nightmare world, is it the spirit that enters while the body remains in reality? Or is it the spirit and the body that enter together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. I don't know either. I've only been to the nightmare world once. And who can observe whether their body is lying on the bed after falling asleep? The eyes behind the brown glasses moved slightly, and Sumu suddenly had some ideas in his mind. He was thinking what happened to him every day when he entered the nightmare world. When you enter the dream of infinitely growing spiritual power, is your body still lying in bed sleeping? It is also very simple to verify. Just install a camera in the bedroom. However, now is not the time to verify. Yang Dongqing continued. I feel that the spirit and body should enter together because the nightmare world is completely a real world, just like traveling through time. The injuries in it will be brought out after returning to reality. Just now you said that you will enter the nightmare world in 2 to 3 days. Today should be the 3rd day, right? Well, because I didn't sleep last night, otherwise I might have entered last night. Why didn't you sleep last night? You. Yang Dongqing glared at him instantly. Why the hell didn't I sleep? Didn't you make me study math all night? Sumu's mouth corners drew a mysterious arc. Okay, don't care about such boring details. You should be ready to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. This is impossible. The nightmare world is entered randomly. As far as I know, no one can choose to enter it on their own. Sumu smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about this. I have my own plan. Night. In a luxurious room, more than a dozen black-clad men stood in a row under the leadership of Zhao Zhaoyao. Chief, according to your instructions, I have summoned all the elites of the Viper Gang. Zhao Zhaoyao said respectfully. Sumu looked carefully and found that these people were all sturdy and strong, with a faint murderous aura on their faces, and their waists were bulging, and they carried pistols with them. At this time, a bald man with no eyebrows and lip marks on his face showed disdain and curled his lips. The nightmare world is not effective by having a large number of people. If you bring these trash in, they will be a burden in the end. Oh, by the way, the premise is that you really have a way to bring so many people in. The bald man who spoke was Yang Dongqing. Since the two reached an agreement, Su Mu released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not make trouble, but worked honestly, waiting for 3 years to live together with Jasmine. As for the lip print on his face, it was naturally Jasmine's. This kid wanted to see Jasmine as soon as he came out. The two of them were warm for a while. He also learned from Jasmine that his brother had become the director of the factory, and Jasmine herself was signed by a record company. This ending can be said to be a happy ending. The brother became the director of the factory. Jasmine could pursue her dream, and Sumu also gained a superhuman bodyguard. The only one who suffered was Yang Dongqing, who had to be a cow and horse for 3 years. Sumu ignored him, but said lightly, "Get ready to sleep." Yang Dongqing walked straight to the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Sumu extended his snakewood cane to stop him. Sleep on the floor. Yang Dongqing's face was furious. Isn't there a bed? Why do you have to sleep on the floor? The bed is mine. Sumu took back the snakewood cane and glanced at him lightly. Yang Dongqing could only lie on the floor with a curse in the end. At this time, Sumu ordered Zhao Zhaoyao and others, "You sleep too." Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen men in black fell to the ground and fell asleep, and some even snored. Yang Dongqing's eyebrows jumped. Do these people have such good sleep quality? Sumu shook his head. It's just hypnosis. Do you want to try it? Yang Dongqing immediately remembered the bad memories before, refused with a sullen face, and then closed his eyes. About 10 minutes later, he slowly fell asleep. He had been doing math problems all night last night, and his mental state was already extremely tired. Seeing that everyone was asleep, Sumu also started his own plan. He took out a dark gold pocket watch from his bosom, and the watch head slipped from his fingertips and began to do pendulum motion in the air. 1, 2, 3, plop. Sumu fell on the soft bed. In the vast and misty heavenly palace, an immortal emperor stood proudly, surrounded by immortal energy, as if 1,000 feet of rosy clouds burst out from his body. He was tall and majestic, as tall as a peak, as if he could support the entire sky. And this immortal emperor was Su-mu. That's right, he entered his dream. Transforming into an immortal emperor was just basic training for him, a habit he developed subconsciously. Su-mu stood in the void, a gorgeous immortal robe moving with the wind, with stars embroidered on it, as if it contained the truth of the universe. He raised his hand slightly, and the immortal power flowing from his sleeves turned into a gorgeous light, illuminating the entire dream. Dreams have no walls, which means dreams have no boundaries. And what he has to do now is to expand. Expand the dream infinitely until it connects to Yang Dongqing's dream. In his imagination, since he is the master of dreams, why can't he control his own dreams to connect with other people's dreams? You can control the birth and death of a universe in a blink of an eye. It's just connecting dreams. It shouldn't be difficult to do. As time passed, Su-mu slowly closed his eyes, exerting his perception to the extreme, and his dream also expanded like the Big Bang. Finally, he felt something different, and the feeling was very strange, just like the immortal emperor standing on the top, suddenly sensing the barrier of the world, and after his perception penetrated the barrier, he saw the other world. In the border of the dream, there was only endless darkness, but I don't know when a dozen stars flickering with faint light appeared, mysterious and magnificent. Su-mu could clearly sense that the dozen stars were not in his dream, because he could perfectly control his own dreams, so he was particularly sensitive. Is this their dream? Su-mu opened his eyes, and the eyes of the immortal emperor were like a deep and boundless black hole in the universe, carrying the brilliance and dimness of thousands of stars, the flow and change of years. When his eyes swept over, it was like a lightning that opened up the world, splitting the darkness of the border of the dream, and a dozen stars also completely appeared. Even the pictures above were clearly visible. The pictures that appeared on the 12 stars were basically the same, all of which showed Su-mu sitting on the throne, with a black crowd of people surrendering below, shouting, "Long live the leader." Obviously, this was the dream of Zhao Chaoyao and others. They were brainwashed every day, and even their dreams were Su-mu. In addition to these 12 stars, there is another star that looks like it is cast in steel and emits a metallic luster. The picture displayed on it is a little different. The picture is somewhat colorful. The male protagonist is Yang Dongqing, and the female protagonist is Jasmine. The two are in love with each other. Then Su-mu appeared and snatched the love away. Is this Yang Dongqing's dream? Su-mu frowned slightly. It's really bloody. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Jasmine has been successfully taken away by Su-mu, and the plot is getting more and more bloody. Jasmine, sorry, Dongqing, the love of 3 people is still too crowded. Yang Dongqing, no. Jasmine, how can I live without you? Su-mu, he was a little speechless. Just when he wanted to complain, his brows slightly frowned, his eyes were like cold lightning, and he was locked in Yang Dongqing's dream. I saw a strange blood color in Yang Dongqing's dream out of thin air. The blood color was like old rust, and it was like dried blood. It spread silently in the dream, exuding a creepy breath. It was like the blood of the devil seeping out from the depths of hell, flowing slowly and viscously, with every drop filled with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually covered with blood. At the same time, the dream star representing him began to shake violently, as if it was about to be pulled out of the world at any time. Is this the call of the nightmare world? Su-mu narrowed his eyes slightly, and he no longer hesitated and immediately controlled his own dream to connect with Yang Dongqing's dream. At the moment when the two sides came into contact, his body shook violently, because the fairyland palace, which was originally filled with fairy air, was stained with a strange blood color at some point. This blood color began to spread wildly like a virus. He tried to control this blood color, but found that he could not control it at all. Even though he was already the supreme fairy emperor in his dream, facing the blood color. Everything seemed like a mirage, all illusory, and only that blood color was real. It felt like the supreme being in a novel, who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand, but was unable to crawl out of the novel and harm any plant or tree in reality. As I expected, the nightmare world pulls people in through dreams. As long as I am connected to the dreams of the nightmare apostles, I will be pulled into it together. Sumu's eyes flickered, and at some point, his eyes were also covered with a strange blood color. In this case, I can use the same principle to bring that person and others in together. Sumu controlled his own dream and connected it with the dreams of Zhao Zhaoyao and others. When all the dreams were connected together, it seemed to provide a channel for the blood color to spread. It spread infinitely and eventually dyed everyone's dreams into blood color. The blood color was like a huge net, covering everyone's dreams, leaving them nowhere to escape, as if once they were trapped in it, they would be swallowed by endless fear and despair. And this is exactly what Sumu wanted. He sat on the supreme throne, and the dark golden star robe on his body had been dyed blood color. The blood was raging wildly, gradually gathering into a sea of blood, drowning him bit by bit. Abdomen, chest, neck. At this time, Sumu was already wrapped in a sea of blood, with only a human head left. A suppressed smile appeared on his pale face. It's really exciting. After the words fell, the sea of blood completely swallowed him. The dark night enveloped Zhaojia village. The whole village was extremely desolate. There were no lights in the houses. Only a two-story house was flickering with candlelight, which was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Under the cover of night, this two-story house seemed to be covered by a thick layer of darkness. The mottled walls were covered with strange vines. The rusty iron door made a creepy creaking sound in the breeze, like a painful groan. In the house, 4 men and 1 woman were sitting around the candles anxiously. From time to time, they looked back at the darkness that the candlelight could not cover, as if some terrible monster would appear in it at any time. It's dark now. Go out to find food and candles as planned. A 20-year-old man with a crew cut said in a deep voice. Although his face was solemn, he was not as panicked and afraid as the others. Brother Yi, do you really want to go out? What if there are nightmare monsters outside? A slightly trembling voice came from a middle-aged man. He was wearing a faded work suit and a pair of badly worn rubber shoes. His skin was dark, and his figure was slightly hunched, which are the traces left by long-term heavy physical labor. The crew-cut man surnamed Yi glanced at him coldly. What if we don't go out? Waiting to die? We have been here for 3 days and haven't eaten a bite for 3 whole days. If this goes on, we will starve to death without the help of those nightmare monsters. And the candles are almost used up. Once there are no candles, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, right? The middle-aged man shrank his neck in fear and dared not say anything. The others were even more silent. At this time, the man surnamed Yi stood up and said, Everyone, go to the village to find food. It's night now, and those humanoid monsters won't appear. Just be careful of the shadows. Also, bring all the food back and I will distribute it. If anyone dares to hide it, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he took the lead and prepared to leave, and the only woman among them hurriedly grabbed the man surnamed Ye's hand, with a pitiful begging on her pretty face. Brother Ye, I'm scared. Can I go with you? The woman was wearing a thin silk pajamas, which vaguely outlined her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a touch of white skin and sexy collarbone. The slender shoulder straps were gently hung on the round shoulders, as if they would slip off at any time. The pitiful look made the other people swallow their saliva secretly, and their desire to protect her burst in their hearts. However, the man surnamed Yi had a blank expression on his face and refused with a cold attitude. I said, act separately. The more people there are, the easier it is to attract the attention of the Black Shadow. The woman still refused to give in, biting her delicate lips and begging, Please, Brother Yi, you are the only extraordinary person in the team. Only you can protect me. Just take me with you, I can do anything. The man surnamed Yi sneered, A hint of teasing appeared in his eyes, and he ruthlessly shook off the woman's hand. Since you know that I am an extraordinary person, you should also understand that there are a lot of people like you around me. If it were in the real world, it would be nothing, but this is a nightmare world. I can't even protect myself. How can I protect you? Can't you do anything? Then go and kill the black shadow hidden in the dark. As long as you do it, I will protect you closely for 24 hours. The woman's face turned pale in an instant, as if all the energy was taken away some strength. The man surnamed Yi looked at her coldly, then picked up the lantern, turned and left, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. The desperate woman had to cast a helpless look at other people, but no one responded. The other few people were not fools, and no one wanted to bring a burden with them. They all left with lanterns one after another. Only the middle-aged man hesitated again and finally said, "You, come with me, so that I can take care of you." A touch of joy appeared on the woman's face, and she nodded in agreement quickly. A pair of white and slender arms tightly wrapped around the middle-aged man's arms. The two picked up the lanterns and left the house. The two of them walked carefully in the dark, the white paper lanterns in their hands emitting faint candlelight. The man and woman were close to each other, and they could even hear each other's heartbeats clearly. After an unknown period of time, the woman's voice rang out in the darkness. "Uncle Lee, do you think we can go back alive?" Li Chong's body was a little stiff, but he still tried to comfort her. "Miss Wong, just call me Lily. Uncle Lee, you are a good person. You're different from them. Lily, we can definitely go back alive." Li Chong felt warm in his heart, and at the same time, the arm wrapped around his arm became tighter. The soft touch slightly dispelled the fear in his heart, but just at this moment, crack! In the village, in an alley beside the two people, the sound of branches breaking suddenly sounded. It was as if someone stepped on the dead branches on the ground. The two people changed color instantly, turned around abruptly, raised the lanterns in their hands, and shone them into the alley. It was pitch black inside, like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing everything silently. Who's there?" Li Chong asked in horror. "Is it Brother Yi? Or Wong Tao?" Under the dim candlelight, there seemed to be a figure standing quietly in the dark alley, without any movement. The figure was thin and tall. Li Chong bravely raised the lantern to see the man's face clearly. At this time, the figure moved. It seemed to take a step forward and step into the candlelight range. Countless darkness retreated from the man's face like tiny wood lice, revealing a pale face. The facial features were delicate and handsome, wearing high-end brown glasses, with a polite and elegant smile on his face, and the pale skin even shone brightly under the candlelight. Chevron_left. Lily was the first to burst into a high-pitched scream, because this human face was not anyone in their team. Li Chong was also instantly surrounded by fear, and his mind was in a mess. Why? Didn't Brother Yi say that humanoid monsters only appear during the day? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands pushing him hard. Unprepared, Li Chong fell to the ground, and the owner of those hands ran away like crazy. Lily knew very well that with her physical strength, she could not outrun the humanoid monsters, nor could she outrun Li Chong beside her. If she wanted to survive and not be eaten, she could only let Li Chong delay time. Plop! The white paper lantern in Li Chong's hand also fell to the ground, and it was this fall that frightened him so much that he almost fainted, because the white paper lantern rolled to the feet of the pale white face under the action of inertia, illuminating the scenery behind him. People. Densely packed people. Behind the pale white face, there were rows of people in black standing. They stood motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Monster! Don't eat me! Li Chong's fragile mind was hit hard. He collapsed and got up from the ground, then fell down and got up again. He was running away. Sumu pushed his brown glasses helplessly. He didn't expect that he had just come to the nightmare world and hadn't seen the nightmare monster, but he was regarded as a monster by others. Before, he came to this village after being completely swallowed by the sea of blood in his dream. This broken village didn't even have lights. The most important thing was that all the lighting tools on his body were out of order. To be precise, they were not out of order. They could still work, but the light they emitted could not dispel the darkness of this world at all. Sumu turned around and asked his younger brothers, "Do I look like a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao stared at Li Chang's back with murderous eyes. "He dared to insult the leader. I'm going to kill him." Yang Dongxing said thoughtfully, "It seems that this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He should have entered before us. Maybe he knows some information about this nightmare." Sumu waved his hand. "Catch him." "Yes, leader." Two black-clothed strong men rushed out like cheetahs and rushed straight towards Li Chang. A few seconds later, the panicked Li Chang was dragged back by the two black-clothed strong men like a dead dog. "No, don't eat me. Please don't eat me." Li Chang didn't dare to open his eyes at all and struggled and shouted there. After struggling for a while, he found that no one was attacking him at all. He was stunned. He opened his eyes carefully and saw the pale and handsome face before. The owner of that face was smiling, very gently, without any aggression. "Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle?" Sumu asked politely. Li Chang nodded subconsciously and suddenly realized something. "You too?" "Yes, we are the same as you. We are all people who have strayed into the nightmare world, not monsters." "Really?" Li Chang looked at the black-clothed people in front of him with some doubt. "But why are there so many of you? And they're wearing the same clothes? Can you come in a group?" Zhao Chaoyao's face suddenly burst out of vein, grabbed Li Chang's collar, and said fiercely, "Still in a group? You think you are here for a trip. Whatever our leader asks you, you answer honestly. Do you understand?" "Hey, how many times have I said, don't be so violent, be polite?" "Yes, leader." Zhao Chaoyao let go of Li Chang's collar and retreated behind Sumu. Sumu looked at the panicked Li Chang with a smile, and even helped him to straighten his wrinkled collar. "Don't be nervous. After all, we are not bad people. By the way, don't you know what your name is?" Li Chang." Li Chang trembled, and for some reason, he was even more scared. "Okay, Mr. Li Chang, we are both nightmare apostles, trapped in this terrifying dream. Shouldn't we help each other? After all, the power of an individual is limited. Only by uniting as one can we overcome difficulties together, don't you think?" The eyes behind the brown glasses exuded a faint light, and under the gaze of these eyes, Li Chang's fearful heart gradually calmed down. "You are right. We should help each other," Li Chang said seriously. "Mr. Li Chang is really a good person. Then please tell me the known information." When the two interacted in a friendly manner, Yang Dongxing, who was standing aside, saw this scene and felt a chill in his heart. This method of controlling people's hearts, no matter how many times he saw it, he would feel deep fear and dread. As Li Chang told him everything, Sumu finally understood the current nightmare. There were 10 people in Li Chang's group, 5 of whom had died, leaving 4 men and 1 woman. They all entered the nightmare world 3 days ago. Unlike himself and others who entered together, these people entered individually. Among the remaining people, only a young man named Yi Fanyu was a transcendent, and it was the 3rd time he entered the nightmare world. The rest were ordinary people who entered for the first time. As soon as they came in, they were in the village called Zhaojia Village. At night, the village was empty, but there was a monster called Black Shadow, hiding in the darkness, stretching out its palm to people and pulling them into the darkness. It is said that anyone who was pulled into it would die, and it was more dangerous during the day. The disappeared villagers would appear during the day. To be precise, they were not villagers at all, but monsters in human skin. They were extremely powerful and difficult to kill, and they would actively attack humans. Once caught, they would brutally kill and eat humans. There are over 100 of these monsters, and they cannot be dealt with head-on. They can only hide in houses. Villagers seem to have a natural fear of houses. As long as the doors and windows are closed, they cannot break in. However, these monsters will charm people and try their best to trick people out of the room. After listening to Li Chang's description, Su Mu's smile widened. "I am a little bit looking forward to it. It seems that entering the nightmare world late is still beneficial. At least some good people have used their lives to help you obtain a lot of crucial information. For example, villagers cannot break into the house, and black shadows like to appear in crowded places. This kind of information seems to be just a sentence, but if you want to know, you can only try it with human lives. Although the lives of the Viper Gang's younger brothers are not lives, it is also very time-consuming to recruit and hypnotize a new group of younger brothers. Mr. Li Chong, please take us to meet up with everyone next. Sumu smiled. Li Chong nodded numbly. Okay. In the second-floor house, Yi Fanyu and others came back one after another. The three looked at each other, and all looked ugly. Zhao Gang, Wong Tao, you two didn't find any food? Yi Fanyu asked. The two shook their heads. I went to the fields to look for crops, but there were no crops at all. I searched the trash cans in the village, but there was no food. Yi Fanyu's face became more and more ugly, but he did not easily believe what the two said. He first looked at the two carefully, and then reached out to touch their shriveled stomachs. You two, open your mouths. The two were very afraid of Yi Fanyu, and obeyed his words. Yi Fanyu checked and found no food residue. He even smelled it. There's no smell of food, only the stench of not brushing teeth for 3 days. It seems that we can only hope for Li Chong and Wong Li. The three of them held a lantern each and sat down in the corners of the room, far away from each other. Not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Open the door quickly. The violent banging sound outside the door and Wong Li's frightened cry for help were particularly harsh in the silent night. The three people's faces changed, and they all stood up. Yi Fanyu rushed to the door first, but he did not open the door immediately, but asked, "What happened?" Li Chong. Li Chong encountered a humanoid monster. Please open the door quickly. Wong Li's once sweet voice had long been deformed at this moment, and the fear of 3 days of squeezing burst out at this moment. Yi Fanyu's face suddenly changed. Impossible. Humanoid monsters only appear during the day. It's night now, how can they come out? In order to confirm the time, he even walked to the window and looked out the window. It was pitch black outside. Only the cold moonlight in the sky hung down, hitting the branches around, casting strange and twisted shadows on the ground, exuding a suffocating and gloomy atmosphere. I don't know, but they just appeared. Not just one, but many monsters. They filled the alley. Wong Li screamed in horror, mixed with crying. Yi Fanyu did not reply, but leaned against the window and carefully observed the door. After confirming that Wong Li was the only one at the door, he replied, "Since there are so many nightmare monsters, how can you come back alive? Where's Li Chong?" Wong Li paused crying. Li Chong? He stayed alone to save me, and he... Woo-woo. Bang. The door of the house was opened, and the faint candlelight from the door hit Wong Li's delicate body, adding a halo to her outline. Her white silk nightgown was covered with mud, and her long legs exposed outside were scratched in several places. One of the plush slippers on her feet was also lost. Her smooth little feet were stained with mud, and even the gaps between her toes were filled with black substances. She rushed into the room suddenly, and only breathed a sigh of relief until her whole body was wrapped in candlelight. Bang! Without a second of hesitation, the door was closed by Yi Fanyu. Afterwards, Yi Fanyu didn't give Wong Li a chance to breathe. He grabbed her hand and said in a hurried tone, "Tell me, what's going on?" He was really anxious now, because Wong Li's words meant that the activity pattern of the nightmare monsters observed in the past 3 days was wrong, or it had changed, which was related to everyone's life. I don't know. I'm very scared. Li Chong and I were looking for food. When we passed an alley, we suddenly heard a sound. Li Chong thought it was you, so he took a lantern to shine it. And the result. Wong Li's breathing became more and more rapid, and her pupils contracted unconsciously, as if she thought of something terrible. What happened? You fucking tell me. Yi Fanyu's face was bulging with blue veins, and he wanted to slap her. People. All people. The alley was full of rows of people in black. They were motionless, just like zombies. The man in the lead was even more pale, without a trace of blood, and seemed to be wearing brown glasses. Brown glasses? Yes, it's brown glasses, and that person is always smiling. He just looks at us quietly, smiling all the time. As soon as these words came out, Everyone felt a chill coming over them, and their backs went cold. They unconsciously recalled the scene in their minds, in the pitch-black night, holding white lanterns and shining them into the alley. Under the candlelight, rows of zombie-like black-clad people came into view, with pale faces staring at you with smiles on their faces. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp knocks on the door woke everyone up. "Open the door quickly. I'm Li Chong." Li Chong's voice came from outside the door. Swish. Everyone's face turned pale in an instant, and Wong Li was so scared that she hugged Yifan Yu, as if she wanted to seek comfort. "Fuck you, get out. Don't get close to me." Yifan Yu pushed Wong Li away, his face gloomy. "Open the door. I see the light inside." Li Chong kept urging. Zhao Gang swallowed nervously. Didn't Wong Li say that Li Chong was dead? Who was outside the door? The room was silent, and no one answered the question. It may be the villagers who have changed. Don't forget that they have the ability to change their appearance and charm people. Wang Tao said cautiously. "Shut up. Don't make a sound. I'll go and see." Yifan Yu shouted in a low voice and walked quietly to the window. He was frightened at the sight, because the scene outside was exactly the same as what Wong Li said. Li Chong was knocking on the door, and behind him stood rows of men in black. Those people stood expressionless like sculptures, and the leading man was wearing brown glasses and holding a snake-grained wooden cane in his hand. Suddenly, the man with brown glasses seemed to notice something and turned his head slightly to look over. When their eyes met, the man with brown glasses showed a polite smile. "Tung!" Yifan Yu felt his scalp tingling and hurriedly left the window, pressed against the wall, and avoided that gaze. Damn it! How could so many nightmare monsters suddenly appear? Everyone, immediately disperse in the corners and hide. Plug your ears, no matter what the people outside say. Don't open the door. Even without Yifan Yu's instructions, the others had already found their positions, squatting in the corners with their hands on their heads, shivering. In the past 3 days, they have experienced many such incidents. Basically, as long as it is daytime, they will be besieged by villagers who swarm in. Those villagers are ever-changing, and they can even become your relatives to tempt you to open the door. So the best solution is not to look, listen, or respond. Outside the door, Li Chong knocked on the door for a long time, but no one responded. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why don't you open the door? There are obviously people inside. It should be a misunderstanding. Sumu roughly guessed the thoughts of the people inside. He looked back at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, in the nightmare world, after being chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days, he suddenly saw a group of such people in black. It was reasonable to be afraid. Especially since all these men in black were hypnotized, they only had one thought in their minds. That is for the leader. These people didn't know what fear was, so they seemed a little out of place. "Leader, I'll go and knock the door open." Zhao Yao volunteered. "Go ahead." Sumu nodded, and at this time, Yang Dongqing stood up. "No, I'll communicate with them. It's easy to cause misunderstandings if you knock on the door rashly." As he said, Yang Dongqing walked to the door and said loudly, "Don't get me wrong, we are not nightmare monsters, but nightmare apostles like you. But we entered 3 days later. I'm a transcendent. You open the door and discuss how to cooperate to get through this nightmare." Silence. Dead silence. No one responded in the house. Yang Dongqing. Bang! He kicked the door open, and the dilapidated iron door slammed heavily on the ground, making a harsh metal sound. The moment the door opened, Yang Dongqing was greeted by a flame like a bullet. The flame bullet cut through the sky, and the air was distorted and deformed wherever it passed, leaving a long, hot track in the dark night sky. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed, and he had no time to dodge, so he had to reach out to catch it. A touch of steel color appeared on his palm. Boom! The violent flames burst out. In the flames, Yang Dongqing seemed to be hit by a shell head-on and flew backwards fiercely, and his palm became charred. Yifan Yu's surprised voice came from the room. "Iron ambition. Are you really a superhuman?" At this time, he was making a gun shape with one hand, with his index finger and thumb raised, and the other 3 fingers folded, just like a child imitating a gun with his hand, beeping there, but the tip of his index finger was burning with a hot flame, which was unusually bright in the dim room. Fuck. Young Dongqing got up from the ground in a mess and said angrily, "Didn't I just say that we are not nightmare monsters?" Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Yi Fanyu showed surprise on his face, but his right hand still kept the pistol posture, and the flame on his fingertips did not dissipate. "You don't know. There are many monsters in this nightmare wearing human skin. They will try their best to trick us to open the door, so I can't believe it. However, the ability you just displayed is indeed iron ambition, and those monsters can't break the doors and windows. I reacted subconsciously before, but now I can be sure that you are a transcendent, not a nightmare monster." Young Dongqing patted the dust on his body, and his expression eased slightly. Then Yi Fanyu's eyes swept over Su Mu and others with a vigilant look. "Although I can confirm that you are not a nightmare monster, what's wrong with them? Why are they wearing the same clothes?" Su Mu leaned on the snake-patterned wooden cane, took a step forward and smiled. "What? Do nightmare apostles have any requirements for clothing?" "It's not that there are requirements for clothing, but all nightmare apostles enter individually, and the nightmares they go to each time are also random. You're obviously members of an organization. When did nightmare apostles also form a team? Don't tell me that you temporarily formed an organization after entering and prepared clothes in advance. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I can only suspect that you are not human beings at all, but nightmare monsters." Yi Fanyu held his right hand with his left hand and aimed at Su Mu and others. If there was no flame between his index fingers, the scene would be very funny. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and had a guess in his mind. It seems that when a nightmare apostle enters the nightmare world, it is just like matching in the game. Every time he meets a different teammate, he can only play alone and cannot enter in a team. Because of this, that would arouse Yi Fanyu's vigilance. How should he lie to him? Su Mu certainly couldn't say that he brought everyone into the same nightmare through dreams. Of course, the other party probably wouldn't believe it if he said it. So, Su Mu pushed his brown glasses and smiled faintly. "It's a very reasonable question, but I can't help but ask, Mr. Yi, what kind of person are you? Are you worthy of me explaining to you?" Click, click. The sound of countless pistols loading sounded. More than a dozen black pistols pointed at Yi Fanyu in unison. Swish! Yi Fanyu's face was covered with cold sweat on the spot, and the flame on his index finger almost went out. The stiff feeling of being pointed at by a gun surged throughout his body. He was indeed a transcendent, but he didn't have a body of steel. Being pointed at by more than a dozen guns at such a close distance would definitely kill him. Especially after he saw the eyes of those gunmen, he was even more terrified. The rows of men in black stood straight like sculptures, all with expressionless faces and cold eyes. Their muscles were taut, ready to pull the trigger at any time. The faint moonlight cast shadows on their faces, making their expressions look even colder and more terrifying. "Are you satisfied with my explanation, Mr. Yi?" Su Mu's gentle voice sounded. Yi Fanyu was stiff all over, not daring to move. Su Mu smiled. The reason why he acted this way was that he was sure that Yi Fanyu could not withstand the bullets. He had already learned from Li Chang about the strength of those humanoid monsters and Yi Fanyu's performance when hunting humanoid monsters. Those humanoid monsters are several times stronger than ordinary people, and their recovery ability is extremely strong. Even if their heads are blown up, it is difficult for them to die. This level is naturally crushing ordinary people, but if they are against Yang Dongqing will win in a one-on-one duel. It's just a pity that humanoid monsters rarely act alone and often go out in hundreds. And Yi Fanyu has also fought with humanoid monsters several times in the past 3 days. He often only dared to fire from a long distance, using his fingertips to send out flaming bullets, and did not dare to let the humanoid monsters get close. Once they get close, he turned around and ran away. It can be said that they spent most of the time hiding in the house in the past 3 days. It can be seen that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to fire, and he does not have Yang Dongqing's defense that ignores bullets. The tense and stalemate lasted for a moment, and Yifanyu suddenly put away the flames on his fingertips and forced a smile. I am abrupt. Those humanoid monsters don't have pistols. Please don't mind, sir. I don't mean anything else. I am just too straightforward and can't speak. The main reason is that I have been too depressed in the nightmare world these days, and my spirit is a little tense. Now think about it carefully. If you were a nightmare monster, you would have killed us all the moment you opened the door. If I am not wrong, you should also be a superhuman, and your extraordinary power should be related to puppets. These people are probably puppets controlled by you, so they can enter the nightmare world together. Su-mu smiled slightly, and he didn't see any movement. He just tapped the ground with his cane elegantly. More than a dozen men in black put away their pistols in unison and continued to stand there like statues. This is the importance of strength. When you have strength, all unreasonable things will be reasonably explained, and there will be extraordinary people to argue for you. Now it is like this. You don't even need to make up a reason. People have already found it for you. Su-mu walked over and gently patted Yifanyu's stiff shoulder, smiling gently. I didn't expect you to see this. It seems that Mr. Yi has extraordinary eyesight. Yifanyu laughed dryly a few times, and from the corner of his eyes he glanced at Su-mu's hand on his shoulder from time to time, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack. What's your name? I'm Sumo. I'm honored to share this nightmare with Mr. Yi. Yifanyu hurriedly said in panic, You're too polite. It's my honor. With two extraordinary people joining us, the chances of successfully surviving this nightmare have risen sharply. Wong Li and others on the side looked at the scene with strange expressions. They had been with Yifanyu for 3 days and knew what kind of person he was. He was arrogant, selfish, and ruthless, but these distinctive personalities all turned into gentleness, humility, and politeness when they met someone stronger than him. Afterwards, everyone started to be polite to each other and introduce each other. For a while, the guests and hosts were happy and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, there were two people who were not harmonious, that is, Li Chong and Wong Li. This honest middle-aged man looked at Wong Li frequently, wanting to say something but stopping. Wong Li's heart tightened when she saw this. She had made up her mind. As long as Li Chong dared to report what she had just done, she would immediately blame him. However, Li Chong said nothing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a brief greeting, Yifanyu said, Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days later, so they probably don't know much about this nightmare. Why don't I explain it to them? Su-mu shook his head. No need. I have heard some information from Mr. Li Chong. I wonder what Mr. Yi plans to do next. Yifanyu quickly replied. I had planned to find a house to wait for the nightmare to wake up and return to reality naturally. After all, most nightmare apostles do this, but now that you two extraordinary people have joined us, we can change the previous strategy. We can try to explore it. Maybe we can break this nightmare. Su-mu's eyes flickered slightly. He had already learned some common sense about the nightmare world from Yang Dongqing. The nightmare world is called a nightmare, so it is natural to wake up. Usually, most nightmare apostles choose this way, find a safe place, and then stay there. Generally, they will wake up from the nightmare and return to reality in about 7 days, provided that they do not die within 7 days. But this method cannot be used all the time. It is said that as the number of times you enter the nightmare world increases, the time it takes to wake up will also increase. It may take 7 days, 10 days, a month, or even half a year. Maybe in the end, he will never wake up again. Unless he breaks the nightmare, he will stay in the nightmare world forever. Therefore, if you encounter a simple nightmare, it is best to break it if you can. At this time, Yifanyu said again, if you are lucky, you may find 1 or 2 treasures. The eyes behind the brown glasses looked at Yang Dongqing obscurely and found that the other party was also slightly confused. Obviously, he didn't know what the treasure was. So Su-mu followed the words and said, Yes, the treasure is a good thing. I was lucky enough to have one, but unfortunately I lost it for some reason. As he said, a trace of regret appeared on Su-mu's face. That's such a pity. Yifanyu looked regretful. Even the lowest level bronze level treasure can be sold at a high price of at least 5 million on the black market of extraordinary people, but generally no one will sell it. Treasures have extraordinary power and significantly improve the combat power of extraordinary people. If they are not really short of money, who would be willing to sell it? If I have a defensive treasure, even if it is only bronze level, with my bronze law 5-finger flame bullet, I won't be blocked in a house by nightmare monsters all day long. He spoke of his ability without concealing it, mainly because he felt there was no need to conceal it. Although 5-finger flame bullet is not as common as Heart of Iron, it is not a rare ability, and it has been used once before. Extraordinary people with a little knowledge can basically guess it. By the way, Mr. Su, what level of treasure did you lose? Alas, it's all sad things. It's better not to mention it. Su Mu was a little sad, as if he didn't want to mention it again. Yifan Yu couldn't possibly have such low EQ that he had to ask. Yes, let's not talk about it. Let's think about how to get through the difficulties ahead. Mr. Su, in my opinion, we can't stay in this 2-story house because the door is broken. The houses in the village are all ordinary houses, which are actually very easy to destroy, but they can block the powerful humanoid monsters, which is also strange. The most urgent task is to find a house that can accommodate everyone, as well as food and candles before dawn and before those humanoid monsters appear. Su Mu frowned slightly. A house that accommodates everyone? Wouldn't a crowd attract the shadow? Indeed, a crowd will increase the probability of attracting the shadow, but it is not impossible for a single person to be found by the shadow. The shadow cannot be killed at all. There are only 2 ways to stop the shadow. The first method is the candle. As long as you put yourself in the light, the shadow will not be able to do anything. As for the second method, it is... Yifan Yu suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, sacrifice others. The shadow has a characteristic. Once it targets someone, it will always follow and cause the candle to burn more. That is the shadow consuming light. At this time, the only way to stop following is to let another person be captured by the shadow. Su Mu immediately understood why Yifan Yu had been bringing these ordinary people with him. It turned out that he was acting as a shield. If he was alone, once he was targeted by the shadow, he could only wait to die. The candle will always run out one day. He also knew why Yifan Yu told him the news, because he also brought many ordinary people with him. And because Yifan Yu regarded him as a superhuman, he planned to join forces to fight against the nightmare monster. The role of ordinary people here is to act as consumables. So that's the case, then do as you say. Su Mu nodded in agreement. The two decided on the next arrangement in a few words. No one asked for other people's opinions. Ordinary people had no say in front of superhumans. The group quickly set out and walked into the darkness outside the door one after another. The darkness surged like a tide, covering everyone's figures, and only the white paper lanterns in their hands emitted a faint candlelight. Everyone walked very slowly and carefully. There were only dense footsteps and some nervous breathing in the darkness. Before they walked far, Su Mu and the team suddenly stopped. Yifan Yu and Yang Dongqing on the side noticed Su Mu's abnormality and stopped immediately. Mr. Su? What's wrong? Yifan Yu asked in a low voice. No, Su Mu replied calmly. His mental power far surpassed that of ordinary people, which made him feel a little strange. Yifan Yu felt uneasy inexplicably. What's wrong? The footsteps are wrong. Footsteps. Yes, there is one less footstep. Su Mu's pale face showed an interested smile, which looked a bit weird against the background of darkness. What? Everyone was shocked. He turned around and looked, his eyes narrowed, and he carefully counted the number of people. Those men in black stood like sculptures. Hey, how many people did you bring this time? Zhao Chaoyao's face tightened, and he hurriedly said, Leader, a total of 13 people. As soon as these words came out, everyone obviously realized something, and all looked at the group of men in black at the end of the team, and Yifan Yu counted them in a concentrated voice. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. There are only 12 people. Black shadow. It's a black shadow. His face suddenly changed. Damn it, disperse quickly. The more people gather, the more attention the black shadow will attract. Li Chong and the others who followed Yi Fanyu before dispersed quickly as if it was a conditioned reflex, and everyone kept a distance of more than 2 meters, with a look of panic. Different from their panic, Su Mu and his group did not move at all, still standing in the same place. Only Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and distanced himself from the crowd. Mr. Su, disperse quickly. The black shadow will be silent for a short time after killing people. Don't gather together at this time. The black shadow will retreat after a while. Once it gathers, it may appear again. Hold the lantern and don't leave the range covered by the candlelight. Yi Fanyu said anxiously. Due to the limited number of lanterns, there were not enough for everyone to share. Except for Yi Fanyu and his group, each of them had one. When it came to Su Mu, only Yang Dongqing, Zhao Zhaoyao, and Su Mu himself had one each. Mr. Yi, will the black shadow only pull one person at a time? Su Mu asked calmly, his brown glasses covering his eyes, making it difficult to see his expression. That's right. The black shadow pulls one person in at a time. Mr. Su, the black shadow is hiding in the darkness around. Quickly disperse. Although Yi Fanyu didn't like Su Mu, at least he didn't want him to die at this time. Su Mu smiled. It doesn't matter, I just have a lot of people. As he said that, he ordered a man in black at the end of the team. Leave the range of the candlelight and stand in the dark. Yes, leader. The man did not hesitate at all and walked straight out of the candlelight range and into the bottomless darkness. He stood quietly in the darkness, and his figure became blurred, leaving only the outline of a human figure. But why Yi Fanyu and others were terrified. None of them thought that Su Mu would be so cruel and directly let his younger brother die. The most important thing is, yes, I will not look back. Wong Li, who had failed to hug Yi Fanyu's thigh, planned to throw herself into Su Mu's arms. Now seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel disappointed and gave up the idea. This man was even more ruthless than Yi Fanyu. Even though he looked polite and gentle, he was extremely cold-blooded in his bones. Under Su Mu's gaze, a shadow suddenly surged behind the younger brother, standing in the dark. It was a shadow darker than the night. It kept twisting and extending, gradually bulging, and actually grew into a human figure. The human figure was very thin but very tall. It was like a giant of more than 2 meters with only bones left, but his arms were slender and almost hanging to the ground. At the moment when the black shadow took shape, a pair of scarlet eyes opened in the position of its head, cold and indifferent, without any human emotions. Yi Fanyu and others all showed fear on their faces, subconsciously retreated, and held their breath. Su Mu watched the black shadow with interest, wanting to see the other party's next move. Soon, the shadow moved, and a black hand slowly stretched out from the shadow, slender and dry, like a deformed branch, with 5 long nails at the tip of the fingertips. The terrifying black hand slowly reached out to the younger brother, and for some reason, Su Mu actually saw a trace of strange elegance from it, like a gentleman reaching out to a beautiful lady at a grand party, inviting her to dance a waltz. Attack! Su Mu gave the order. Without any hesitation, the younger brother took out a pistol from his waist and shot wildly at the twisted figure in the dark. Bang, bang, bang. Fire splashed. The black shadow that was hit trembled like water waves, but it quickly returned to calm in the next second, unharmed. Su Mu's eyes flashed, and he took off his brown glasses at some point. A pair of deep eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness, and an invisible mental power surged out and covered the black shadow. He planned to try to see if he could hypnotize the black shadow, but the result disappointed him. The mental power poured into the black shadow's body, just like entering a quagmire, without any splashes. Is it really not possible? At this moment, the slender and dry black hand moved. It actually grabbed the younger brother's hand and then pulled it violently, pulling the younger brother into the darkness. The younger brother struggled violently, but it was all in vain. The darkness around him drowned him like a tide, and the black shadow dragged him, with slow but firm steps, step by step, into the deeper darkness. As the distance lengthened, The younger brother's figure gradually became blurred, and the faint sound of struggle was also swallowed up by the darkness mercilessly, until finally, he and the black shadow disappeared in the boundless and desperate darkness, as if they had never existed, leaving only a dead silence and fear. Such a terrifying scene caused a great shock to everyone's mind. Even Yifanyu and others who had seen the black shadow could not suppress the fear in their hearts. To them, the shadow was an almost insoluble existence, seemingly immune to any attack, and even more terrifying than the humanoid monsters with infinite power. At least they could fight against the humanoid monsters and hide in the house. But once caught by the shadow, no matter who they were, they would be dragged into the darkness. Its appearance meant death, and no one was spared. "Let's go." Sumu's calm voice broke the fear in the field. He walked gracefully towards the darkness ahead with his snake-patterned wooden cane as if nothing had happened. Behind him, 11 expressionless men in black followed closely. He had a general understanding of the shadow, and then he was waiting to meet the villagers of Zhaojia village. In the endless darkness, a group of people held their breath and moved forward. The sound of their heartbeats and heavy breathing intertwined into a terrifying movement. Every step was filled with fear of the unknown, and every breath seemed to be swallowed by silence. Their figures were looming in the darkness, and the weak candlelight could only illuminate a very small area under their feet. Everyone kept a certain distance and did not dare to approach each other, because they knew that the figures in the darkness were staring at them. The darkness was like a heavy curtain, hiding everything tightly, and the fear of death was like a shadow. On both sides were houses shrouded in darkness, but most of them were one-story and were directly abandoned by Yifanyu. Now that there were so many more people, the one-story houses were not enough to live in, and it was impossible for everyone to keep a distance. It would be best to find a 2-story or 3-story house. The crowd kept moving forward. At some point, the darkness around them began to thin, and a white light edge appeared in the distant sky. The sky was about to get bright. Yifanyu and others were shocked. "Oh no, it's almost dawn, Mr. Su. We have to speed up. Once it's completely light, the villagers will appear." Sumu frowned slightly as he looked at the distant horizon. The time is wrong. He took out a dark gold pocket watch from his arms, and with a crisp sound, the pocket watch was opened and the time displayed on it was 3 o'clock. The dark gold pocket watch shone brightly under the candlelight. Yifanyu and others subconsciously looked at it and saw a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on it. Time in dreams is like this. It changes unpredictably. It's useless to look at the watch. Let's run quickly. Yifanyu's tone became more and more anxious, and it was obvious that the villagers had left a deep impression on him. Sumu put away the pocket watch calmly and signaled to Zhao Zhaoyao with his eyes. Zhao Zhaoyao immediately understood and quickly untied the backpack behind him and took out a small and light folding stretcher from it. After opening the stretcher, Sumu sat on it under the gaze of everyone and was lifted up by 2 men in black. "Sorry, everyone. I don't like running. Let's go." Yifanyu and others were so shocked. Who is this person? Still showing off at this time? In fact, Sumu was not showing off, but he really couldn't run. If he really ran, he would die first without the villagers chasing him. Everyone started running all the way, while Sumu sat quietly on the stretcher to enjoy the scenery. It was too dark before, and the scenery of the village could not be seen clearly, but now it could be seen more clearly. Zhaojia village is very desolate, like a corner forgotten by time. There are many houses with adobe walls that are crooked and seem to fall down at any time. The narrow village road is covered with deep and shallow ruts, which are not cars, but more like carriages. Weeds grow tenaciously from the gaps. On both sides of the road, the dilapidated fences are crooked, enclosing small pieces of barren farmland. The sky was getting brighter, and Sumu could even see the black fog outside Zhaojia village. The thick fog enveloped the entire Zhaojia village like a cage. He had heard Yang Dongqing say before that the black fog was the boundary of nightmares. Zhaojia village enveloped by the black fog was a complete nightmare. Once you enter the black fog, you will fall into the cracks of a dream. If you're lucky, you may reach the next nightmare, but if you are unlucky, you may be trapped forever, lost in the cracks. It is said that no one can come out of the black fog alive. Sumu stared at the black fog with interest, and he was eager to try, but he was not in a hurry. For him, the nightmare world was like a peerless beauty. Under the gorgeous robe, every inch of skin was full of unspeakable temptation. He had to explore it little by little and go deeper, so that he could taste the deliciousness to the maximum extent. As for the possibility of death after entering the black fog, isn't that more interesting? Without the pressure of death, how to witness the sparks of life between life and death. How to witness the excitement. Roar. An inhuman roar interrupted Sumu's thoughts. He turned around and saw that a person appeared in the corner of the village at some point like a ghost. He was hunched over, and his eyes revealed an unspeakable weirdness. Then, more and more roars sounded from all directions of the village. These roars were mixed with endless pain and anger, as if the cursed souls were suffering endless torture. Every syllable was full of resentment and horrifying. 1, 2, 3, hundreds. A dense crowd of people walked out of the dark corner and stepped into the range covered by the sun. These people were men and women, old and young, and dressed simply, but everyone's face was expressionless. But their eyes revealed endless evil thoughts. They gathered more and more, like a big net that was constantly tightening, rushing towards Sumu and others. Heavy footsteps sounded in the village, like the drumbeats of death, beating in everyone's hearts. They appear. Run! Yifanyu shouted anxiously, and his figure rushed out like a cheetah. His goal was a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village, which was basically the tallest building in Zhaojia village. It had been shrouded in darkness before, but now with the increasingly bright sunlight, the 3-story house also came into everyone's sight. Everyone ran for their lives. Sumu watched leisurely, and even had time to look at the appearance of these villagers. He was not panicked at all, because panicking was useless. He couldn't run, and he couldn't fight. It was better to sit on a stretcher and look at the scenery. He also understood why Yifanyu suspected that he and others were nightmare monsters. It should be said that the expressions of the Viper gang brothers were really similar to those of the villagers. They all looked like they were brainwashed by hypnosis and had no expression on their faces. Wait, hypnosis? Sumu was thoughtful. Could it be that these villagers also had a leader who was controlling them? He glanced around and didn't see anyone who looked like a leader. Yes, not all leaders were as stylish as himself. His outstanding temperament that stood out from the crowd could not be concealed at all. Get out of the way! Yifanyu, who was at the front of the team, roared. He formed his right hand into a gun shape and fired at a villager who was blocking the road. Boom! The highly compressed flame bullet whizzed out from his fingertips and hit the villager directly, bursting with intense flames. However, although the villager fell in the flames, he stood up quickly. Even though most of his body was burnt, he was not affected at all and still rushed towards Yifanyu. Bang! 2 more 5-finger flame bombs. The villager completely turned into a broken charcoal, and then there was no sound. Sumu observed silently. Can 3 flame bombs kill a villager? No wonder Yifanyu didn't dare to go out for the past 3 days. There were hundreds of villagers, but he was the only extraordinary person. Unless he was a 5-finger Gatling, he couldn't fight at all. At this time, more and more villagers appeared in front of the crowd, blocking the way, and Yang Dongqing was forced to join the battle. Compared with Yifanyu's gorgeous flame attack, Yang Dongqing seemed much more simple. With iron ambition, he rushed towards the villagers like a heavy tank. With a punch, a villager was knocked several meters away, and a large piece of his chest was sunken. But his lethality was obviously not as good as Yifanyu, and the villager quickly stood up as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, it was difficult for the villagers to break Yang Dongqing's defense, but once Yang Dongqing was besieged, he would definitely not live long, and his physical strength was limited. There were 2 extraordinary people leading the way in front. Although the crowd could not move forward quickly, they were not surrounded. Zhao Chaoyao and others were not idle either. Under the control of hypnosis, the elites of the Viper Gang were completely cold-blooded fighting machines. Facing the inhuman monsters, they were not afraid at all, but became more and more fanatical, as if it was an extremely glorious thing to be able to protect the leader. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullet net kept repelling the villagers chasing behind, but it was a pity that the lethality was very limited. Unless you focus on one villager and beat him into a sieve, it would be difficult to kill him. After a moment of exchange of fire, Yi-Fan-Yu, who opened the way with the firebomb, was the first to rush into the yard of the three-story house. He did not stop and ran straight to the front door. It was a heavy, solid wooden door with a pair of bronze door knockers inlaid on it, showing solemnity and simplicity. He pushed the door open and shouted to the people behind him, "Hurry, come in." Li Chong and others were all delighted. After 3 days of hunger, a trace of strength emerged again in their bodies, and they ran towards the door desperately. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not run faster than the people of the Viper Gang. After all, these dozen Viper Gang members were elites. Even if they were carrying a stretcher, their speed was still amazing. Of course, no matter how fast the Viper Gang ran, they could not be faster than Yang Dongqing, the extraordinary person. He took the lead and won the second place. Just when the Viper Gang members were holding Su Mu and wanted to enter the door, a sudden change occurred. No one noticed that in the courtyard of this 3-story residential house, 2 villagers suddenly rushed out from behind a big locust tree. They rushed towards everyone suddenly, and even the elite Viper Gang brothers were thrown to the ground when they were caught off guard. "Ah!" Wong Li screamed in fear, and Li Chong and others were also panicked, and the scene was instantly in chaos. "Protect the leader!" Zhao Chaoyao shouted wildly that he took out the machete from his waist and chopped at the 2 villagers. However, the villagers who were difficult for even the extraordinary to kill were not something that ordinary people could deal with. In close combat, the Viper Gang brothers were no match for them. The most important thing was that the villagers behind them also caught up. "Ah, don't eat me." The man named Wong Tao was the first to suffer. He was thrown to the ground by a villager, and then several villagers rushed up, surrounded him, and bit him madly. Only one arm struggled through the gap in the crowd, weakly grasped the sky, and finally fell heavily without a sound. In such a chaotic scene, Su Mu, who was sitting on the stretcher, was a little unstable. The stretcher kept shaking, and the brothers formed a human wall to protect him. He could even see a hideous face biting a brother's neck fiercely at a close distance. Even though the brother was fatally injured, he did not give in. Instead, he hugged the attacking villager tightly and blocked the villager's steps with the cooperation of others. The stretcher was shaking more and more, and the violent bumps made Su Mu's head start to hurt again. Su Mu frowned and looked at Yang Dongqing standing at the gate. Yi-Fan-Yu did not make a move at this time, because his 5-finger flame bomb had great lethality. Now everyone was in a mess. Once it was used in the yard, I am afraid that the villagers would not kill many but all the teammates. Yang Dongqing's face was uncertain, as if he was hesitating. He looked at Su Mu, and their eyes passed through the chaotic crowd. When their eyes met, Su Mu understood Yang Dongqing's inner struggle. Yang Dongqing was thinking, if Su Mu died like this, wouldn't he and Jasmine be able to escape the clutches of the devil? But he was afraid that Su Mu had other means. As the two came into contact, he became more and more afraid of Su Mu. This person was simply a demon in human skin. He could smile and watch his men die, and he only felt interesting when facing the terrifying nightmare monster. And the other party actually has the means to pull so many people into the same nightmare. Suddenly, Su Mu smiled silently. The extraordinary people are indeed difficult to control. They will break out of hypnosis at the slightest opportunity. But this is more interesting, isn't it? His smile was so dazzling among the terrified faces that Yang Dongqing was a little afraid to look at it. Then he stretched out his white and slender palm and gently stroked his neck. The cold and temperatureless corners of his mouth were raised, revealing white teeth, and his thin but sexy lips opened and closed silently. "Jasmine is dead," I said. Boom! Yang Dongqing rushed into the crowd like a tiger descending from the mountain, his expression furious and ferocious, his fists full of anger, fiercely swinging at the villagers. Iron ambition erupted with terrifying power at this moment. This is his extraordinary power. The iron body will be strengthened with the inner driving force such as emotions, will, and beliefs. Under his outburst, the two villagers in the yard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop, but blocked the gate alone, facing the siege of several villagers. At this time, Sumu also entered the gate under the escort of his younger brother. Looking at Yang Dongqing's angry back, Sumu's smile deepened. Can't this take you down? In fact, he was scaring Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis is not so magical. Even if people are in the nightmare world, they can still control an NMO to deal with the scum of the Viper gang. He had to use mental power to brainwash every day, wash for several months, to have the current deep-rooted loyalty, not to mention Nanamo, who had only met a few times. In other words, if he really died, Nanamo, who had not been hypnotized for a long time, would be out of control and would be fine. But Yang Dongqing didn't dare to gamble. Sumu dared. If he lost the bet, it would only mean there are so many heroes in this world. After all the living people entered the gate, Yifanyu suddenly stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and held his right wrist with his left hand. Get out of the way. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 fingertips of his right hand lit up with flames one by one. Swish! As the 5 flames burned at his fingertips, Yang Dongqing felt the air behind him suddenly become extremely hot. He suddenly broke away from the villagers in front of him and rushed towards the soil on the side. 5-finger flame bomb. 5 highly compressed flame bullets were ejected, dragging long flame tails in the air and rotating and interweaving, and finally merging into a fist-sized flame cannonball. It was as bright as a meteor, streaking across the sky, burning and distorting the air in the entire yard, and a long path of flames illuminated the horrified faces of everyone. Boom! A roar like a small artillery shell exploded, and a strong flame shot up into the sky, illuminating everything around. The shock wave generated by the explosion and the flames was like an invisible giant hand, sweeping the villagers away, and countless sparks splashed, turning into a gorgeous and turbulent small sea of fire. Yang Dongqing, who had just climbed up, had a flash of horror in his eyes. This blow was so strong. If Yifanyu had used this blow against him before, even a body of steel would have been injured. He was indeed a transcendent who had experienced 3 nightmare worlds. If they really fought, he, the newly promoted transcendent, would still be a step behind, unless he could get close. The thought flashed through his mind, and he rushed into the house quickly. Bang! The heavy wooden door closed tightly. It was not until then that everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had survived a disaster. Yifanyu panted and said, "As long as you stay in the house during the day, you will be fine. The black shadow has never appeared during the day, and there is basically no danger in the houses." He panted for a long time before he calmed down. Obviously, the attack just now consumed a lot of his energy. In the room, Yang Dongqing stared at Sumu with anger in his eyes. Sumu got up from the stretcher, walked to Yang Dongqing with a cane, patted his shoulder with a smile, and whispered in his ear, "Congratulations, you saved Miss Jasmine again." Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, veins on his face bulged, and found a corner to stay without saying a word. Yifanyu noticed this unusual scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. The room fell into silence again. After experiencing such a dangerous scene, everyone obviously had no mood to chat. Everyone was trying to calm down, especially after witnessing many people die in front of them. Wong Li, who was a little more vulnerable, curled up in the corner, buried her head between her legs, and sobbed silently. After this battle, Yifanyu's team lost 2 people. Wang Tao and Zhao Gang died, and Su Mu's side also lost 3 people. However, Su Mu was not sad, and was looking at the villagers outside the window with interest. The flames emitted by Yifanyu seemed to be unable to exist for too long, or it was offset by the mysterious power in the nightmare. It did not cause a fire in the village, but quickly dissipated. The villagers who wanted to rush in before should have been repelled by the flames. Under Su Mu's gaze, about a few seconds later, the villagers outside gathered again and began to pour into the yard. They gathered more and more, and everyone had no expression on their faces like zombies, and finally filled the entire yard. The magical thing is that after these villagers entered the yard, they just stared at the gate, but no one rushed up to destroy the seemingly hard wooden door, as if there was a magical power that made them afraid. They stood there stiffly, in silence. The courtyard was filled with death, silence, only a sea of dark figures. Sumu looked at these people through the window. He lowered his head slightly, and the glasses on his eye sockets slid down slightly, revealing a pair of eyes flashing with a faint light. Invisible mental power surged out and locked onto a male villager of 17 or 18 years old. He tried to hypnotize the villagers, but no matter how the mental power poured in, it was useless, as if a corpse was pouring in instead of a living person. The villagers stood in the yard for about 5 minutes and then began to retreat. One by one, they turned around and left slowly with heavy steps, disappearing from Sumu's sight. These villagers are like this. Once they enter the house, they will not attack again. Yifanyu approached the window without knowing when. But you must not open the door at this time. They seem to have left, but they are actually hiding around the house. As long as you open the door, they will rush in. By the way, the curtains must be drawn. No matter what happens outside, don't look. Someone in the team was fooled before, saying that he saw his relatives and insisted on opening the window to let them in. It was also because of that time that many of us died. Sumu turned around and pushed his brown glasses to cover his eyes again. He reached into his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes with jasmine printed on them in Yifanyu's surprised eyes, then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth skillfully. Want one? Yifanyu was stunned, looking at the cigarette in the other person's mouth, and felt itchy for a while. He was also a smoker, but after coming to the nightmare world, he had already finished smoking the cigarettes he brought. Okay, so Sumu took out another cigarette and handed it to Yifanyu. Yifanyu took the cigarette, but did not take a sip. Instead, he looked at it carefully. What brand of cigarette is this? This is the first time I have seen it. Sumu smiled. I like the scent of jasmine, so I specially customized a jasmine-flavored cigarette. In the corner, Yang Dongqing's body trembled slightly, and his fists clenched. Sumu said, and took out a lighter to help Yifanyu light it. Yifanyu immediately looked terrified. Mr. Su, you are too polite. I will do it. He took the lighter without saying anything, and then handed it to Sumu. Click! A weak flame burned between the two. You go first. Sumu smiled. He naturally knew what Yifanyu meant. He was just afraid that there was something wrong with the cigarette, so he didn't dare to smoke first. He didn't expose it and let Yifanyu light the cigarette. After Sumu took a deep breath, Yifanyu lit it for himself and pretended to puff out smoke, but if you look closely, you will find that he didn't really inhale. Can I have one too? Li Chong said with a little desire, his voice trembling a little, as if he was a little afraid of the two. Of course. Sumu smiled, and his smile was more polite and gentle, without any arrogance to ordinary people. He handed Li Chong a cigarette, and the air was filled with the scent of jasmine. Li Chong took a deep puff, but the more he puffed, the more he felt something was wrong, because there was no smell of cigarettes at all, but the smell of jasmine filled his mouth. However, he did not dare to say much, just thinking that big shots might like to smoke this kind of cigarette. Wrapped in the scent of jasmine, everyone's emotions were inexplicably relieved a little, and Wong Li, who had been crying silently before, fell asleep without knowing when. Mr. Su, I suggest you take a rest. Yifanyu said while smoking, because we can't leave the house during the day, we can only go out to find food and candles at night. So we have basically reverse day and night these days, sleeping during the day and moving at night. No hurry, I just came, so I just happened to walk around. Maybe I can find some clues about nightmares. Sumu smiled and refused. His eyes slightly shifted and fell into the hall. The spacious living room is furnished with simple and practical wooden furniture, and there's a pair of blue and white porcelain vases on the counter. The floor is flat with patterned tiles. In a corner on the north side of the hall, there is a row of wooden stairs leading directly to the second floor. Although the decoration here is also relatively simple, it is obviously a level higher than the previous houses, and it seems that there's only one 3-story building in the whole village. According to common sense, the owner of this house is most likely the village chief of Zhaojia village. Yi Fanyu's eyes lit up slightly. The village chief may have food. To be honest, we haven't eaten for 3 days, and we also searched several houses in the dark, but we didn't find anything to eat. This place is relatively rich. Maybe there's food. Then let's go shopping together. Okay. Sumu took a step, but stopped after taking 2 steps, and said to Yang Donqing in the corner, "You come too." Yang Donqing stood up silently and followed Sumu without saying a word. The 3 of them quickly walked around the 3-story house, but they didn't find anything. It was just an ordinary house. If there was anything strange, it was probably old. It was as old as a village in the last century, and there was no sense of modernization at all. Hey, I didn't find any food again. Yi Fanyu's face was very ugly. Although he was a superhuman, he also needed to eat. It was very uncomfortable not to eat for 3 days. He could only hope in Sumu. "Mr. Su, do you have any food?" Sumu shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't have any." Yi Fanyu's face darkened, and he smiled reluctantly. "It seems that we can only wait until the evening." "Maybe not." Sumu suddenly smiled mysteriously and saw him leaning over slightly and touching the hard patterned tiles with his hand. When he stood up, the pale fingertips were already covered with a touch of dust. He rubbed the dust with his fingers and locked H. Eyes on the corner of the hall. At this time, Zhao Chaoyao quickly took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and wiped Sumu's fingertips respectfully and carefully. Seeing this, Yi Fanyu's mouth twitched a little, and he asked tentatively, "Mr. Su is a noble?" "Oh, why do you think so?" "I just think that Mr. Su's actions and temperament are really like a noble." Sumu just smiled politely and did not answer. Living in the lower city, he had never seen a noble, and it was hard to imagine that there were people like him in the world. Such people are called nobles, right? Seeing that Sumu did not answer, Yi Fanyu immediately changed the subject. "By the way, Mr. Su, you just said that maybe it's not necessary. What does it mean? Have you discovered something?" He has always been very polite. When there is no conflict of interest in the nightmare world, it is a very stupid thing to make enemies with other extraordinary people, especially Sumu, who is obviously not easy to mess with. Sumu nodded, raised his snakewood cane, and pointed to the ground leading to the second-floor stairs. "There is little dust there." Yi Fanyu looked along the cane, and his expression suddenly brightened. Maybe the village there is a habit of building cellars to store food. Maybe there is a cellar there. He walked over quickly, and the shadow of the stairs hanging diagonally just blocked the tiles below. He reached out and touched it, and sure enough, there was only a thin layer of dust, much less than other places. At this time, he was facing away from Sumu, and no one noticed that his expression was a bit solemn and fearful. What a keen observation! Being able to control so many people and having such a keen observation. How many secrets did this Sumu hide? Just now, he went upstairs with Sumu, but he didn't notice the tiles and the shadow under the stairs at all. There is something wrong with the bricks, or rather, this is not something that can be seen with the eyes at all. Who can see the dust on the tiles covered by shadows? This person must have some means of detection. In fact, Yi Fanyu guessed correctly. Sumu did not see with his eyes, but with his mental power. His mental power that surpassed ordinary people not only gave him the ability to hypnotize, but also a strong perception. Dong dong. Yi Fanyu knocked on the tiles with his knuckles, and a crisp and hollow sound suddenly sounded. He turned his head, and his face was full of joy. "It's empty." He stroked along the gap of the tiles with his hand, and then touched a bulge. With a force, the tile was opened, revealing a cellar large enough for one person to enter. "Mr. Su, there really is a cellar." Yi Fanyu walked over with surprise, but did not go down directly. He was not a fool. Although he knew that there was no danger in the house, who could guarantee that there was nothing wrong in the cellar? Whose good person built a cellar at home and hid it so secretly. Sumu did not expose his little trick. In a nightmare world full of dangers, Yifan Yu still has value. Hey, arrange someone to go down and take a look. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned one of the team. The man was naturally fearless and directly lit the lantern and went down to the cellar. Everyone watched from above, watching the faint candlelight gradually deepen and then swallowed by the darkness bit by bit. After a while, the voice of the younger brother came from below. Leader, there is no danger inside. Sumu's expression did not change. He did not go down, but ordered, You come up first. Yes, leader. Then, the younger brother climbed up intact. After Sumu looked carefully, he was completely sure that there should be no danger in the cellar. Yifan Yu said before that villagers can change their appearance and imitate close people. If a villager in the cellar killed the Viper Gang's younger brother and turned into his appearance, it would be dangerous to go down rashly. What's down there? To the leader, it's very dark down there. There are some dried bloodstains on the walls, and there are also torture instruments. But those torture instruments are quite special, mostly whips, chili oil, ropes, crosslocks, etc. Yifan Yu sneered. It seems that this village chief is quite good at playing. Sumu frowned slightly. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Dongqing will lead the way. As a meat shield, Yang Dongqing naturally has to be at the front. Silent Yang Dongqing took the lead and went into the cellar, followed by Yifan Yu, and then Sumu. Soon, everyone entered the cellar, leaving only a few younger brothers to guard outside. The cellar was about 50 square meters, and it was pitch black. Only the lantern in his hand could barely illuminate the way ahead, and it was filled with a rotten smell. Let me do it. Yifan Yu might have been really hungry, and he couldn't wait any longer. He stretched out a finger, and swish. A hot flame appeared at the fingertips, and the light it emitted was several times brighter than a candle, instantly illuminating the entire cellar. At this time, everyone also saw the full picture of the cellar. The walls around were all cement, with many mottled bloodstains on them. Those bloodstains had long been imprinted on the walls under the effect of time, showing a dark color. In the center of the cellar was a huge cross lock, and there were still bloodstains on the handcuffs and shackles on it. It seemed that someone was fixed on it, forming a big character. Next to the cross lock was a wooden table, on which were displayed whips, short sticks, candles, and some women's clothes. Seeing this, it was not difficult for everyone to imagine what this cellar was used for. Fuck, Yifan Yu cursed inwardly. A good cellar doesn't store food, but has to do these things. He stepped forward and picked up the unused red candles on the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles, which are still useful. Mr. Su, there are more of you. I'll keep 1 candle, and you can share the rest. Yifan Yu was answered by a dead silence. He turned his head slightly, looked at Su Mu and others, and asked in confusion, Su. As soon as he said a word, he found something wrong, because Su Mu and others' eyes were all focused on the cross lock behind him. His scalp was numb instantly, and he retreated away from the cross lock without thinking. While retreating, he turned his head and looked with his peripheral vision, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out that a woman appeared on the empty cross lock at some point. The woman was thin, with disheveled hair, wearing a blue and white floral dress, and was fixed on a cross lock in the shape of a big character. The messy hair blocked her face, and the floral dress was also stained with blood and filth. Everyone looked at the woman as if they were facing a great enemy. Yifan Yu, who was startled, was even more shocked and angry. He ignited the flame bomb in his hand for lighting. Leaving a long flame trail in the air, he fiercely blasted towards the woman. However, the flame bullet went straight through the woman's body, as if it was passing through the air, and finally hit the corner of the cellar, bursting out a bright spark. This blow made the whole cellar tremble, and a lot of dust fell on the roof. Zhao Xiaoyao, who was quick-handed and quick-eyed, suddenly pulled the suit on his body, and then swung it violently, like an umbrella, and opened the suit to block Su Mu's head. This is time silhouette. Yifan Yu said in doubt. What is time silhouette? Yang Dongqing asked at Su Mu's eye signal. Yifanyu took a deep breath. I also heard from others that the so-called time silhouette is to cut out fragments or pictures of time, like paper cutting. To put it bluntly, it is like watching a movie and the director is time. Everything that happens is recorded by time, and then it is revealed because of some mysterious power. Nightmare World Tenet is very special, and the time here is also distorted. So, it is easy to have time silhouette phenomenon. It should be that I just took the candle and triggered some opportunity, causing time silhouette. Everyone can rest assured that time silhouette only shows sound and picture, and there is no danger. Time is so boring. Record everything. Young Dongqing frowned at the woman in the picture. He was very disgusted with this kind of thing. Yifanyu shook his head. Not everything is recorded. Only some people or things with special meaning, or the protagonist in the picture is in some extreme emotions resonating with time, will be recorded. In this nightmare, time silhouette was triggered. Maybe the woman in the picture is the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare. Her nightmare. Yang Dongqing's eyes fell on the woman's floral skirt. Her clothes are very retro, not like modern people, but more like people from decades ago. Is this a nightmare from decades ago? It should be. The nightmare world is made up of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares, and so do ancient people. So sometimes it is possible to encounter ancient scenes in the nightmare world. The boundary between dreams and reality is broken, and even time is chaotic. While everyone was talking, another person suddenly appeared in the time silhouette. It was a young man with dark skin and a simple face. He appeared in the picture with a plate of steaming dumplings in his hand. Su Mu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. There was this man among the villagers before. Everyone looked at him quickly and felt that he was familiar. Ting Ting, Ting Ting, I'm here to see you. The man walked quickly to the woman and said happily, Ting Ting, look, I brought you your favorite dumplings. At this time, the woman in the cross lock seemed to be awakened, raised her head with difficulty, and everyone finally saw it was a dirty little face. Only the area under the eyes was relatively clean, revealing a touch of whiteness, which was obviously caused by tears. Although it was a little dirty, it was vaguely seen that the woman had a beautiful face. She could not be called a beauty, but she also had a bit of a beautiful girl. The most eye-catching thing should be the eyes. The clear eyes were like a clear spring, but at this time they were already covered by fear. The woman's eyes became lively after seeing the steaming dumplings in front of her. Ting Ting, my father abused you again, didn't he? The man looked at Ting Ting's haggard appearance, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Come, eat the dumplings first, you must hold on. The man carefully grabbed a dumpling with his hand, blew it, and then handed it to Ting Ting's mouth. Ting Ting opened her mouth with difficulty and chewed it in small bites. Is it delicious? I made it myself. The man's eyes flashed with anticipation, and his voice was filled with a hint of eagerness and desire, like a child waiting for candy, looking forward to hearing a positive answer. It's delicious, Ting Ting said weakly, and a smile appeared on her dirty face. The smile was very innocent, without a trace of impurities and disguises, and her clear eyes curved into a crescent shape. The man got a positive answer, and he trembled with excitement. Great! I knew you would like it, Ting Ting. After all, this is the dog meat dumplings I made by myself. Dog meat? Ting Ting trembled slightly. The man became more and more excited. Yes, it's the big yellow dog you have raised since childhood. Although it is old now, it is still quite strong. When I killed it with a knife, I was almost bitten by it. As soon as these words came out, Su Mu and others on the side saw what a solidified smile was. The originally innocent and clean smile became stiff and solidified inch by inch until it broke. The clear and bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dust that could not be washed away no matter how many tears were used. Eat, Ting Ting. Don't you like dumplings the most? The man rudely fed the dumplings to Ting Ting. Eat it. The expression on his face became more and more excited and even a little ferocious. Ha ha! What a fool! You actually believed it. Since you were imprisoned, the old dog has been guarding the door of your broken thatched house, not eating or drinking, and it would have died a long time ago. Where can I find dog meat? At most, I can get you 2 dog bones. Kaka. That was the sound made by Yang Dongqing's fists because he was too strong, a bit like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. His face was very gloomy. His eyes were like a volcano about to erupt, and extreme anger was brewing. This beast! He almost bit his teeth. If the scene in front of him was not fake, he would have rushed up at this time. However, the more cruel thing was still to come. After feeding the dumplings, the man began to be excited and violent. For a while, the cellar was filled with the man's laughter and the woman's screams. How is it, Ting Ting? Has my father been here? Ting Ting, do you know what I like most about you? It's your cheap flesh, ha! Asshole! Yang Dongqing was furious and rushed up, punching the man violently. But this punch only hit the air. It's useless. These are all things that happened in the past. You can't stop it now. You said. Yang Dongqing's chest rose and fell violently. His eyes were bloodshot. He turned his head away, and he couldn't bear to watch anymore. Soon, the man left, leaving only the dying Ting Ting and the dead silence in the cellar. She stared blankly at the crushed dumplings on the ground, as if her tears had dried up. At this moment, the picture seemed to be still, without any movement, but everyone knew that the picture was not still, and Ting Ting in the picture was suffering from extreme despair and grief. Suddenly, the perceptive Su Mu suddenly discovered the changes in the picture, and he pointed to the shadow in the corner. The black shadow appeared. Everyone was shocked and dispersed subconsciously, but soon found that the so-called black shadow did not appear in reality, but in the picture. In the corner of the cellar where Ting Ting was, there was a shadow surging silently. It kept twisting and extending, gradually bulging, and growing into a human shape. The appearance was exactly the same as the black shadow that Su Mu and others had seen before, very thin, as if only bones were left, and the arms were long, almost hanging to the ground. The black shadow came to Ting Ting step by step with brisk steps. Ting Ting stared at the black shadow blankly, and there was no fear of seeing the black shadow in her desperate heart. Under Ting Ting's gaze, the black shadow gracefully stretched out his arm. It was a slender arm composed of shadows, as if it sent out some kind of invitation. Are you the nightmare that Grandma talked about? Ting Ting asked weakly. The black shadow did not answer, but stretched his arm forward and stopped at Ting Ting's hand. Ting Ting did not hesitate, and the handcuffed little hand tightly grasped the black shadow's hand. The picture stopped abruptly. Everyone was silent, and Ting Ting's experience made everyone a little depressed. Su Mu thought, if this is Ting Ting's nightmare, then what's the matter with the black shadow? It stands to reason that it should be a monster in the nightmare. But according to the time silhouette, the black shadow has also appeared in the reality where Ting Ting is. Yifanyu suddenly said, maybe the black shadow is a monster in other nightmares, and then invaded reality and found Ting Ting. Some reaction occurred between the two, leading to the current nightmare. Or maybe this is not Ting Ting's nightmare at all, and the black shadow is the source of the nightmare. No matter which possibility it is, the black shadow is crucial. Maybe the key to solving the nightmare lies in the black shadow. Everyone discussed it briefly for a while, but no one could come to a conclusion, and finally returned to the ground. Mr. Su, I'm going to rest in a room on the 2nd floor for a while. I didn't find any food this time, so I have to save my energy by sleeping. I'm sorry to bother you during the day. Yifanyu said tiredly. Sumu nodded and let him rest. After 3 days without eating or resting well, even an Iron Man couldn't stand it. He made a simple arrangement and asked Zhao Chaoyao and others to rest. Then he took Yang Dongqing to the room on the 3rd floor. Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard, so he naturally couldn't do such a stupid operation as sleeping in a room and then arranging Yang Dongqing to go to the next room. In the room on the 3rd floor, Yang Dongqing's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be immersed in Ting Ting's suffering. He was a transcendent, but he was also a young man with passion, and his 3 views could not accept such a tragic thing at all. Sumu lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling calmly. He was thinking about the relationship between Ting Ting and the Black Shadow. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt his nose hot. He reached out and touched it. It was a trace of blood. Eh. He chuckled and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood. He is closer to death. He has come to the nightmare world, but he did not sense the bronze law and become a transcendent, as Yang Dongqing said. It seems that he really has no talent. He closed his eyes and mobilized his perception, trying to find the bronze law everywhere, but found nothing. Dong dong. The sound of knuckles hitting the glass rang out. Sumu opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing stood up instantly, looking at the only window in the house with a serious face. The window was blocked by curtains, and the knocking sound came from outside. It seems that a guest is coming. Sumu became interested. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and used his cane to push aside the curtains. What caught his eye was a woman that Sumu and Yang Dongqing were very familiar with. Jasmine. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing was shocked. How could you? He stopped talking halfway, and he remembered Li Chong and Yi Fanyu's previous description of the villagers. These villagers would turn into relatives and trick you into opening the door. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and was furious. He was already angry after coming out of the cellar, and now he saw that the nightmare monster had turned into Jasmine, and he was even more furious. Outside the window, Jasmine's little face was full of fear and anxiety. She kept slapping the window. Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing. I'm so scared. Where is this? Shut up. You monster. Yang Dongqing growled. Jasmine's pretty face turned pale, her face full of heartbreak. What are you talking about? Yang Dongqing. I'm not a monster. I'm Jasmine. Don't you recognize me? I went to find you before and found that you all fainted. I wanted to wake you up, but I didn't know how I fainted. When I woke up, I was here. Yang Dongqing was stunned and looked at Sumu suddenly, with murderous intent in his eyes, almost overflowing. You brought Jasmine in too? Facing the murderous intent of a transcendent, Sumu smiled with interest. Interesting. Not only does it have the ability to transform, but it can also read thoughts to a certain extent. The most important thing is that it also has a halo of intelligence reduction. Answer me. Yang Dongqing came to Sumu like an angry tiger, his fists clenched, as if he was going to smash Sumu's head in the next second. Sumu said slowly, Foolish man, can you think about which floor this is before you get angry? Yang Dongqing was shocked, and some rationality appeared in his eyes. He walked quickly to the window and stared at Jasmine. How did you get up? I climbed up. Yang Dongqing, why are you so fierce? Let me in. Climbed up? Jasmine is so weak, and this 3-story house is covered with moss. How could she climb up? And how did you know exactly that I was in this room on the 3rd floor? You damn monster. Jasmine seemed to be heartbroken, with a broken face, and small pearls kept falling. She clutched her chest tightly. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe me? Sumu, who was watching with interest, found that the acting skills of this fake Jasmine were better than the real Jasmine. Swish! Yang Dongqing pulled the curtains and ignored it. But the next second, the curtains were pulled up again by Sumu. What are you doing? I'm curious about the behavior patterns of these monsters, and I want to see how far she can go to trick me into opening the door. Sumu smiled faintly. Yang Dongqing glanced at him coldly and turned away without worrying about it. Yang Dongqing, Yang Dongqing. Jasmine called anxiously. Miss Jasmine, his heart is like his body, made of iron, but I'm different. I'm always soft-hearted, especially when I see women crying. Why don't you try to beg me? Sumu had a smile on his face. The ability of this monster to charm the mind was something he didn't have, and he wanted to learn it. Perhaps Sumu's words attracted Jasmine's attention. She stopped paying attention to Yang Dongqing and turned her eyes to Sumu. However, a trace of confusion appeared in those big eyes. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't he read my thoughts? It seems that a stronger mental power is still useful. Jasmine's confusion lasted only for a moment. Then she wiped away her tears. A charming smile appeared on her face. She bit her lips with her pearly teeth and started to drag when she disagreed. Am I beautiful? F***K. Yang Dongqing roared, Pick it up. Pick up the clothes. Swish. The curtains were drawn again. Sumu was thoughtful, and he didn't read my thoughts. So he took the simplest and crudest beauty trap. As his eyes turned, he came up with a plan and said to Jasmine behind the curtain, I long for transcendence. If you can help me become a transcendent, I can let come in. When these words came out, the furious Yang Dongqing was stunned. Did he treat the nightmare monster as a turtle in the wishing well? Don't be so surprised. Since you want to come in so much, it's not too much for me to make a small request, right? Sumu shrugged. Molly behind the curtain was silent for a long time and did not reply. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly and used his cane to open the curtain, only to find that the person was gone. Fuck. Dong dong dong. This time there was a knock on the door. Mr. Su, are you okay? I seem to hear some noise. Yifanyu's voice sounded outside the door. It's okay. A villager just came and has left now. That's good. By the way, Mr. Su, I have some new discoveries about this nightmare. Can we go in and talk in detail? Of course. Su Mu signaled to Yang Dongqing with his eyes. Yang Dongqing curled his lips in dissatisfaction, walked to the door, and turned the doorknob. With the creaking sound of the door opened. Roar! An inhuman roar sounded, and the half-open door was directly knocked open with a huge noise. A ferocious figure suddenly pounced on Yang Dongqing, knocking him to the ground with great force and biting his neck with sharp teeth. Crack! The teeth collided with Yang Dongqing's hard neck, making a harsh friction sound. Yang Dongqing was shocked and noticed that it was not Yifanyu who came in, but a villager. He struggled violently, turned over and pressed the villager under him, and punched out with a pair of iron fists, and soon smashed the villager's head. What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing stood up panting, a little frightened, with a trace of blood on his neck. If he was not made of steel, he would have died just now. He looked at Su Mu, but found that Su Mu was standing there with his head down, his body trembling slightly. He thought that Su Mu was scared by the scene just now. Before he could speak, Su Mu suddenly raised his head, and his pale face was filled with excited grins. Yang Dongqing was startled. It's wonderful. Ha ha. That's the feeling. Su Mu's expression became more and more crazy, and an abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with a fiery gaze. This is the surprise I want. Just a little bit. If it was me who opened the door just now, I would be dead now. It's a pity that I am too weak and don't want to take one more step. I didn't expect that I escaped a disaster because of this. Wonderful. Wonderful. Ha ha ha. Madman. A complete madman. Yang Dongqing felt a chill for no reason. He suddenly felt that he would rather face those nightmare monsters than be in the same room with Su Mu. At this time, screams came from downstairs. There's still villagers downstairs. Damn it. How did these villagers get in? Didn't they say they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed, and he cursed. Instead of cursing here, why not go down and take a look? Su Mu's gentle voice sounded beside Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing subconsciously looked back, but saw Su Mu standing there with a smile on his face, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand, as elegant as a nobleman. The madness just, damn, this lunatic. He cursed in a low voice and then walked downstairs. Gunshots and screams rang out, and the downstairs was already a mess. About 5 villagers broke into the house and were fighting with the people of the Viper Gang. There were also several corpses of Viper Gang members lying on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the hot flame bombs burned the air and shot out, constantly repelling the villagers. However, it was of no use at all, and a steady stream of villagers continued to pour in. Su Mu looked in the direction where the villagers entered and found that they came out of the toilet on the first floor. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, be careful. Someone broke the window of the toilet on the first floor. Yifanyu saw Su Mu and the others coming downstairs with his peripheral vision and shouted anxiously. Yang Dongqing's face became uglier and uglier. He rushed forward and used his iron body to repel the villagers, clearing the way, and asked, "Are you sure you didn't miss it during the previous inspection?" "I'm sure," Yifanyu shouted. "I checked the windows of all the rooms before, including the toilet. All the windows were definitely closed, and those villagers couldn't break the doors and windows, so someone must have secretly broken the windows. This is impossible. It would be so crazy that he would take the initiative to invite a wolf into the house and risk his life. When saying this, Yang Dongqing subconsciously looked at Sumu. To be honest, if he hadn't been with Sumu all the time, he would definitely believe that Sumu could do such a crazy thing. Sumu's smile deepened. It seems that there is a traitor in our team. Mr. Su, now is not the time to look for traitors. The most urgent thing is to break through first. It is not safe here anymore. Sumu nodded. Yang Dongqing, open the way. Yang Dongqing's face darkened, but he did not disobey the order. Instead, he roared, his muscles bulged, and he charged at the villagers. His iron-like steps made the whole corridor tremble faintly, and every step made a dull sound. He rushed into the pile of villagers. His iron body ignored the attack, and his arms swung left and right like a pair of giant hammers. All the villagers he touched could not escape the fate of a sunken chest and broken limbs. However, these villagers ignored the injuries and pain at all. Even if their heads were sunken and their necks were broken, they still roared and rushed towards Yang Dongqing. In just a moment, Yang Dongqing's body was full of villagers, and they bit him madly. Yi Fanyu and the Viper gang members did not regard Yang Dongqing as a human being, and they just shot and fired wildly at him. With the joint efforts of everyone, all the villagers hanging on Yang Dongqing were shot down, and the price was just a few more bullet marks and traces of flames on Yang Dongqing's body. He is made of steel, but this does not mean he felt no pain, and he was already grimacing in pain after being attacked. Go! Sumu gave the order immediately when he saw the villagers being repelled. Zhao Chaoyao quickly came to his side, took out a folding stretcher, and then carried Sumu out, followed by others. What no one noticed was that in the chaos, the honest middle-aged man, Li Chong, secretly picked up a pistol from the body of a Viper gang member. When everyone rushed out of the house, they felt like they were falling into an ice cave, because outside the house were densely packed villagers rushing in like a tide. They had no expression on their faces, staring at everyone, and the evil thoughts in their eyes were almost overflowing. I don't know when the sky started to drizzle, adding a bit of desolation to this world. Seeing this scene, even Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, two extraordinary people, could not help but show despair on their faces. There were too many villagers. With such a large number, it would be difficult to defeat them even if they were exhausted to death. However, Sumu felt his heart beating for the first time in a long time. In his dreams, he experienced more exciting scenes in the desperate situation in front of him in order to seek excitement. But he could not feel his heartbeat because he knew that dreams were all fake and he would not die no matter how he tried to die. But it was different now. He would really die now. He began to get a little excited. Go back. Sumu's calm voice sounded. Go back to the room. Yi Fanyu was shocked. If we go back now, we will be besieged by the villagers outside and inside the house. Wouldn't we be trapped in a jar? Sumu had no time to explain, and he was too lazy to explain. Yi Fanyu didn't listen to his orders, but it didn't mean that others didn't listen. Yang Dongqing and the people of the Viper gang immediately went back to the house according to Sumu's instructions. Yi Fanyu's face was extremely ugly, but he couldn't face a group of villagers outside the house alone, so he had to go back to the house. Just as he was about to close the door, he was stopped by Sumu. Don't close the door, lead them in, go upstairs. Yi Fanyu was stunned, but saw that Sumu had already started to go upstairs under the escort of everyone. He then figured out Sumu's intention. The villagers can only enter from the first floor door and the first floor toilet window. As long as they are all led to the first floor, everyone can jump out of the window upstairs and leave successfully. Yi Fanyu took a deep look at Sumu's back, did not close the door, and followed him upstairs. It was not difficult to come up with this way to escape, but the real difficulty was that in the face of hundreds of villagers, he could react in such a short time and calmly come up with a way to deal with it. This was not something that everyone could do. Most people were confused when facing danger. It was difficult for them to make accurate judgments at the first time. Soon, everyone rushed to the third floor, and those villagers who rushed into the house wanted to catch up, so they could only take the narrow staircase, and the staircase could only accommodate 2 people at a time. The villagers were difficult to deal with because there were so many of them. In a one-on-one fight, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could win. Now, with the advantage of the terrain, the threat was greatly reduced for a while. Yang Dongqing will be the last one, and the rest will jump out of the window. Su Mu ordered in an orderly manner. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate and blocked the stairs alone. Facing 2 villagers at a time was not a big threat to him. He was the most suitable person to be the last one, and his iron body provided him with a strong guarantee of survival. One by one, the Viper gang members jumped out of the 3rd-floor window and landed on the dirt outside the house. The infrastructure of Zhaojia village was very backward. There was no concrete floor. Except for the main road, most of the ground was dirt. Basically, as long as a healthy person jumped from the 3rd floor, nothing would happen, not to mention the elites of the Viper gang. If anyone in the team was in danger by jumping off the building, it would probably be Su Mu and the only woman, Wong Li. I'm afraid of heights. The delicate Wong Li squatted by the window, holding the window sill tightly with both hands. She glanced at the ground and felt dizzy. Get out of here. Zhao Zhaoyao behind her kicked her slender waist. With a piercing scream, Wong Li fell from the window and fell on the dirt. Chief, please. Zhao Chaoyao respectfully helped Su Mu to the window and then shouted to the Viper gang members downstairs, get ready to catch the leader. Yes. The remaining 8 Viper gang members quickly formed a circle, then took off their shirts, stretched out their hands, and held each other to form a human flesh net. The clothes were padded on these crossed arms to form a buffer. However, Su Mu did not jump down immediately, but admired the scenery by the window. Hurry up. I can't stand it anymore. Until Yang Dongqing's hurried roar came from behind. Su Mu took off his brown glasses, held the snakewood cane, jumped lightly from the window, and finally landed safely on the human flesh net. Wong Li, who was dizzy from the fall, saw this scene and dared not speak. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu quickly jumped out of the window to escape, and finally it was Yang Dongqing who was covered with scars. When Yang Dongqing jumped down, several arms with bulging veins stretched out from the window, and several villagers crowded at the window and screamed violently. Hurry up! This house can't trap the villagers for too long. Yi Fanyu said in shock, pointing to a 2-story building not far away. Let's make do in this house for now. Go to the east end of the village. What? Yi Fanyu was stunned. I said, go to the east end of the village. Su Mu said lightly, Mr. Su, why should we go far away? There are houses not far away to hide. Why run to the east end of the village? Yi Fanyu was puzzled. Su Mu pinched the temples with both hands, slowly put on the brown glasses, and hid his eyes behind the lenses. Mr. Yi, with your IQ, it's hard for me to explain to you. You just need to follow. Yi Fanyu's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched, but considering Su Mu's calmness in the face of danger before, he finally chose to remain silent. The group rushed all the way, dealt with a few lone villagers, and finally arrived at the east end of the village without any danger. The east end of the village is very remote and desolate. There was only a small, shabby house, and the roof was even covered with a layer of dead grass. It could be said that it was as shabby as it could be. Yi Fanyu stood in front of the thatched house, his face looking very ugly. Mr. Su, is this the house you chose? Not to mention whether this house can accommodate so many people. Just looking at the quality of this house, I even doubt it. Mr. Yi, it's hard for me to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds. Su Mu interrupted lightly. At this time, he was standing under a black umbrella, and next to him was Zhao Chaoyao, who was wearing a black suit and holding an umbrella. It's natural to hold an umbrella when it rains. Yi Fanyu's face became more and more gloomy. Su Mu still said to himself, in the time silhouette, the village chief's son said something. Do you remember? Forget it. I guess you don't remember it either. The village chief's son said that since you were imprisoned, the old dog has been guarding the door of your broken thatched house, not eating or drinking, and it must have died long ago. Where can I find dog meat? At most, I could get you 2 dog bones. Do you understand now? Yi Fanyu was stunned. You mean this broken thatched house is Ting Ting's home? Sumu nodded. Before, you were reluctant to jump off the 3rd floor. Were you looking for this house? Pa pa pa. Sumu smiled and clapped. Mr. Yi really understood it at once. I now believe that you have really experienced the nightmare world 3 times. Huh. Yi Fanyu grinned with a fake smile. If I'm right, the key to solving this nightmare should be in this thatched house. Sumu pushed his brown glasses and suddenly changed the subject. But before that, we still have to find the person who secretly broke the window. After these words came out, everyone's faces became serious, and they looked at each other. For a while, the only sound in the air was the sound of small raindrops hitting everyone. Yi Fanyu's sharp eyes swept through everyone fiercely, and finally fell on the members of the Viper gang. Mr. Su, I think the traitor may be in your team. Oh, why do you think so? Su Mu asked with interest. We entered the nightmare world in advance and had no problems for 3 days together, but you came in. Yi Fanyu didn't finish his words, but the meaning was self-evident. This is impossible. We can't betray the leader. Zhao Zhaoyao glared, as if his faith was insulted. Yi Fanyu didn't speak, but looked at Su Mu silently. Su Mu smiled lightly and came to Zhao Zhaoyao's side. Leader, you must believe us. We can't betray you. Don't worry, I know. Su Mu smiled and stretched out his hand, taking out the pistol from Zhao Zhaoyao's waist. Click! The sound of the bullet being loaded sounded. In fact, I already know who the traitor is. The gun in Su Mu's hand slowly passed in front of everyone, and then fell in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. You doubt me? Ha! If it was me, make way. Su Mu shook the gun dissatisfiedly, motioning Yang Dongqing to stay away. Yang Dongqing was stunned and moved aside, revealing Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed up and his eyes narrowed. Mr. Su, this joke is not funny. Su Mu frowned slightly. You move aside too. Yi Fanyu was also stunned. He realized something and moved aside immediately. This time, the person who was revealed was Wong Li, who had been hiding behind the crowd. The delicate Wong Li saw that everyone's eyes were all on her, and her face turned pale with fear. She quickly looked back, hoping that there was someone behind her, and then Su Mu asked her to move aside, but there was no one. There was no one behind her. At this moment, Wong Li's face turned even paler. She waved her hands in panic. No, it's not me. How could I possibly destroy the window and let those monsters in? I would die myself. Yi Fanyu looked at her with doubtful eyes. Mr. Su, are you mistaken? With her courage, it is impossible for her to destroy the doors and windows. Yes. Why do you think it was me? Do you have any evidence? Wong Li cried out as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Su Mu smiled and pointed the gun at Wong Li and said, Of course I have. He paused. The evidence is that when I jumped off the building before, you deliberately delayed time by the window to stop me from jumping down. When this was said, everyone was stunned. What kind of evidence is this? I didn't delay on purpose. I'm just afraid of heights. Is it my fault? Wong Li argued vigorously. Please judge for me. He obviously blamed me for wasting his time. He was taking revenge on me. Yi Fanyu didn't say anything, but he felt cold in his heart. This Su Mu was simply a lunatic. He wanted to kill Wong Li just for this reason, but he didn't stop him. It was irrational to be an enemy of Su Mu for an ordinary person. Even Yi Fanyu didn't support Wong Li, so it was impossible for others to stand up and speak for Wong Li. Wong Li's face suddenly turned pale as she looked at everyone in disbelief. You can't do this to me? Why? Why? I'm afraid of heights, can't I? Only Yang Dongqing showed a look of reluctance, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Mu continue. Wong Li is indeed afraid of heights, but you are not afraid of heights. Wong Li's expression froze. What are you talking about? I am Wong Li. TSK Tisk. Su Mu's face showed a hint of teasing. Is your acting so good? Seeing your superb performance, I even want to sign you. I happen to have a film and television company under my name. Unfortunately, A nightmare monster like you should not be recognized by the law, even if a contract is signed. Nightmare monster. Yi Fanyu's face changed slightly. Mr. Su, are you saying that the real Wong Li is dead, and the person in front of you is a villager disguised as? Sumu shook his head. I am more inclined to believe that she is Wong Li, but she is Wong Li who has become a villager. Wong Li who has become a villager? Have you ever thought that the villagers were also human beings, but now they have become nightmare monsters? Then Wong Li was also a human being. Why can't she change? Wong Li waved her arms anxiously, as if trying to clear herself of suspicion. I am not. I have been with you from beginning to end. How could I become a nightmare monster? Don't slander me. At this time, Li Chong on the side seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly became ugly. You were not always with us. When you met Mr. Su before, you ran back alone. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became solemn in an instant. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing both distanced themselves from Wong Li and stared at her covetously. I'm really not a monster, woo woo woo, Wong Li said. The little pearls started to fall out of place when they disagreed. Hey, I hate to see women cry, Sumu said with pity, so you'd better die. He slowly raised the pistol and pointed it at Wong Li's head. Wong Li was so scared that she didn't dare to cry anymore. She kept covering her head with her hands, trying to block the bullets in this ridiculous way. Don't kill me. This is just your guess. You don't have any evidence to prove that I am a nightmare. No, I do, Sumu said lightly. As long as you take my shot, if you die, then you are Wong Li. If you don't die, you are naturally a villager. Wong Li's expression could no longer be described in words at this time. Shock, angry, fear, unbelievable, all kinds of complex emotions merged on her little face. It is hard to imagine that a human face can have so many emotions at the same time. I'm dead. It's Wong Li. If you guessed wrong, wouldn't I die in vain? Wrong is wrong. Although you are dead, at least you have left your innocence in the world. Sumu shrugged. Innocent? Bang. The loud gunshot temporarily overwhelmed the sound of rain, and a metal bullet pierced through the rain curtain and accurately shot into Wong Li's smooth forehead. Wong Li's voice stopped abruptly, and she fell to the ground. Yi Fanyu was startled, not by the gunshot, but by Sumu. He had experienced 3 nightmare worlds and thought that he had lost his conscience and was not a good person, but now he suddenly felt that he was a good person. At least he would not be so indifferent to human life. Sumuyu, Yang Dongqing glared at him, but the next inhuman roar interrupted his words. Roar! A violent roar came from Wong Li's body. The next moment, the dead Wong Li stood up. She didn't use her hands to support herself. She stood up straight. Her pale face was expressionless, but her eyes were full of burning evil thoughts, just like the villagers. What? It's really her. Yang Dongqing was shocked. He didn't expect Su Mu to guess right. In fact, only Su Mu himself knew that he didn't rely on guessing, but was 100% sure that Wong Li had turned into a monster because his hypnosis failed. When he tried to hypnotize Wong Li, he encountered the same reaction as the hypnotized villagers. Roar! Wong Li roared and rushed to the nearest Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu's face sank slightly, and his right hand quickly clenched into a gun shape and aimed at Wong Li. 5-finger flame bomb. Bang, bang, bang. 3 blazing flame bombs whizzed out, and violent flames burst out on Wong Li's body. In just a moment, Wong Li was engulfed by the terrifying flames and burned into a mummy. After dealing with Wong Li, Yi Fanyu walked to Su Mu and whispered, Mr. Su, what's going on? Why did Wong Li suddenly become a villager? As far as I know, the villagers don't seem to have the means to transform humans into the same kind. All those caught by the villagers end up being torn to pieces and eaten. Su Mu smiled slightly. Where do you think those people who were dragged into the darkness by the Black Shadow ended up? Black Shadow? Yi Fanyu was stunned. Could it be that the Black Shadow is the culprit that caused the villagers to become monsters? I'm just guessing at the moment. Maybe the answer is in this room. Su Mu pointed to the thatched house in front of him with his snakewood cane. Yang Dongqing. He called softly. Yang Dongqing went straight into the thatched house without even Su Mu giving specific instructions. Obviously, he was well trained. Bang! The door of the thatched house was opened, and Yang Dongqing entered. He looked around and invited everyone to enter when he saw that there was no danger. After Su Mu entered, he looked around through his brown glasses. The facilities in the house were very old. There was only a wooden recliner, a large square table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet against the wall. On one side of the main room was the bedroom. The bed frame was carved with simple patterns and some children's graffiti. The bedding on it was faded, but clean and tidy. Going in was the kitchen. A large earthen stove occupied a corner of the kitchen. Pots and pans were placed on the stove, and dry firewood was piled next to it. The walls were blackened by smoke and fire. Although the whole house was shabby, it had everything. At this time, the roar of the villagers sounded not far outside the door. Yifanyu's face changed. Not good. The group of villagers caught up. Bang! He quickly closed the door and looked through the crack at the approaching villagers, his heart in his throat. Mainly because the house was too shabby. Even the door was made of pure wood and didn't close tightly. He seriously doubted whether the door could stop the villagers. Fortunately, the villagers stopped when they rushed to the door. Huh! Yifanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Stopped. He turned around and was stunned to see Su Mu actually brought out a plate of dumplings from the old-fashioned cupboard. The dumplings seemed to have been there for a while, no longer crystal clear and plump, but a little dry and wrinkled. The dumplings squeezed each other, and some had been slightly deformed. The juice of the dumpling filling seeped into the plate, gathering into a pool of turbid liquid in the plate, exuding a faint odor. Is this dumplings? Yifanyu swallowed hard. If such dumplings were placed in the real world, he would definitely throw them away directly. But now he was really hungry. Can you eat it? Li Chang on the side also stared. Su Mu smiled and put the dumplings on the table. If you two want to eat, please go ahead. Yifanyu and Li Chang came over, staring at the dumplings and swallowing their saliva. Su Mu and others entered relatively late, and although they were a little hungry now, they were not unbearable. There are 12 dumplings in total. I still need to fight next, so I have 8 and you have 4. Yifanyu did not discuss with Li Chang, but directly decided the distribution of dumplings. Although Li Chang was eager to eat more, he did not dare to object at all. He stared at the dumplings and, "You eat first," Yifanyu said. Li Chang obviously hesitated. In such a weird place, a plate of dumplings of unknown origin appeared. Who dared to eat it directly? Hurry up, Yifanyu urged dissatisfiedly. Li Chang made up his mind. He would die. This damn place. Even if he died, he would die a full ghost. He grabbed the dumplings from the plate and stuffed them into his mouth, like Zhu Beiji swallowing ginseng fruit, swallowing 4 dumplings in one breath. After eating, he looked at the remaining dumplings with some reluctance. Although the dumplings were a little rotten, they were the ultimate delicacy for him who had been hungry for 3 days. Yifanyu was very cautious. He carefully observed Li Chang's reaction and waited for a long time. After seeing that Li Chang was really normal, he was relieved and slowly ate the dumplings, while not forgetting to observe Li Chang. After eating 8 dumplings, Yifanyu finally felt alive. Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here? Yifanyu asked. Su Mu's performance just now made him clearly aware of the gap between his IQ and the other party. Because Ting Ting loves dumplings, and this is Ting Ting's home. Su Mu explained with a smile. Then, Yifanyu just said a word, and suddenly his face changed. Not only that, even Yang Dongqing and others changed their faces. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden bed in the bedroom at the first time, because the wooden bed just made a dull thud, as if someone had hit the bedboard with their head. Who? Get out. Yifanyu's expression was tense. His right hand had already been clenched into a gun shape, and the flames between his index fingers kept spitting out, causing the temperature in the room to continue to rise. Zhao Chaoyao and others also pulled out the machetes at their waists. They had almost used up their bullets in the previous battle with the villagers. In this solemn atmosphere, there seemed to be a dark shadow trembling under the bed. Come out quickly. Yifanyu shouted again, and the flame bullets on his fingertips were almost about to shoot out. At this time, a snake-patterned wooden cane blocked him. Yifanyu looked at Su Mu in confusion. "Mr. Su." Su Mu shook his head at him, indicating that he should put down the gun. Yifanyu extinguished the flames on his fingertips, and Su Mu took a step forward and whispered to the bottom of the bed. "Ting Ting, we are not bad people, come out." Ting Ting? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Ting Ting was under the bed? As expected, the shadow under the bed stopped shaking immediately after hearing this. After a moment, a timid little girl's voice came from under the bed. "Are you really not bad people? You really won't hurt Ting Ting?" Everyone was stunned again. This voice was wrong. Ting Ting was clearly a young girl, but the voice under the bed was that of a little girl. The smile on Su Mu's face became more and more gentle, like a big brother next door. His tone was gentle and firm, and every word seemed to be carefully considered. "Ting Ting is a good child. Of course, we will not hurt Ting Ting." The shadow under the bed hesitated again, and finally crawled out from under the bed. It was a little girl about 6 years old. Her black hair was casually tied into 2 small braids. She was a little frizzy but natural. She was very thin but a little smart, like a little deer in the mountains. A round face with a little blush, which was a mark left by frequent exposure to the sun. Her eyes were big and bright, like a clear stream in the mountains, pure and flawless. Her long eyelashes were like 2 small fans, gently fanning in the blink of an eye. The little girl was dressed in tattered clothes, looking timidly at the people in the room, and her dirty little hands nervously pinched the photo frame in her hand. Everyone did not relax their vigilance. After all, they had just experienced Wong Li's incident. No one could guarantee that this little girl would not suddenly turn into a monster like the villagers. I just felt that the little girl in front of me was indeed somewhat similar to Ting Ting before. "Mr. Su, this little girl is quite different in age from Ting Ting. Could they be sisters?" Yifanyu asked in a deep voice. "No, she is Ting Ting." Yifanyu was more and more surprised. "How did you know?" Su Mu looked at him strangely. "This is Ting Ting's home, and the person living inside is naturally Ting Ting. Is this strange?" Yifanyu was a little powerless to refute for a while. "Ting Ting, why are you hiding under the bed?" Su Mu smiled gently. The little girl Ting Ting said nervously, "I just heard some noise outside, so I hid in fear. Outside are all bad people. They will bully Ting Ting." Ting Ting said, and she caught a glimpse of the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her mouth shrank, and her big eyes were full of mist. "Those are the dumplings my grandma left for me." Li Chang, who had just eaten dumplings, scratched his head awkwardly. Yifanyu didn't care, but looked alert. "Grandma? Where's your grandma?" Ting Ting was a little surprised in her grievance, stretched out her dirty little hand, and pointed behind everyone. "Grandma is there." Yifanyu was shocked and turned around suddenly, but he only saw a wooden rocking chair with no one on it, but strangely, the rocking chair rocked without wind, making a creaking sound. He only felt his scalp tingling, and a cool air rose along his spine, making his hair stand up. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ting Ting, good children can't lie." Ting Ting pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, and the innocent child's voice sounded. "Ting Ting didn't lie. Grandma is obviously lying on the rocking chair. She is looking at you now and greeting you." Everyone looked at the empty but constantly rocking chair in horror, and an unspeakable fear suddenly rose in their hearts. Yifanyu and Yang Dongqing, the 2 extraordinary people, were like facing a great enemy, with cold sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes kept scanning Ting Ting and the rocking chair, not knowing which side to rush to meet the enemy. They have the strength to fight against the villagers, but they are also afraid of this weird monster that they can't even see. This is like a person holding a shotgun, asking him to choose between facing a bear and a ghost. He doesn't have to think about it at all, and he will definitely choose the bear. In such a tense and weird atmosphere, Su Mu smiled politely at the rocking chair. "Hello, Grandma." This abrupt greeting made everyone feel weird. Yang Dongqing asked nervously in a low voice, "Can you see it?" Su Mu smiled slightly. I can't see it, but when facing the greeting of the elders as a junior, I must respond to it, so as not to appear rude. Madman. Yang Dongxing once again labeled Su Mu a new label, a gentleman with a degree of madness. At this time, a silver bell-like laughter sounded. Grandma praised you for being a very polite young man. Tingting seemed to have forgotten about the dumplings, and an innocent smile appeared on her face. Su Mu smiled politely and nodded to the rocking chair very gentlemanly. Thank you for the compliment. You are also a very kind elder. The atmosphere became more and more weird. In the eyes of everyone, Su Mu was talking to the air, and there was no one on the rocking chair. Grandma said it's getting dark, and there will be shadows outside. You can stay here. It's getting dark? Everyone looked out the window and found that the sky was covered with a layer of haze, just like their mood. Clang! A crisp metal clang attracted everyone's attention. It was Su Mu opened the dark gold pocket watch and looked at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting dark fast. He put away the pocket watch, and the dark gold Ouroboros pattern flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Then he expressed his gratitude to the wrought tan chair. Grandma, we are sorry to bother you. After a while, everyone huddled in a corner far away from the rocking chair, and their eyes were always fixed on the rocking chair. And Tingting was playing with a doll made of rags in the bedroom, combing the doll's hair with a small wooden comb. The sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only sound in the room was the creaking of the rocking chair. Mr. Su, it's dark. Let's leave quickly. This place is too weird. Yifanyu whispered. Weird? Lovely Tingting, kind grandma. It's obviously safe here. Su Mu enjoyed the comfortable atmosphere at the moment. Mr. Su, now is not the time to joke. That Tingting and the Tingting in the time silhouette must have some strange connection. And the grandmother. You can't even see her. How do you know she is kind? Yifanyu growled. Grandma is willing to take in homeless people like us. Isn't that kind? Yifanyu looked angry, but he didn't dare to leave here alone. At this moment, creak, creak. The creaking sound of the rocking chair stopped. Everyone was instantly tense, because they all knew clearly that the stopping of the rocking chair meant. Grandma came down. Who knows where an invisible person will go? Maybe she has come to your face, looking at you motionlessly, with a kind smile on her wrinkled face. Zizi. The candles on the table burned out of thin air, lighting up a faint candlelight. It's getting dark. The bad guys are gone. The little girl, Tingting, jumped out of the room and said to the air beside everyone, Grandma, I'm going out to look for my sister. Everyone felt creepy and stared at the air beside them nervously. Although there was no one there, they knew that a kind grandmother was standing there quietly. Soon, Tingting jumped out of the door. At this time, Su Mu also stood up and said to the air beside him, Grandma, it's dark, my eyesight is not very good. If I bump into you, please forgive me. After that, he went to the bedroom where the little girl had stayed before under the gaze of everyone. When he came out again, there was already a photo frame in his hand. It was the photo frame that the little girl had been holding in her hand before. He turned the photo frame over and turned it to the front. What came into view was a yellowed black and white photo, a family portrait. There were 4 people in the photo. One was an old woman with silver hair, an old face, and a hunched body, and the other was Tingting, who looked younger. As for the other 2, they had no heads at all, and their necks were completely broken. It could only be judged from their clothes and other parts of their bodies that they were a man and a woman, who looked relatively young. They held Tingting's hands on the left and right. Tingting's face was filled with a happy smile. Yifanyu came over and looked at the strange photo in front of him. This man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why are there no heads? Su Mu looked puzzled. The lack of heads of parents is not the point. The point is that there is one person missing in this photo. Who? Yifanyu's expression moved. Sister. Su Mu pushed his brown glasses and said lightly. Tingting said she was going out to find her sister just now. But there is no sister in this family photo, so the question is, who is the sister? Yifanyu's face became uglier and uglier, and the weird feeling in his heart became even worse. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the empty rocking chair began to shake again. Creak, creak. Everyone stared at the rocking chair nervously, and suddenly an old voice sounded. Sleeping in the drowsy night fog, the whispers of the devil linger around, the moonlight peeking through the window, and the dark shadow chasing in the corner. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously tightened their weapons. Is this singing? Yifanyu frowned. Lullaby. Sumu narrowed his eyes and stared at the rocking chair, and the song continued. The wind blows, the candlelight sways, the embrace of darkness is quiet. Close your eyes and don't run around. Fear is slowly burning in your heart. Sleep, sleep, baby, don't wake up. The shadow is in the corner, quiet and silent. Sleep, sleep, don't open your eyes. There's a hand in the darkness, wanting to invite you to cross the bridge. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide. The soul is lost and can't find relief. Sleep in this night. Don't ask whether it is true or false. Until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn around. The simple melody of the song, coupled with the old voice, revealed a bit of weirdness in the dim night. Everyone listened to this weird song, always feeling as if there was an invisible big hand in the dark, stroking their scalp. What no one noticed was that as the song sounded, a shadow quietly rose in the corner of the house where the candlelight could not reach. It rose higher and higher, and finally slowly turned into a human figure. What does this lyric mean? Yifanyu was inexplicably upset. This strange environment made him very uncomfortable. He subconsciously asked Sumu, but the moment he turned his head to look at Sumu, his scalp exploded instantly, his face changed wildly, and his body kept retreating and distanced himself from Sumu. Black shadow. He retreated to the corner of the room, his right hand clenched into a gun shape, pointing at Sumu's back. Everyone was shocked and looked at Sumu, only to see a human-shaped black shadow with long arms and a skinny body standing strangely behind him. Leader. Zhao Chaoyao was anxious and raised the machete in his hand. Sumu, behind you. Yang Dongqing stared at the black shadow behind Sumu, not daring to act rashly. Sumu did not look back, but smiled faintly. Behind me, Mr. Su, the black shadow has already set his sights on you. Let someone else replace you. Yifanyu shouted hurriedly. However, Sumu did not arrange for his younger brother to die in his place. Instead, he turned around calmly, and a tall, thin black figure was reflected on his brown glasses. At this time, the black shadow had already stretched out his slender, dry arm towards Sumu. Are you inviting me? Sumu asked. The black shadow did not answer, but stretched his hand further forward, and the sharp fingertips formed by the shadow almost touched the brown glasses on his face. Sumu smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to the black shadow. I accept your invitation. The next moment, a white and slender palm tightly grasped the black shadow's hand. Everyone was shocked. Leader, Sumu. Sumu turned around and smiled at everyone. The faint candlelight hid his face, and the candlelight reflected on the brown glasses, flickering slightly. Don't worry, the answer is hidden in that lullaby. After saying that, he closed his eyes and walked into the darkness hand in hand with the shadow. Everyone stared blankly at Sumu, who disappeared in the darkness, lost in thought for a long time. The house fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Yang Dongqing said, although he is a lunatic, I don't think he would take the initiative to seek death. He just said that the answer is hidden in the lullaby. Maybe he found something. Yifanyu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. The lyrics of the lullaby say, don't open your eyes. There are hands in the dark, wanting to invite you to cross the bridge, and then close your eyes and don't hide. The soul is lost and can't find relief. The hands in the dark should refer to the black shadow, so closing your eyes and not hiding, is it the way to deal with the black shadow? It's possible Sumu did close his eyes just now. Hey, Mr. Su actually risked his life for a line of lyrics. This is simply... Yifanyu hesitated and didn't say the second half of the sentence. Yang Dongqing said for him, he is just a madman, right? That's right, he is a madman. It's not surprising that he can do anything. Asshole, how dare you insult the leader? The leader has his own plans for what to do. How can you talk about it behind his back? Zhao Chaoyao glared at him. Young Dongqing glanced at him coldly, ignoring this brainwashed man. Now is not the time to argue. For now, let's disperse and go out to find candles and food. The appearance of a shadow means that it is no longer safe here. Yifanyu suggested. Everyone looked at each other and finally agreed to Yifanyu's proposal. In the darkness, Sumu closed his eyes tightly, holding the big hand made of shadows, which was slender, cold, and hard. It was not a human hand at all, but more like a hand holding the dead body of some monster. With his eyes closed, Sumu could not know what environment he was in. Although his spirit was strong, it was not strong enough to replace his eyes. He was like a blind man, led by the shadow, walking slowly forward. Here, time seemed to have lost its meaning. He could not perceive the passage of time at all. He seemed to have walked for a long time, and also seemed to have walked for a while. It was silent all around, and he could not hear the footsteps of the shadow and himself. Gradually, the sound of water sounded under Sumu's feet, but the sound was a little dull, not like walking in the rain, but more like stepping on some thicker liquid. Blood? Sumu guessed casually, without any panic in his heart, but with a faint expectation. Previously, he saw Ting holding hands with the black shadow in the time silhouette, so he guessed that the black shadow might not kill people directly when pulling people into the darkness. It's a simple truth. If Ting was killed by the black shadow, she would most likely become a monster like Wong Li, but Ting was not seen among the villagers. Moreover, Ting in the time silhouette obviously knew the black shadow, and even talked to the black shadow. Are you the nightmare that Grandma talked about? This sentence shows that Ting learned about the existence of the black shadow from her grandmother a long time ago. The lullaby that Grandma sang just now is probably what Grandma sang to her every night. Why didn't Ting become a monster by the black shadow? It should be that she listened to her grandmother's words, closed her eyes, and walked hand in hand with the black shadow. So Sumu chose to go with the black shadow. He would not live for a few days. According to his idea, even if he could not become a superhuman, it might be good to become a nightmare monster like the villagers. After all, the villagers are very strong and difficult to kill. As time passed, Sumu found that the sound in his ears became clearer and clearer, and there was even the sound of wind whistling past. Boom! He stepped on the hard ground, and there was no sound of water. As he continued to move forward, he found that the ground was tilted upward and had an arc. Bridge? He remembered the song that there was a hand in the dark, try to pull you across the bridge. He continued to follow the shadow, and when the height of the ground rose to a certain level, it began to drop again, as if he was getting off the bridge. Soon he walked down from the bridge, and at this time, there was a voice in his ear. Leader. This voice was very familiar to Sumo. He clearly remembered that it was the voice of the younger brother who was pulled away by the shadow before. The younger brother's voice was very excited, and it seemed that he didn't expect to see the leader here. Leader, are you here to save me? A hurried trot sounded from far to near in the darkness, and it was obviously the younger brother running over. But Sumu ignored him, nor did he open his eyes. Instead, he raised an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Chief, why don't you speak? Open your eyes and look at me. The younger brother's voice was closer this time, almost in Sumu's ear. Sumo frowned slightly, but still closed his eyes. Get away. The younger brother's footsteps paused, and there was a hint of resentment and trembling in his voice. Chief, are you going to abandon me? I've been following you all the time. Yeah. Sumo responded very confidently. He always remembered the lyrics. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide. The soul is lost and can't find relief. Sleep in this night. Don't ask whether it is true or false. Until dawn, the nightmare will turn around. The meaning of this lyric is very clear. That is to close your eyes tightly and not be confused by illusions. Otherwise, the soul will be lost in the darkness. As for when you can open your eyes, it is naturally until dawn. When it comes to the means of confusing people, no one dares to claim first place if Sumu admits second place. It is impossible for him to be confused by a mere illusion. After being rejected, the younger brother's breathing became heavier and his tone became cold. Leader, since you have abandoned me, You can't live. Go to hell. The voice full of resentment exploded, and the younger brother rushed towards Su-mu frantically. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely open his eyes in fear, but Su-mu did not. He just walked forward calmly and ignored it all. Sure enough, when the sound of the younger brother's charge reached Su-mu's ears, everything stopped abruptly and the sound returned to silence again. He continued to move forward, gradually feeling a trace of warmth, and a beam of light pierced into his closed eyes. The feeling was like closing your eyes in front of the sun during the day. Even with your eyes closed, you can still feel the dazzling light. Leader, Xiaoyao's ecstatic voice came from a distance. Mr. Su, you are back. Yi Fanyu's voice was also a little very surprised. Suma, wake up. Why are you still closing your eyes? What did you encounter after you left with the black shadow? The voices of the crowd all poured into Sumu's ears, but he still did not open his eyes, but sneered. It's really clumsy. Can you use your brain before lying? Suma was too lazy to complain. When a normal person sees himself coming back alive, the first reaction is definitely not welcome, but vigilance and suspicion. After all, Wong has become a monster like the villagers. Moreover, it is known that the black shadow only appears at night or in the shadows. Now the sun is so dazzling, but the hand of the black shadow is still holding his hand. How is this possible? The voices around paused, and then the tone of Zhao Chaoyao and others became extremely cold. He found out. Kill him. Yes, kill him. A group of people rushed towards Sumu, and inhuman roars broke out from their mouths. Similarly, after these voices rushed to the front, they fell silent. Sumu walked for a while, and this time he heard some different voices, the voices of children. Fool! Hey, here comes the big fool Ting-Ting. Go, go, we don't play with fools. A group of children were laughing, and in the midst of the laughter, Ting-Ting's aggrieved voice rang out. Ting-Ting is not a fool. Lulu, look, this fool is crying. Aren't you a fool yet? Your parents don't want you because you are stupid. You are talking nonsense. Grandma said that Mom and Dad went out to work. They didn't want Ting-Ting. Su-mu kept walking forward, and the innocent voices of the children became more mature, as if they had grown up. This fool is still playing in the mud. Of course she is playing in the mud. After all, she is a fool. Look, this fool's thing is quite big. Really, let's go over and take a look. Ting-Ting, let's play together. Really? Ting-Ting said in surprise. Are you willing to play with me? Su-mu found that even Ting-Ting's voice had changed, getting closer and closer to Ting-Ting in the silhouette of time. Of course, we are from the same village after all. Let's play a fun game, Ting-Ting. Okay, what game? You'll know after playing it, but you must not tell your grandma. Otherwise, we won't play with you in the future. Woo. I don't want to play games. This game is not fun. You are all bad people, you bully Ting-Ting. Catch her quickly. Don't let her run away. You bunch of beasts. An old voice sounded, followed by the sound of a wooden stick hitting a person, and screams. Su-mu recognized the voice as Ting-Ting's grandma. Ting-Ting, remember when Grandma is working in the fields during the day, you stay at home and lock the door. Don't open the door for anyone. Grandma made your favorite dumplings and put them in the cupboard. If you are hungry, take them out and eat. Okay, Grandma. Ting-Ting remembers. Grandma, why do they call Ting-Ting a fool? They are all bad people. Ting-Ting is not stupid. Ting-Ting is the smartest child in the world. Silver bell-like laughter rang out. That was Ting-Ting cheering. Ting-Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting-Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting-Ting, open the door for Uncle. No, Grandma said Uncle is a bad guy. How can Uncle be a bad guy? Look, Uncle also brought you your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's true. Open the door quickly. Ah, you're lying. You're a bad guy. Hey, Ting-Ting is getting more and more beautiful. Look, this fool is taking dumplings to the cemetery again. She's really stupid. Aunt Lee saw that she had been hungry for several days, so she kindly gave her 2 steamed buns, but she didn't want them. She insisted on dumplings, saying that her grandmother liked dumplings the most. Only the village chief was kind enough to give her dumplings every now and then, but she took dumplings to the cemetery every day to give them to her grandmother. I don't know who told her that her grandmother was sleeping underground, and then she started going door to ask people for dumplings. Hey, I heard that as long as you give her dumplings, you can. At this point, the voice stopped abruptly, and the hand of the shadow in the hand disappeared without a trace. Sumu opened his eyes and saw a dim and dilapidated house. The rocking chair inside the house was not rocking, and the sky outside was dim. The little girl, Ting Ting, was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him curiously. Big brother, were you sleeping standing just now? Sumu smiled gently and rubbed Ting Ting's dry and frizzy hair with his hands. Yes, big brother just fell asleep standing. Ting Ting smiled happily when she heard it. Big brother, you are lying. Who would sleep standing? Sumu made a surprised expression. Ting Ting actually saw through it. Ting Ting is so smart. Ting Ting smiled even happier. Her big eyes curved into crescents, revealing a row of small white teeth. Of course, Grandma said Ting Ting is the smartest child in the world. Yes, Ting Ting is the smartest child in the world. Sumu smiled and nodded. At this time, Ting Ting seemed to have thought of something and hurried to the cupboard, opened it, and took out a plate of dumplings from it. Big brother, do you want to eat dumplings? They're delicious. Ting Ting and Grandma loved dumplings the most. Suddenly, the voices of Yi Fanyu and others came from outside the house. This damn day gets bright so fast. Yang Dongqing complained. This house is too small. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely attract shadows. Listen to me. Let's change to another one. No, Zhao Chaoyao said toughly. What if Yiling comes back and can't find us? You. Hey. Yi Fanyu sighed. Do you really think Mr. Su can come back? Even if he really comes back, is he still him? While they were talking, click. The door of the thatched house opened. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at the big house with a serious expression. Door. Then they saw a man in a suit, holding a snakewood cane and wearing brown glasses, slowly walking out of the house. Leader, Zhao Chaoyao and other Viper gang members were ecstatic. Don't go over there. Yi Fanyu stopped them, staring at Sumu with his eyes. Mr. Su, are you still you? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course. I said the leader will be fine. Zhao Chaoyao was excited and wanted to go to find Sumu, but was stopped by Yi Fanyu again. Wait, what evidence do you have? As soon as these words came out, Sumu's smile deepened. Mr. Yi seems to have forgotten again. He gently pushed his glasses, and the smile on his face slowly faded, and he said lightly, Forgot what you are? Let me prove it to you. Are you worthy? Yi Fanyu's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and Zhao Chaoyao and others walked behind Sumu without hesitation. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment and walked over. Mr. Yang, even you, Yang Dongqing said without turning his head. I just think that nightmare monsters should not imitate so much. Yi Fanyu's face became more and more ugly, and only the uneasy Li Chong was beside him. Sumu said lightly, So, Mr. Yi, do you understand? It doesn't matter whether I am a nightmare or not. What matters is the truth is always on my side. You call the number of people the truth? Yi Fanyu said gloomily. Sumu smiled slightly. The number of people is just a manifestation of power, and power is the truth. After that, he led everyone into Ting Ting's home. Li Chong hesitated for a moment and followed him in. Only Yi Fanyu, whose face was gloomy and uncertain, was left. He stood for a long time and finally went into the house with a gloomy face. As soon as he entered the house, Yi Fanyu's eyes were attracted by Ting Ting, who was sitting at the table and eating dumplings, or to be more precise, by the dumplings. He rushed over and snatched the plate of dumplings from Ting Ting's hand. My grandma gave it to me. Ting Ting pouted and was about to cry. Yi Fanyu didn't care about that. The dumplings were his. Yang Dongqing. Sumu ordered. Yang Dongqing, who had been unhappy for a long time, immediately rushed up to snatch them. Yi Fanyu was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Dongqing to suddenly attack, so he quickly dodged backwards. At this time, Ting Ting waved her hands hurriedly, her face flushed with anxiety. Don't fight. Ting Ting doesn't like fighting. If you want to eat dumplings, I'll give them to you. Yang Dongqing showed hesitation, and Yi Fanyu said angrily, Put away your extra sympathy. We are human. What about her? She is a creature in nightmares. Maybe a nightmare monster. Don't quarrel. Ting doesn't want the dumplings. Ting became more and more anxious. She was kind-hearted and didn't want to see people quarrel. Did you hear that? She said she didn't want it. Yifanyu said in a low voice while suppressing his anger. Yang Dongqing finally loosened his fists. He knew that it was useless to snatch it away, and it would only make Ting more unhappy. After a small dispute was settled, Yifanyu picked up the dumplings and called Li Chong to come and eat. For a person who had been hungry for 3 days, the 8 dumplings yesterday were basically the same as not eating anything. You eat first, I'll give you 2 this time, Yifanyu said coldly. Li Chong agreed in a muffled voice, but when he went to get the dumplings, he exclaimed, 11? 1 less than yesterday. Yifanyu looked closely and found that there was indeed 1 less than yesterday. He looked at Ting. Why is there 1 less? Did you eat it or hide it? Ting shook her little head. I didn't eat it, nor did I hide it. Grandma made 11. Yifanyu looked at her deeply, said nothing more, and continued to eat dumplings with Li Chong. Yang Dongqing no longer paid attention to Yifanyu and the other 2, but asked Su Mu, what happened after you left? Su Mu did not intend to hide, and said bluntly, as I expected, the shadow is not unsolvable. Just close your eyes, hold his hand, and keep walking, and you can return from the darkness at dawn. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Is it that simple? It's simple for me, but not necessarily for you. Yang Dongqing's face immediately fell. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. There will be all kinds of sounds in the dark to tempt you to open your eyes. As long as you open your eyes, you will be completely lost in the darkness and eventually become a monster like the villagers. Yang Dongqing curled his lips in disdain. Isn't it just closing your eyes? What's so difficult about this? Since I know those sounds are fake, I will definitely not open my eyes. Well, you are right. Yang Dongqing's face flashed with anger. He always felt despised, but there was no evidence. Although Yifanyu was eating, he had already pricked up his ears to listen. At this time, Su Mu changed the subject. I also got some information in the dark about Ting. He glanced at Ting, but found that the little girl ran to the bedroom to comb the hair of the doll again. He slowly told what he saw and heard in the dark, mainly about Ting's voice. 5 minutes later, Yang Dongqing's face had been twisted into a hideous look by anger. He clenched his fists, and the veins on them bulged. Beasts! These beasts! Fuck! At this moment, he only felt that his chest was filled with unprecedented anger, and even his skin was covered with a metallic color. He wanted to kill people, and he couldn't stop wanting to kill people. Compared with his anger, Yifanyu on the side was full of joy. Great! What did you say? Yang Dongqing glared at him, just like an angry lion. No, don't get me wrong. What I want to say is that according to Mr. Su's description, Ting is most likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this is Ting's nightmare. Yifanyu changed his gloomy expression and showed excitement on his face because he found a way to break this nightmare. A little friction is nothing compared to being alive. He said excitedly, this is my 3rd time entering the nightmare world. I have some experience with nightmares. Although nightmares are bizarre, they also have traces to follow. For example, if a person watches a zombie movie before going to bed, he will most likely dream about zombies at night. In other words, dreams are a reflection of reality. Mr. Su's story just now made me understand why these villagers and monsters only appear during the day, because Ting is basically bullied by villagers during the day in reality. In Ting's eyes, villagers are villagers. They appear during the day and go to rest at night. Think about it carefully. What did Ting say when she went out to find her sister before? She called those villagers bad guys, not monsters, which is not normal. This is Ting's nightmare, so the behavior of those villagers will follow Ting's logic. Ting, her grandmother, asked her to hide at home, and the house was safe, so the villagers could not enter the house. It is estimated that this is also the case in reality. No matter how much the villagers bully Ting, they dare not forcibly destroy the doors and windows and break into the houses. The villagers will change their appearance and use various means to lure people out. Isn't it just like someone used a lollipop to trick Ting out of the house? This kind of thing must have happened more than once. So in Ting's eyes, the villagers will use all kinds of sweet words to trick herself to open the door. Yifanyu became more and more excited as he spoke, but he didn't see Yang Dongqing's face become more gloomy. Also, the son of the village chief in the time silhouette was called Ting Fool. I thought it was just a casual remark at the time, but I didn't expect Ting to be a fool. The reason why she is now in the state of little girl is because her mind is so big. After all, the IQ of a fool is basically equal to that of a child. Enough! Yang Dongqing shouted angrily. He couldn't tolerate Yifanyu calling Ting a fool. A kind girl with intellectual disabilities who had done nothing wrong was treated like this. She loved dumplings the most, but she would rather starve than give them to her dead grandmother. Even now, facing Yifanyu's snatching, she was not concerned about whether she was hungry, but worried that they would fight. The smile on Yifanyu's face gradually cooled. Mr. Yang, I understand your feelings. You sympathize with Ting's experience, but don't forget that this is a nightmare world. The real Ting has long died. The current Ting is strictly a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing's chest rose and fell violently. There was no place to vent his anger. He knew that Yifanyu was right, but he was angry and depressed. Yifanyu cast his eyes on Sumu. Mr. Su, I know you are rational. I believe that with your wisdom, you've already guessed all this, so the next thing is very simple. As long as we work together to eradicate the source of the nightmare, that is, to kill Ting, this nightmare will be solved. Yifanyu's voice suddenly lowered, and he glanced at the little girl who was combing her doll's hair in the bedroom, and continued, It should not be difficult to kill Ting. The only obstacle should be her dead grandmother. When we attack Ting, we are likely to have a head-on conflict with her grandmother, especially since none of us can see her grandmother, and we don't even know if she is at home now. I guess she is not. After all, in Ting's memory, her grandmother has to work in the fields during the day and will not come back until dark. But to be on the safe side, I have a plan. It's better not to do it here, but to trick Ting out first and then do it. Among our group of people, Ting should trust you more, Mr. Su, so why not let you? I don't agree. Yang Dongqing suddenly became furious, clenched his fists, and glared at Yifanyu. What's wrong with Ting? She is just a victim. There must be other ways. Yifanyu's face became colder and colder. Mr. Yang, I hope you calm down 1 point. She is not a human. She is a nightmare monster. Killing a nightmare monster can let everyone live. Isn't that good? As you said, in order to break the nightmare, in addition to killing the source of the nightmare, there is indeed another way. That is to save the source of the nightmare. This nightmare is caused by Ting. As long as all the villagers are killed, without these evil people, the nightmare will naturally not be a nightmare. But do you think it is possible? With only a few of us, we have to face hundreds of villagers. There is no chance of winning at all. Especially don't forget that there is no food here. Extraordinary people will starve to death if they don't eat, and they will become weaker and weaker. In the end, you can't even use your abilities. What can you use to kill the villagers? Yifanyu analyzed the pros and cons very clearly, but Yang Dongqing's answer was still, I don't agree. The young man who had just become an extraordinary person showed unprecedented determination at this moment. He clenched his teeth, his face veins were looming, and his eyes were already filled with anger. I will kill all the villagers and avenge Ting. Yifanyu was shocked and angry. You are crazy. You will kill everyone by doing this. What can we use to deal with hundreds of villagers? Revenge? What revenge? They have been dead for a long time. These are all dreams. Dream? Yang Dongqing's eyes were burning with extremely hot and bright flames, and the metallic color on his body became stronger and stronger. These scumbags don't even deserve to live in dreams. Why can they bully Ting in dreams forever after they die? Tell me, why? They deserve to die. Crazy. You are really crazy. Yifanyu was also angry. Mr. Su, I can't make sense with him. You are a smart person. As long as we follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. For a while, Yang Dongqing and Yi Fanyu's eyes were all focused on Sumu. Yi Fanyu knew that Sumu was a cold-blooded and smart person, and he would definitely make the right choice. And Yang Dongqing, he clenched his fists. He knew Sumu's cold-bloodedness, so he was ready to fight against both of them at the same time. But deep in his heart, he secretly hoped that Sumu would reject Yi Fanyu's proposal. Facing the gazes of the two, Sumu smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was surprised and happy, but Yi Fanyu was stunned with disbelief. You refuse. Yi Fanyu just felt incredible. A person like you. Do you care about the life and death of a nightmare monster? Sumu pushed his brown glasses and still maintained an elegant smile. Mr. Yi seems to have a deep misunderstanding of me. In fact, I have always been a good person. Ha! Ha! Yi Fanyu smiled strangely and ferociously. You? Good people? You are all good people, and I am the only bad person. He pointed at himself a little crazy. He never thought that he could get out of the nightmares soon, but in the end he ended up in such a situation. The joy just now had already disappeared. I just want to live. What's wrong with me? Mr. Yi, you are obsessed. There is no right or wrong in this world. There are only strong and weak. I understand your desire to live, but please also abide by my decision. Sumu couldn't choose to kill Ting Ting and return to reality. Before he became extraordinary, even if he returned now, he would still die. At this time, Yi Fanyu's expression completely turned cold. His eyes were filled with terrifying, murderous intent. The 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out, and hot flames lit up one by one. You are right. There is no right or wrong in this world. Only strong and weak. But who said I am weak? As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field solidified instantly. Yang Dongqing took a step forward and stood beside Sumu. Zhao Che others even drew their machetes directly from their waists, their fanatical faces full of murderous aura. Sumu smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, if you are really strong enough, then the moment you saw me, you should have understood that you have no chance of winning from the beginning to the end. Yi Fanyu's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. It seems that my previous tolerance made you misunderstand me. Previously, there was no irreconcilable contradiction between you and me, and we were both in the nightmare world. Killing each other was irrational, so I tolerated it in every way. But now, the key to breaking the nightmare has been found, and I have no scruples. Moreover, I have already figured out your strength. Yang Dongqing is just a newly promoted extraordinary person, has poor control over his own abilities. As for you, you're nothing more than relying on puppetry to control a group of ordinary people, but your body is weaker than ordinary people. The most important thing is that in the previous few battles, the bullets in your guns have long been exhausted. Do you think you can still pose any threat to me? Sumu's expression remained unchanged. Who said the bullets are exhausted? Yi Fanyu's face changed slightly. His 5-finger flame bullet mainly focuses on attacking, and he cannot rely on his body to defend bullets like Yang Dongqing. If the opponent still has a gun, then he is indeed in danger. You don't have to bluff. I saw the bullets run out with my own eyes. You are right. My men's bullets are indeed exhausted, but Mr. Li Chong is not. As soon as this was said, the focus of the scene was immediately focused on Li Chong, who had been hiding in the corner and dared not speak. The taciturn, middle-aged man slowly took out a black pistol from his waist, and his hands were still shaking uncontrollably. Yi Fanyu's heart sank. Although a gun could not pose any threat to him, he was not afraid of a gun in a one-on-one situation without Yang Dongqing and others. Li Chong, don't you want to live? Now the opportunity is in front of you. As long as you kill that little girl, we can return to reality. The middle-aged man, whose spine was broken by the burden of life. I want to live. Mr. Su, I have always been an honest man. I want to go back alive. I still have family, relatives, and friends. I really can't die here. Mr. Su, I don't want to kill anyone. Please get out of the way. A big man like you has the energy to uphold justice for the monster. But I have already exhausted all my strength just to survive. My family is still waiting in reality. Stop, Su Mu interrupted. No one likes to listen to your sad drama. If you want, go and join Yifanyu. Anyway, one more person is not much. At this moment, the face of the middle-aged man suddenly flushed. He suddenly raised his gun and pointed it at Su Mu, and then moved closer to Yifanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. Either you agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected Li Chong to suddenly explode at this time. Yang Dongqing, Zhao Zhaoyao, and others hurriedly protected Su Mu behind them. Yifanyu sneered. Mr. Su Si, not everyone is on your side. Oh, really? Su Mu gently pushed his brown glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses emitted an invisible light. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone, but what surprised everyone even more was that the shot hit Yifanyu. Yifanyu is indeed a transcendent who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds. Facing this cold gunshot from behind, he actually gave an early warning and twisted his body, causing the shot that should have hit the bullet to deviate. However, even so, he was still shot, and a blood hole appeared on the right side of his back, and blood flowed. Yifanyu groaned, and his body suddenly retreated violently, pulling away from everyone. At this time, his face was already covered with pain and anger. Li Chongyu, no, it's none of my business. My hand is out of control. Li Chong was completely panicked. His body trembled violently, and his dark face was full of fear, as if he had encountered something unexpected. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the fatal bullets whizzed towards Yifanyu. But he was an extraordinary person after all. When he was at a distance, the extraordinary person's amazing physical fitness was revealed. Facing the bullets shot by Li Chong, he turned over like a flexible snake, broke through the window directly, and escaped from the house. Brother Yi, I really didn't mean it. My hand is out of control, huh? A wild laugh suddenly burst out from Li Chong's mouth, and he chased out while shooting. I lied to you. Stupid. How dare you disobey the leader? You deserve to die. You bunch of lunatics. You all deserve to die. Outside the house, Yifanyu, who was hiding in a panic, was completely overwhelmed by anger. Bang! A flaming bomb shot out from his fingertips, leaving a trail of hot flames in the air, and hit Li Chong's body fiercely. In just a moment, Li Chong's wild laughter stopped abruptly, and he was burned to ashes by the flames. At this time, several villagers who had been squatting outside the house roared and rushed towards Yifanyu. In a rage, he attacked one after another, and several flaming bombs whizzed out, directly killing the villagers. Yifanyu stared at the broken, thatched house. He knew that he had to kill everyone before a large number of villagers arrived, so he suddenly opened his hands and aimed at the thatched house, and the voice in his mouth was extremely cold. 10-finger flaming bombs. The tips of his 10 fingers lit up with hot flames one by one, and the flames quickly twisted and gathered, turning into 10 compressed flaming bombs. Boom! 10 flaming bombs whizzed out, and 10 flame tracks appeared in the air. They rotated and intertwined, and finally merged into a fist-sized flaming bomb, which hit the thatched house fiercely. The flame bomb collided violently with the thatched house. Sparks flew everywhere in an instant, and the thatched house was like a huge bonfire that was lit. The flames devoured every piece of wood mercilessly. The red flames rushed straight to the sky, and the billowing smoke rose up, forming a huge black smoke column that covered the sky. Yifanyu had hidden his strength before. Facing the siege of the villagers, he always faced it with 5-finger flame bomb. This time, facing Su Mu and others, he used all his strength. Is he dead? Yifanyu panted, and the pain from the gunshot wound on his back continued to stimulate his nerves. Just when he thought everyone was dead, he found that behind the blazing flames, several figures in black suits were looming. They walked out steadily from the side of the flames, gathering like a small black torrent. The leader was Su Mu, and beside him, Yang Dongqing was holding Tingting, who looked scared. Yifanyu's face darkened. He realized that Su Mu and the others must have escaped from the back window in advance. He knew who came up with this idea, without even thinking about it. It must be Sumo, and only Sumo has the brain to guess that he's going to burn the house in advance. Yang Dongqing put Ting Ting down, and a soft look appeared on his steely face. Ting Ting, stay away. Brother will deal with this bad guy first. Although Ting Ting's intelligence remains at the level of a child, she is not unable to distinguish between good and evil. She nodded obediently, then jumped out of Yang Dongqing's arms and ran away with her short legs. Yang Dongqing was not worried about Ting Ting's safety. She was the source of a nightmare. She had lived here for an unknown period of time, and everything in the nightmare was difficult to hurt her. Then, Yang Dongqing stared at Yi Fanyu with a pair of tiger eyes. Neither of them spoke, but they saw the determination in each other's eyes. The two had different ideas, and neither could persuade the other, so they had to fight. The atmosphere in the field was tense instantly. Yang Dongqing stood there like a steel fortress, his body flashing with metallic luster. Fire appeared on Yi Fanyu's fingertips, and the air around him rose and twisted, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing moved. He rushed out like a swift cheetah. He knew very well that his only chance to defeat Yi Fanyu was to get close. And Yi Fanyu naturally knew this, so when Yang Dongqing rushed over, he made his hands into gun shapes, bang, bang, bang. His left and right hands fired continuously, and his body moved quickly as he continued to fire, widening the distance between the two. Several flaming bullets whizzed out, and the air around him seemed to be ignited. Yang Dongqing rushed towards the flames while running fast. He planned to bear the flames hard and not give Yi Fanyu any time to move. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the firebombs fell on Yang Dongqing, causing him to shake and leaving a faint black mark on his body. But he still did not stop and rush towards Yi Fanyu. Because of Ting Ting, he remained in a furious state, and his iron body was obviously stronger. 10-finger firebombs. Yi Fanyu's eyes turned cold, and he fired 10 firebombs at once. The terrifying firebombs intertwined and merged in the air, turning into a large firebomb, which hit Yang Dongqing hard. Boom! The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. The bursting flames exploded directly on Yang Dongqing's body, and in an instant turned into a blazing sea of fire, engulfing his body. With a roar of anger mixed with pain, Yang Dongqing, who was as charred as charcoal, forcibly tore a hole in the sea of fire and rushed out from it. The little hair that had just grown was gone at this moment. He suddenly jumped up and pounced on Yi Fanyu like a tiger descending from the mountain. Yi Fanyu was startled and dodged hurriedly. Following closely was Yang Dongqing's raindrop-like fist. The fist with a metallic luster made the air explode faintly with every blow. But Yi Fanyu's speed was obviously faster. He took a step back to avoid the fist. After all, he was experienced in combat. Taking advantage of the gap in Yang Dongqing's attack, he seized the opportunity to fire a flaming bomb at Yang Dongqing's face. Yang Dongqing was shocked and quickly blocked it with both hands. Little did he know that this was exactly what Yi Fanyu wanted. After all, he was still too naive. Yi Fanyu's face showed a ferocious look, and his right hand suddenly stretched out, with 5 fingers in claw shape. Swish! Flames lit up at his fingertips, turning into 5 highly compressed flame bullets. But this time, he did not shoot the flame bullets, but clenched his 5 fingers fiercely. What would happen when 5 highly compressed flame bullets were held in his hand? The next moment, Yi Fanyu gave the answer. His entire fist seemed to be ignited by the flame, burning with raging flames, and the flames were no longer bright orange-yellow, but mixed with a touch of fiery red. Flame fist. He punched out and hit Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the terrifying flames almost swallowed the two in an instant. A scream sounded, and a charred figure flew backwards like a cannonball. His body drew an arc in the air and crashed into the row of thick trees. With the sound of cracking and breaking, several trees fell down and leaves flew all over the sky. He fell heavily to the ground, and the powerful impact made him plow a deep mark on the ground. For a time, dust flew and gravel splashed. The person flying backwards was Yang Dongqing. He thought Yi Fanyu was not good at close combat, but he didn't know that he had a trump card and everything was just an illusion. At this time, Yang Dongqing's abdomen was burnt and even exuded a pungent smell of burnt barbecue. His consciousness began to blur, his eyes turned white, and he struggled to get up, but he collapsed heavily to the ground. He looked at the sky absent-mindedly, and it was not until this time that he realized. It turned out that he had always been a weak person, even if he became a superhuman. Is he going to die? He had already fallen down. He didn't think Su Mu could defeat Yi Fanyu. Maybe this was the place where he and others would die. But why was he so unwilling? Tingting's revenge had not been avenged yet, and Jasmine was still waiting for me to go back. I couldn't die yet. The strong will made him surge with strength again. With his strength, he stood up with difficulty, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He couldn't fall down yet. Boom! A flaming bomb passed through the air and then landed accurately on Yang Dongqing. Bang! Yang Dongqing's eyes turned white completely, and he fell asleep. He fell down after all. Yi Fanyu didn't give him a chance to stand up. At this time, the flames around Yi Fanyu had dissipated. He was in a very bad state. His face was pale, his chest was heaving violently, and even his body showed signs of being burned by the flames, especially his right hand, which was already burnt and drooping weakly. Su Mu, who had been watching the battle, narrowed his eyes slightly. Five-finger flame bomb provided Yi Fanyu with a high degree of fire resistance. Otherwise, he could not control the fire, but this kind of fire resistance was also limited. The flame fist just now was both hurtful to others and himself. 5 compressed flame bombs exploded at close range, first hurting Yi Fanyu's hand, and then Yang Dongqing, but Yi Fanyu blocked most of the damage with his fire resistance. Although Yi Fanyu, who had lost one hand, was in a mess, he had a grim smile on his face that showed he was sure of winning. He walked towards Su Mu step by step. "Mr. Su, you are the only one left." Zhao Chaoyao and others' faces tightened, and they all held machetes in front of Su Mu. Yi Fanyu's smile became more and more ferocious. "Do you think you can stop me with these ordinary people? Ha ha! Haven't you always been arrogant before? I'm curious about how ugly people like you will be before they die." Faced with Yi Fanyu's wild laughter, Su Mu also laughed. He waved his hand and signaled Zhao Chaoyao and others to disperse. Zhao Chaoyao and others, who obeyed orders, naturally dispersed, revealing Su Mu, who had been protected before. Yi Fanyu's footsteps after a pause, he showed a vigilant look. "Mr. Su, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks you play are useless." Hearing this, Su Mu smiled faintly and gently took off the brown glasses on his face with his slender white fingers, folded the glasses slowly, and then put them in his pocket. The confidence of controlling everything made Yi Fanyu more vigilant, and he did not dare to take it lightly. At this time, Su Mu smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, do you really think my ability is a puppet?" Yi Fanyu's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? How can your ability not be a puppet? If it is not a puppet, how can you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare world together?" Su Mu shook his head gently. "My ability is standard envoy." "Standard? I don't care what your ability is. Go to hell." Yi Fanyu suddenly launched an attack, and a hot flame bomb whizzed out and hit Su Mu's body. Boom! Su Mu died and turned into a charred corpse. "I'm playing tricks." Yi Fanyu sneered. "Mr. Yi, be careful." Su Mu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was startled and turned around to see Su Mu rushing towards him. The running speed he burst out at that moment was completely unlike that of a weak person. He was even faster than ordinary people. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Yi Fanyu was shocked and angry and roared. 5-finger flame bomb. Bang! A hot flame bomb cut through the air and landed accurately on Su Mu's body, and a hot flame burst out on him. However, the next moment, Su Mu rushed out of the flames. Although most of his body was burned, he still rushed towards Yi Fanyu without stopping. Yi Fanyu was more and more shocked. How could he take his flame bomb if he was not a body of steel? And if he just killed Su Mu, who was this person in front of him? An irresistible, weird feeling lingered in his heart, and he fired again. Bang, bang. Two more inflamed bombs finally killed Su Mu completely. Another charred body fell to the ground. However, Yi Fanyu's heart did not relax at all. He looked around nervously, and, as expected, the thing that scared him the most, sumo everywhere. At this moment, he felt extremely absurd. He was actually surrounded by a group of sumo. No, this is impossible. What is going on? Yi Fanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a weird scene. He fired like crazy, and the flame bomb sprayed out like water. For a moment, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire. In that sea of fire, the sumo, whose bodies were twisted and whose skin was charred by the flames, still rushed towards him fearlessly. Sumo, Yi Fanyu roared to the sky. His eyes were already bloodshot. I don't care what weird abilities you have. I will kill as many as you come. He was completely crazy. His emotions seemed to be ignited, and he rushed toward the sumo around him frantically, killing anyone he saw. Kill me, and then become me. The sumo, who looked exactly the same around him, spoke at the same time. Die. All of you die. 10-finger flame bomb. Flame fist. The sound of explosions, burning flames, and corpses falling to the ground was endless, interweaving into a song in this battlefield of flames. 5 minutes later, there was only one figure left standing on the entire battlefield, and that figure was swaying, panting violently, and almost fainting. It was Yi Fanyu. He bent over, supported his knees with both hands, and breathed in big gulps of hot air, and even snowflakes appeared in his eyes. But he was laughing hysterically as if to vent, looking at the corpses of Sumu around him. I won after all. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, and his waist hurt so much that he could hardly stand up. After a while, he calmed down. Just as he was about to support his body to get up, he was stunned, as if he'd been cast a spell to freeze his body, and he froze in place without moving. His expression was extremely horrified, as if he had seen something creepy, and his pupils almost shrank into needles. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground, which was a puddle left by the previous rain. Some rainwater was accumulated in it, and it was very turbid when mixed with the soil. But in that turbid puddle, a face was reflected, a face that frightened Yi Fanyu to the extreme. Sumu's face. That pale and handsome face was still smiling, polite and elegant. The next moment, Yi Fanyu trembled and touched his face. His expression was almost crazy. And Sumu in the puddle also touched his face, and his movements were exactly the same as Yi Fanyu's. No. This is not true. Yi Fanyu frantically tore his face, as if he wanted to tear off the skin. He suddenly thought of Sumu's previous words. Kill me, then become me. I'm Sumu. Yi Fanyu had a mental breakdown. No, I am Yi Fanyu. Sumu, get out. I'm going to kill you. I've always been here. Sumu's gentle voice rang in Yi Fanyu's ears. It's you. Don't you want to kill me? Do it. Yi Fanyu was getting more and more frustrated. Don't try to trick me. Get out of here. In the puddle, Sumu's face smiled silently. I said before that my ability is standard envoy. From now on, I will live on in your place. Your power, your wealth, even your family, friends, wife, will all belong to me. Don't even think about it. Yi Fanyu yelled wildly, his eyes bloodshot. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You want to live on in my place? Ha. Let's die together. He suddenly raised his right hand, which was clenched into a gun shape, and then stuffed his index finger into his mouth fiercely. With his eyes red and flashing with madness, Yi Fanyu chose to shoot without any hesitation. 5-finger flame bomb. He fired the last 5-finger flame bomb in his life, and the target of this flame bomb was himself. Bang! Yi Fanyu fell to the ground in response. See? He committed suicide. It's none of my business. Deep in the woods, Sumu shrugged helplessly. Yang Dongqing beside him was already dumbfounded. As a spectator of this battle, he had the most say. He had never seen such a weird battle. After being knocked unconscious by Yi Fanyu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body and woke up. When he woke up, he found that it was Su Mu who was hitting him with a snakewood cane. Just as he was about to curse, Su Mu said, "Hush," and pointed at Yi Fanyu. He looked at Yi Fanyu and found that he was slaughtering villagers like crazy, shouting Su Mu's name while slaughtering. In the end, he shot himself in the head. That what's going on. Yang Dongxing didn't understand at all, but he understood the purpose of Su Mu waking him up because the villagers appeared. They not only attacked Yi Fanyu, but also attacked Su Mu and others. After waking up, Yang Dongxing cooperated with Zhao Chaoyao and others to kill a wave of villagers at the cost of heavy casualties. Let's go. If we continue to stay here, we will be besieged by the villagers. Let's go find Tingting, Su Mu said lightly. The seriously injured Yang Dongxing dragged his broken body and followed Su Mu step by step. He looked at himself, who was burnt all over, and looked at Zhao Chaoyao and others who were covered in blood, and felt it was very absurd. There were only 5 people left in the Viper gang who followed Su Mu before, one of whom was Zhao Chaoyao. The names of the other 4 were unknown, and they were all seriously injured. Only Su Mu, with a spotless luxurious suit and an elegant look, seemed to be going to a banquet. This made Yang Dongxing wonder if he and Su Mu were really in the same nightmare. In a low-rise house, Su Mu and others temporarily settled down, and there were densely packed villagers outside the house. I didn't expect that someone like you would choose to help Tingting. Yang Dongxing stared at Su Mu, as if he wanted to see what kind of person he was. Su Mu smiled slightly. Who do you think I am? You are a lunatic, a crazy gentleman who doesn't care about human life at all, and says he wants to witness the wonderful every day. Yang Dongxing gave his objective evaluation. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongxing was furious. I'm not complimenting you. I just don't understand why someone like you would help Tingting. Su Mu pushed his glasses, his dark eyes staring at him, and said lightly, Student Yang Dongxing, what do you think of the wonderful thing I mentioned? Yang Dongxing snorted coldly, thinking of his previous experience with Jasmine. You like to play with human nature and watch the struggle of human nature to satisfy your inner evil taste. Isn't this the wonderful thing you want? Su Mu shook his head slowly. You are wrong. The struggle of human nature is wonderful, but people's unyielding resistance to fate, their selfless pursuit of ideals, their unswerving love, and even the true feelings revealed in the simplest and most ordinary life, are they not wonderful? These are what make up a person's wonderful life. Yang Dongxing was a little absent-minded. For some reason, he heard the fiery sincerity from Su Mu's calm voice. He was silent for a long time, as if he understood Su Mu for the first time. You are right, Yang Dongxing said seriously. He believed it. He believed it. He actually believed it. Ha ha ha. Su Mu smiled happily at Zhao Xiaoyao beside him, like a child who had successfully played a prank. Fuck you. Yang Dongxing broke his defense instantly. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he really wanted to jump over and blow up Su Mu's head. Student Yang Dongxing, your expression now is also very interesting. Haha. Yang Dongxing's face was as black as coal. He turned his head away and ignored Su Mu in anger. Leader, what should we do next? Are we going to kill all these villagers? Zhao Chaoyao said worriedly. He was not worried about his own life, but about Su Mu's safety. In his current state, it was difficult to protect the leader. Su Mu shook his head. If I am right, even if all these villagers are killed, the nightmare will not be lifted. What? Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, and even Yang Dongxing, who turned his head away, turned his head back. Didn't Yi Fanyu say before that there are 2 ways to break the nightmare? One is to kill the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save the source of the nightmare. If we kill all the villagers, isn't it equivalent to saving Tingting? Yang Dongxing didn't care about being upset, and said in a hurried tone. He knew that Jasmine had been waiting for him, and he didn't want to die here. Su Mu stared at him and said slowly, Do you really think that killing the villagers can save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare. Everything here is caused by her. In other words, those villagers can't hurt her at all. It was never the villagers who trapped her, but her own obsession. Her own obsession? Yang Dongqing's face showed a hint of doubt. Aren't her nightmares these villagers who have been bullying her? As long as these villagers are killed, how can the nightmare not be solved? Sumu recalled the innocent little girl, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A girl who doesn't want you, and you the little girl who would rather starve herself than give up her favorite dumplings when she had a conflict with Fan Yu. Is revenge really her obsession? Perhaps she has never had hatred in her heart. She is just an innocent little girl, a little girl who longs to find her family. Do you still remember that photo? Even if Tingting hides, she will hold the photo, so, in Tingting's heart, the important thing is never hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing was shocked, and an unspeakable emotion surged in his heart. For some reason, he felt very sour in his heart, and the sour feeling climbed up his heart to his eyes. He was silent for a long time, until he spoke again, but found that his voice had already been hoarse. This world should not be like this. Sumu looked at him deeply, and his calm words were cold and piercing. Perhaps this world is like this. Then I will change the world. Yang Dongqing suddenly clenched his fists, and veins on his face bulged. Sumu's tone was still calm. Do you know? Many young people's initial dream is to change the world, and in the end, they are changed by the world. I am different from them. Yang Dongqing growled, as if he was swearing an oath, and as if he was strengthening his belief. Since God has given me this power, I will use it to change this fucking world. Student Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought that maybe you can't change anything? There may be a Tingting behind every nightmare. You can't even save Tingting now. So how can you save her in the future? You are now overwhelmed by the blood, but what about a few days later? When you are about to starve to death and die of thirst, will you agree with Yi Fanyu's idea? Impossible. Even if I, Yang Dongqing, die, I will never do anything to hurt Tingting. She is pitiful enough. She shouldn't be treated like this. Yang Dongqing said with red eyes. Sumu pushed his glasses elegantly. Really? What about Jasmine? You would rather die here than go back to see Jasmine? Jasmine loves you so much. She even drew her sword against me for you. If you die, what will happen to Jasmine? This sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing Yang Dongqing's heart, making him pale instantly. Jasmine, wake up, Yang Dongqing. This is the cruelty of reality. Yang Dongqing raised his head suddenly and said firmly, I will help Tingting find her family and then return to the real world. Su Mu smiled. Student Yang Dongqing, you are unexpectedly greedy. You want to have both fish and bear's paw, but this is not something you can do just by talking. For example, you don't even know who the sister that Tingting has been looking for is. Yang Dongqing was stunned, and an unspeakable sense of frustration emerged in his heart. He hated his incompetence, but the next second, he seemed to think of something and grinned. I really don't know anything, but I still believe I can do it. Oh, Su Mu was slightly curious. Who gave you the confidence? Yang Dongqing looked at Su Mu with a sharp gaze and said firmly. Su Mu was stunned and pointed at himself. Me? Yang Dongqing grinned. Even though he was grimacing because of the pain from the wound, he was still smiling. Yes, it's the confidence you gave me. Since a dangerous guy, like you can kill Yi Fanyu without hesitation, it means that you must have a way to help Tingting. Su Mu stared at Yang Dongqing, as if he was getting to know him again. Yang Dongqing did not avoid it, and his determined eyes also looked directly at Su Mu. Suddenly, Su Mu smiled silently. Student Yang Dongqing, I really have a new respect for you. Yes, I do have a way, but I'm not sure if it will succeed. You have to know that if we fail, we may all die. I don't care. Su Mu's smile became even wider. Coincidentally, me too. Very good. Su Mu leaned on his snakewood cane and stood up from his chair. The elegant nobleman issued the first order. First, find Tingting. Wait a minute. You haven't told me who Tingting's sister is? Yang Dongqing asked curiously. He was really curious about the sister who didn't exist in the photo. Su Mu glanced at him. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing was a little confused, not knowing why Su Mu asked this. In that case, let me tell you my guess. Sumu paused and continued. First of all, you have to understand one thing. The real Tingting is not as old as she is now. She is not a little girl, but a young girl. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know this. The reason why Tingting looks like a little girl is because her mind remains at the stage of a child. So, who do you think? A little girl who is often bullied is talking about the sister who does not exist in the family portrait? How would I know about the sister? Yang Dongqing was stunned. The next moment, his face became extremely ugly. The boiling murderous intent almost surged throughout his body, making the seriously injured body tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth, almost biting them to pieces, with veins popping out on his face, looking as ferocious as a demon. At this moment, he understood everything. There was no sister in the family photo, nor in Tingting's life in the shadow. There were even only traces of two people living in Tingting's home. Grandma had only left a plate of dumplings. It seems that you have figured it out. Tingting may have never had brothers and sisters. The reason why she is called a sister is because she has no concept of... Enough. Stop talking. Yang Dongqing roared angrily. Fuck. Yang Dongqing smashed the tables and chairs in the house as if to vent his anger, and only stopped when the house was in a mess. For this reason, the wound on his body cracked again, and the bright red blood soaked his clothes. However, the next moment, a touch of metallic luster emerged from his body. Under the illumination of the metallic luster, his injuries continued to recover, and even the surface of his skin appeared golden. A gleam of light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Is this Heart of Steel? He had previously confirmed that emotional willpower can strengthen the body of steel, but he did not expect that when Yang Dongqing was in extreme emotions, this blessing could actually achieve this level. He even suspected that if the extraordinary had levels, Yang Dongqing's level might have been 1 before, but now it has become 2. This is obvious. Yi Fanyu became an extraordinary earlier, and his combat power is obviously stronger than Yang Dongqing, which shows that their abilities still have potential for subsequent development. Have your abilities been enhanced? Sumu asked. Yang Dongqing's chest rose and fell violently, and he calmed down for a long time before he hummed heavily. Very good. Then I will be more confident next. Let me briefly talk about my plan. In fact, the plan is very simple. That is to hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned his head, obviously very sensitive to the word hypnosis. Sumu ignored his ferocious expression and continued. It is impossible to find Tingting's family because they have died long ago. Even Tingting herself only exists in nightmares. Moreover, even if we find them, it will not be a happy ending. After all, Tingting's parents deliberately abandoned Tingting. So, the only way is hypnosis. Through hypnosis, Tingting will have hallucinations, and then the family will be reunited. What kind of method is this? Yang Dongqing roared. Even if you do it, what's the point? All this is fake, all illusion. Sumu pushed his brown glasses, hid his eyes behind them, and said calmly, You are wrong. This is the true meaning of illusion. You can see people you can't see in reality in illusion. You can do things you can't do in reality in illusion. Do you remember the last sentence of the lullaby? Sleep in this night. Don't ask whether it is true or false. Until dawn, the nightmare will turn around. Yang Dongqing fell into silence. His heart was very confused. So confused that his brain couldn't think. Do you think the nightmare in front of you is true or false? Since the boundary between dream and reality has been broken, it means that the truth is also false, and the false is also true. Since Tingting can manifest such a nightmare, why can't I use illusion to construct the beauty in her heart, and then let her get rid of the nightmare and manifest a beautiful dream? Can it really be done? Yang Dongqing said hoarsely. Sumu nodded. In theory, it is absolutely possible. First of all, Tingting is the source of the nightmare, which means that everything is caused by her. As long as her concept is changed, the nightmare will naturally change. But there is one thing that is more troublesome. I guess in the process of hypnotizing Tingting, the rules of the nightmare will change accordingly. because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition, and nightmares are born based on her cognition. And the villagers will definitely stop me. After all, they are born based on nightmares, and changing dreams is equivalent to killing them completely. So, leave it to me. Young Dongqing growled, and at this moment, the metallic luster on his body became brighter. These damn beasts. Even if they live in dreams, I will never allow them. Very good, then wait until night falls. After saying that, Su Mu sat back on the stool. The high-spirited young Dongqing paused. Aren't you looking for Tingting? Let's go. Su Mu shook his head. This is Tingting's nightmare. If she doesn't want to come out, no one can find her. She won't come out during the day. After all, she has to avoid the villagers. If Tingting's house is not destroyed, you can go there to find her, but now you can only wait. Then I'll go out and kill a few villagers first. Young Dongqing couldn't help it, and he was about to leave immediately. Wait a minute. A snakewood cane blocked his way. What you need to do now is to conserve your energy because there will be a big battle at night. But can you guarantee that you can find Tingting at night? Su Mu smiled mysteriously. Of course, but I need to sleep before that. After that, in the surprised eyes of Yang Dongqing, Su Mu leaned on the chair and fell asleep. He folded his hands on his abdomen, and his body was still upright. Even if he fell asleep, he still gave people a sense of exquisiteness and elegance. The reason why Su Mu slept was not because he was tired, but because his mental strength was exhausted. He had consumed a lot of mental strength to hypnotize Yi Fanyu before. In fact, he began to prepare for hypnosis as soon as he met Yi Fanyu. Whether it was looking at the pocket watch many times or smoking jasmine-flavored cigarettes, it was all for hypnosis. When he fought with Yi Fanyu, he relied on the preparations of the past few days, plus a lot of mental power, to successfully modify Yi Fanyu's cognition. There's a disease in this world called face blindness. Patients with face blindness usually cannot distinguish faces. In the eyes of face blindness patients, everyone looks the same. And Su Mu used this principle to modify Yi Fanyu's cognition, causing him to see everyone as Su Mu. Hypnotizing extraordinary people is a very mentally exhausting thing. Fortunately, Yi Fanyu's mental resistance is obviously not as good as Yang Dongqing. He guessed that it should be caused by the different abilities of the two. One is Five-Finger Flame Bomb, and the other is Iron Ambition. Each extraordinary ability will bring all-round enhancement to the extraordinary, but this enhancement has a focus. For example, although Five-Finger Flame Bomb enhances Yi Fanyu's physical fitness and mental power, it focuses more on affinity and resistance to flames. Yang Dongqing's Iron Ambition did not give him the ability to control flames, but it strengthened his physical fitness and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Su Mu felt more and more that he was not an extraordinary person, because his enhancement was not all-round, but seriously biased. In addition to the enhancement of mental power, there was no other bonus. At this moment, he fell asleep mainly to restore his mental power and then prepare for hypnotizing Tingting. Otherwise, if there were no special circumstances, he would not choose to sleep at all, and sleeping would only accelerate his death. Night. You finally woke up, Yang Dongqing whispered. Su Mu slowly opened his eyes, and the severe pain in his brain made him frown slightly. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his nose and eye sockets. Su Mu, you leader. Yang Dongqing and others quickly surrounded him and looked at Su Mu in front of them in surprise. Su Mu's condition was very bad, with blood flowing from his nose and eye sockets, which made his already pale face even paler. He took the handkerchief handed over by Zhao Zhaoyao, took off his brown glasses, gently wiped the blood off his face, and smiled faintly. It's okay, I feel much better after a good sleep. You don't look well at all, but you look like you're dying. Yang Dongqing said bluntly. Su Mu put on his brown glasses again. It's the feeling of being on the verge of death that makes me feel much better. Yang Dongqing. He was silent for a moment before saying, Didn't you say that we can find Tingting at night? Let's go. Su Mu did not get up, still sitting on the chair. No need to go, just wait here. Wait. Yang Dongxing frowned. Wait here for Tingting to appear by herself. Sumu shook his head slowly. No, wait for the shadow. Shadow. Yang Dongxing was shocked. What are you waiting for the shadow for? Do you want to be taken away by the shadow again? Haven't you realized it yet? Sumu pushed his glasses, and his dark eyes were completely hidden. Think carefully. Have the shadow and Tingting appeared at the same time? Yang Dongxing was startled, and he recalled the previous fragment in his mind. At Tingting's house, after dark, Tingting said she was going out to find her sister, and then she left, and then the shadow appeared. But what does this mean? Maybe it's a coincidence? Tingting went out at night, and the black shadow appeared at night. Maybe the two of them just happened to miss each other. Sumu smiled slightly. At first I thought it was a coincidence, but do you know who was the first person I saw after I walked out of the darkness? Could it be? Yang Dongxing's face suddenly became ugly. Is it Tingting? Sumu nodded. So you guess Tingting is the black shadow? Hey! Sumu held his forehead with his hand and sighed. Stupid head, really stupid head, times silhouette wasted. That was the only time Tingting and the black shadow appeared in the same frame. So Tingting can't be the black shadow. Yang Dongxing was a little embarrassed by what he said, and said angrily, Then what do you mean? My meaning is very simple. The black shadow should have been parasitic on Tingting since that time. Before I walked out of the darkness, I vaguely realized that I had a faint connection with the black shadow. But the connection is very weak and looming. I guess that as long as someone passes the test of the black shadow, they can get its recognition and then be parasitized. It chose to parasitize Tingting, so the connection to me is very weak. Otherwise, what do you think the black shadow is doing? Just to invite you to take a walk? Also, why does the black shadow have Tingting's experience? Where is the black shadow during the day? It is known that the black shadow is afraid of light. It can only hide in dark corners or in the shadow of a person. Zhao Chaoyao answered quickly. Bang! Sumu clapped his hands and said to Yang Dongxing, Even this guy with a head full of muscles is smarter than you. Yang Dongxing, there's a reason why you're not good at studying. Yang Dongxing's fist hardened. Zhao Chaoyao scratched his bald head embarrassedly. His face flushed, and it was obvious that the leader's praise made him very happy. Yang Dongxing said stubbornly, What you said is just a guess. What if the shadow is not hidden in Tingting's shadow, but in a dark corner somewhere? Sumu was more helpless. Student Yang Dongxing, sometimes those who question are not necessarily smart people, but maybe self-righteous fools. In nature, even animals with lower IQ than humans know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, not to mention nightmare creatures like shadows. If you were a shadow, what do you think you would be absolutely safe hiding? Yang Dongxing was speechless because he also figured it out. In the whole nightmare, the safest place must be the shadow of Tingting, the source of the nightmare. It seems that you have understood. This is why I came out of the darkness and saw Tingting first, because I came out of Tingting's shadow. Leader, look! Zhao Chaoyao suddenly screamed, staring at the shadow in the corner of the room with a pair of tiger eyes. Everyone turned their heads and saw a shadow surging in the dark corner. Gradually, it turned into a human figure, tall and slender, as if a giant over 2 meters tall was left with only bones, with long hands that almost hung on the ground, and a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened at the position of its head. Sumu smiled slightly. Good friend, you are finally here. He leaned on a snake-patterned wooden cane and walked slowly to the side of the black shadow. Before the other party stretched out his hand, he had already stretched out his hand. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the black shadow seemed to be stunned when facing the pair of white and slender hands in front of him. After a moment, the black shadow slowly raised his slender and skinny palm, and then passed Sumu and stretched out to Yang Dongxing and others. The smile on Sumu's face gradually disappeared, and he pushed his brown glasses expressionlessly. This is a bit impolite. After that, he directly grasped the black shadow's hand and said firmly, Today you can only invite me. To be honest, Sumu didn't want the black shadow to invite others because it was too risky. Yang Dongxing was just a fool. After entering the dark illusion, there was no need to lie to him. Once Jasmine's voice came out, this fool would definitely open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and others couldn't do it either. He could hypnotize them and tell them not to open their eyes, but there was a disadvantage. That is, once his voice appeared in the illusion, these people would definitely obey. The black shadow's scarlet eyes looked at his held hand, and after a moment of silence, he finally chose to pull Su Mu and slowly enter the darkness. You guys go wait outside. I'll set the nearest house on fire when I find Tingting. Su Mu's calm voice disappeared into the darkness. Darkness, dead silence. Su Mu closed his eyes and was pulled by his good friend, walking in the darkness, like a guide dog leading a blind person. Gradually, various voices began to appear in his ears. Yi Fan Yu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Yao, Tingting. It was still the same mentally retarded illusion as always. Su Mu was no longer able to complain. His attention was not focused on the illusion at all, but on himself. This time, in order to hypnotize Tingting, he did not consume his overflowing mental power, resulting in a huge burden on his body. He could even hear the creaking sound of his bones being overwhelmed with every step he took. He began to bleed. His eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and his 7 orifices could not stop bleeding, but he still did not stop, even though he might die. Sometimes he even thought that he did not die in the hands of the nightmare monster, did not die in the hands of Yi Fan Yu, and did not die from walking in the end. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even if he doesn't die now, he will die when he returns to reality, because he has not become a transcendent until now. Sumu, do you want to become a transcendent? A strange voice sounded in the darkness. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Sumu's mouth. He knew that the illusion had sensed his scattered thoughts and started to play new tricks. Sumo, I am the only one who can help you. The source of the shadow power is hidden in the depths of this darkness. As long as you seize it, you can become a superhuman, and I can escape. You may not believe me, but you know your physical condition well. You will die anyway, so why don't you dare to take a gamble? If you win, you still have a chance of survival. If you lose, you'll not lose anything. Anyway, you will die soon. Hearing this, Sumu smiled slightly. It's a very tempting proposal. In the darkness, the strange voice revealed a hint of joy. You are a smart person, and you will definitely make the right choice. Sumu's smile became even wider. But, with a waist like you, who can't even get out of the shadow illusion? What qualifications do you have to help me? Are you worthy? The voice in the darkness fell silent. After a long time, he said, I was just careless for a moment, so I was trapped here. Ha ha ha. Trash always has a reason, and the winner just stands there, which is the only truth. Go away. No matter who you are, don't come out to embarrass yourself. At this point, the voice in the darkness was completely silent. After a long time, Su Mu felt the hand of the shadow dissipate, and then he opened his eyes. And just as he expected, when he opened his eyes again, he saw Tingting again. He wiped the blood on his face with a handkerchief and walked towards Tingting. This is a cemetery. Many tombstones stand crookedly, and Tingting's small body is squatting in front of tombstone crying. Grandma, don't you want Tingting anymore? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings. The tender child's voice was filled with sadness that adults could not bear. Tingting, who was crying, suddenly felt a big hand stroking her head. She turned around and saw a gentle smile. Big brother, Tingting said with red eyes in surprise. Tingting, be good. Grandma didn't abandon you. Sumo said gently. Big brother, do you know where Grandma went? Tingting's big eyes, black and white, looked at Sumu expectantly. Sumu smiled gently. Of course I know. Big brother not only knows where Grandma went, but also your father, mother, and sister. Big brother knows where they are. Really? Big brother. That's great. Tingting jumped up happily, with a happy smile on her face. The smile was pure and clean. This was the first time that Sumu saw Tingting smile so happily. Of course it's true. Big brother never lies. Sumu touched Tingting's little head. Then Big brother, tell Tingting quickly. Where are they? They are playing hide-and-seek with Tingting. They will appear when the time is up. How long will it take? Tingting asked with her head tilted. Sumu smiled slightly and took out a dark golden pocket watch from his arms. The mysterious Ouroboros symbol came into Tingting's eyes. Do you see this pointer? When the pointer points to 12, they will all appear. Tingting clapped her hands excitedly. Great, great. Tingting is going to see her parents, grandma and sister. Tingting, you hold this pocket watch. Big brother has something to do. Okay, big brother. Tingting smiled sweetly. Then Sumu came to a tree not far away, took out cigarettes and lighters, lit all the cigarettes, and threw them on the dead leaves, guiding the flames little by little, and finally ignited the whole tree, and the flames and black smoke rose into the sky. Tingting, let's play a game? Hearing the word game, Tingting was obviously a little scared and curled up unconsciously. Sumu smiled gently and took the pocket watch from Tingting. This game is called time acceleration. Time acceleration. Tingting is a child after all, and was unconsciously attracted. Yes, actually Big Brother is a magician who can speed up time. Really, Big Brother? After time is accelerated, can Tingting see Mom and Dad soon? Of course it's true. Have you forgotten that Big Brother never lies? Okay, Big Brother's going to start the show now. Sumu loosened the pocket watch in his hand and let it fall naturally. The chain at the end was clamped between his fingers. As he exerted a little force, the dark gold pocket watch began to move like a pendulum. Tingting looked carefully. Is the pointer on the pocket watch moving faster? Tingting quickly opened her eyes, her pupils constantly following the movement of the pocket watch, and the crisp sound of the second hand moving reached her ears. It seems it's really getting faster, great Big Brother. Then Tingting must watch carefully. Be careful not to let time be lazy. Yes. Tingting nodded vigorously. Tingting must watch carefully and not let time be lazy. Time passed by minute, and I don't know when Sumu had taken off his brown glasses, and his deep eyes exuded a barely perceptible light. Invisible mental power surged out. He was trying to hypnotize Tingting, which was also the biggest difficulty of this plan. Even he himself didn't know whether hypnosis could succeed. After all, Tingting was not a human, but a nightmare creature. The previous hypnotizing of villagers and black shadows ended in failure. But Sumu felt that there was still a chance because the villagers were obviously controlled zombies and hypnosis would not work on corpses. As for the black shadow, this nightmare monster is not simple. It can construct a dark illusion, which is beyond his current mental power. Only Tingting is different. She is the subject of the dream and has independent consciousness. Even if her mental power is stronger than his, she still has a chance of success because Tingting's mind is equal to that of a child and she has no defense against him. The essence of hypnosis is never to crush the opponent's spirit, but to guide and let the opponent's spirit enter his own rhythm. This is a gamble. If you win, you will return to reality, and if you lose, you will die in the nightmare world. Fortunately, Sumu won the bet. He found that his mental power could invade Tingting's body. Tingting's mental power is very strong, much stronger than his own. This is normal. After all, Tingting is the subject of this dream world. However, Tingting's mental power is very peaceful, like a sea without wind and waves, blue and clear, very pure. What Sumu has to do is to guide Tingting's mental power little by little, and then change the dream. While he was working hard, Yang Dongqing and others finally arrived and saw the fire that Sumu had set. Yang Dongqing and others did not disturb Sumu and Tingting. They already knew Sumu's plan and just quietly guarded from a distance. Slowly, Yang Dongqing and others were surprised to find that this world seemed to be undergoing some unspeakable changes. Sky. Zhao Zhaoyao looked at the sky in shock, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Yang Dongqing was also not much better and was also stunned. Because the changes in the sky were indeed very scary. The originally blue sky now had spiderweb-like cracks, like a broken mirror. Not only that, the surrounding trees also began to twist, as if they were covered with a layer of mosaic, becoming extremely blurred. They looked at the houses in the distance, and saw that those houses seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand. The houses collapsed one after another, raising dust all over the sky. The ground began to tremble, and the farmland was torn apart, revealing bottomless gullies. Sumo is going to succeed, Yang Dongqing said ecstatically. This should be a sign that the nightmare is about to be broken. Roar. Countless inhuman roars interrupted Yang Dongqing's ecstasy. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Looking back, they saw villagers coming out one after another from the woods not far away. The appearance of these villagers was even more horrifying. The skin on their faces melted like candles and dripped to the ground. These beasts, Yang Dongqing, who had suppressed his anger for a long time, saw the villagers appear. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and bloodshot appeared in his eyes. "Fuck you, all of you must die." Yang Dongqing roared and rushed towards hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and others guarded near the sumo to prevent the escaped fish from disturbing the leader. With the blessing of iron ambition, Yang Dongqing burst out with an unprecedented metallic luster, and every muscle of his seemed to be cast in steel, containing terrifying power. Accompanied by this roar, he stomped his feet on the ground, and the ground under his feet cracked instantly. With the help of the reaction force, he smashed into the crowd like a cannonball. "Die for me!" Yang Dongqing waved his iron fist like a falling meteor with a chilling whistle. Every time he punched, the villager's head exploded like a watermelon, and brain and blood splashed everywhere. He swept his legs horizontally like a giant dragon swinging its tail, carrying 1,000 pounds of force. Wherever he went, the villagers' bodies were cut off, and the broken bodies flew in the air, and their internal organs were scattered all over the ground. For a moment, a bloody storm swept through the crowd. After becoming stronger, Yang Dongqing his strength obviously rose to a higher level again. Even if he was surrounded, it was difficult for the villagers to break his defense. He grabbed a villager and lifted him above his head. Then he tore him in half with both hands. Broken limbs and internal organs fell like rain. However, although it was difficult for the villagers to break his defense, it did not mean that he could not be restrained. The villagers were equally strong. Some villagers with only the upper body left tightly entangled Yang Dongqing's legs. Unexpectedly, Yang Dongqing was tripped. Then, the surrounding villagers rushed up and pressed him tightly on his body. Countless bloody mouths began to bite Yang Dongqing all over his body. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. There were too many villagers. Gradually, his iron body began to be injured. Zhao Chaoyao and others could not come forward to help. They were fighting with a few fish that escaped the net. However, as ordinary people, how could they be the opponents of nightmare monsters? In just 3 or 2 hits, Zhao Chaoyao and others were knocked away by the villagers. The villagers ignored the people who fell to the ground, but rushed straight towards Sumu. "Protect the leader!" Zhao Chaoyao shouted wildly. At this time, a fearless younger brother burst out the potential of life, dragged his seriously injured body towards the villagers, and shouted, "Long live the leader!" Then, he threw himself on the villager, and with his own weight, he overwhelmed the villager and fell into the huge crack in the ground with him, and disappeared. Seeing this, the other younger brothers followed suit. Their mortal bodies were indeed no match for the nightmare monster, but they could choose to die with the nightmare monster. For the leader, for the faith in their hearts. These ant-like mortals burst out the last roar of their lives and rushed to the villagers one after another, dragging them into the cracks in the earth.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.